Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. The Minister.
Yep, for the information of honourable members, I present agreement for members to contribute remotely to parliamentary proceedings made pursuant to the resolution adopted by the House 23rd of March 2020.
I thank the Minister. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I wish to raise a matter of privilege under Standing Order 51.
The Manager may proceed.
The matter concerns the member for Pearce and whether his failure to comply with the resolution of the House regarding the registration of members' interests constitutes a contempt of the Parliament. If this matter is allowed to stand, we might as well not have a register of members' interests at all. Today is the first sitting day since the matter was made public, and today is the earliest opportunity I've had to present this matter to the House in the comprehensive manner required. The Shadow Attorney-General has also written to the Committee on Privileges and Members' Interests on this matter. The facts are these. On June 1, it was announced the member for Pearce would withdraw a defamation case against CABC. His costs are undisclosed. The member for Pearce has stated, and I quote, "My lawyers, whilst they are very good, are very, very expensive," and I will table that transcript. On the 13th of September, the member for Pearce updated his register, addressing payments related to his defamation case, and I will table that document. The member for Pearce lists part, and I quote, "part contribution of the payment of my fees by a blind trust known as the Legal Services Trust. As a potential beneficiary, I have no access to information about the conduct and funding of the trust." But what the member for Pearce describes as a blind trust is in fact nothing like the blind trusts which had previously been registered. In every other blind trust which has appeared on the register, it has been clear whose money was being managed. On this occasion, we have no idea. A central purpose of the register is to manage and disclose interests and potential conflicts. It beggars belief that the member for Pearce has no idea who donated to this trust. It is incomprehensible that this strange new breed of philanthropist who could donate to any cause or charity in the world would choose this otherwise secret trust to pay the legal bills in a private defamation case and then have no interest in the member for Pearce knowing that they'd helped out. The House needs to consider what this means. If what the member for Pearce has done is allowed to stand, it means that any member of Parliament can set up a trust and instruct the trustee to accept donations on a confidential basis only, and then receive the cash from any source, all the while saying, well, I couldn't tell you where my donations are coming from because they were given on the basis of confidentiality. What the member for Pearce has done renders the Register of Members' Interests completely worthless. If permitted, this behaviour empowers other MPs to create such a trust as a means of escaping their disclosure obligations as an elected member of this House. At its worst, it provides a means for MPs to get around laws that prohibit foreign donations. Indeed, the only assurance we have that the member for Pearce has not done such a thing is because he simply says he has not. In a statement by the member for Pearce on September 19, which I will table, we learned two things. The first is that despite the member for Pearce's statement on his register, he actually was able to uncover information regarding the donors to this trust. His statement says, and I quote, "On my request, the trustee provided me an assurance that none of the contributors were lobbyists or prohibited foreign entities." The second thing revealed is the member for Pearce has made a choice not to uncover further information about the identities of the donors. I quote, "Ultimately, I decided that if I have to make a choice between seeking to pressure the trust to break individuals' confidentiality in order to remain in Cabinet or alternatively forgo my Cabinet position, there is only one choice I could in all conscience make." He also states, "I could not assist any process that would ultimately allow people who have done nothing wrong to become targets of the social media mob, and I would continue to respect their position." So either the member for Pearce does not know who the donors to his legal trust are but is refusing— so either he does know who the donors are but is refusing to disclose them publicly, or he has chosen to not take steps which are available to him to determine their identities. Either conclusion raises doubt as to whether the member has committed a serious contempt under Part C of the additional resolution adopted on the 13th of February 1986 regarding members' interests, which I will table. That resolution provides that any member of the House of Representatives who C knowingly provides false or misleading information to the Register of Members' Interests shall be guilty of a serious contempt of the House of Representatives and shall be dealt with by the House accordingly. This is a serious allegation that must be investigated by the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. This is not a case of an MP making an honest mistake. This is not a case of carelessness. This is a deliberate and calculated attempt to evade the entire purpose of the register. Mr Speaker, with that in mind, I ask you to consider granting precedence to a motion to refer this matter to the Committee on Privileges and Members' Interests regarding whether the precedent the member for Pearce has set threatens the integrity of the Register of Members' Interests, whether the member for Pearce has wilfully refused to take reasonable steps available to him to identify donors to a trust which has part paid his legal fees, whether this constitutes a breach of Part C of the additional resolution on the registration of members' interests, and whether members receiving anonymous gifts beyond the threshold set out in 2K of the House resolution on the registration of members' interests constitutes a contempt of the House. I thank you for your consideration and table the documents referred to.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business and I accept that he's raised the matter at the earliest opportunity at the beginning of the first sitting day. I will consider the matter in the normal way and report back to the House during the course of the week. The member for Flynn to present the Petitions Committee's report on petitions and ministerial responses.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the 31st report for the Petitions Committee for the 46th Parliament, together with 153 petitions and 57 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. This report includes a large number of petitions, and so I echo my previous comments on just how great it is that democracy can continue to flourish, even though many of us around the country have experienced social distancing in various forms. While visitors are currently unable to enter Parliament, the public can be assured that the regular work of the Parliament continues, including the Petitions Committee, who continue to work remotely to receive and consider petitions to assist petitioners with their inquiries. Likewise, ministers continue to be busy providing responses to petitions. This report includes 57 responses to petitions previously presented, which is a great outcome for the petitioners. The Petition Committee refers the majority of petitions to ministers, and most are responded to, providing a clear avenue of communications and then publish the committee's website as the transparent process. The committee would like to thank ministers for their continued work in supporting this very important activity, and petitioners for continuing to engage with their Parliament online during uncertain and difficult times. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I look forward to further updating the House on the work of the Petitions Committee. Thank you.
I thank the member for Flynn. I inform the House that pursuant to Standing Order 110, the honourable member for Clark has postponed notice number 1 standing in his name. The order of precedence of remaining private members' business notices as determined by the Selection Committee's report adopted by the House on 1 September 2021 remains unchanged. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 2. Superannuation Guarantee Administration Amendment Bill 2021.
And I call the member for Hughes.
I present the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Amendment Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Act 1992 and for related purposes.
The member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank...
The member just needs to formally move the bill be read a second time. It's their
I
procedure. Yep.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Firstly, I'd like to thank the member for Kennedy, who originally seconded this bill, but unfortunately cannot be here today. And I'd also like to thank the Leader of Opposition Business for organising an alternate seconder, and I'd especially like to thank the member for Oxley, who has indicated to me that he will second this bill. We may disagree on many things, but when it comes to worker safety, I believe that we are on the same page. Mr Speaker, several months ago, the Coalition moved a bill and passed it through this House and also the Senate, which made major changes to the superannuation industry and its structure and the regulations regards it. What they did, Mr Speaker, was what I thought was contrary to the principles of the Liberal Party, because the policies that went through this House, endorsed by a coalition government, would only lead to further concentration in the superannuation industry. It will lead to more power, a concentration of power, both economic and political, in the hands of a smaller number of players controlling a smaller number of very large superannuation funds. And it also reduced the freedom of choice for Australians as to where they could invest their superannuation money. However, the worst of the changes that legislation brought through was what was known as the stapling provision, which was where, when you changed from one job to the next job, that your original superannuation fund stayed with you. Previously, when you changed work, you would often go into the default fund of your new employer. under the changes that have been passed through these two houses of parliament, now your fund is stapled to the original fund that you were in. You no longer go into the new fund by default. Now that may be fine, perfectly fine when it comes to investments. But a very important part of anyone's superannuation fund is their insurance policy. And insurance policies between different areas of work need to be completely different to recognise and acknowledge the different risks of work from workplace injuries. Now, Mr Speaker, when it comes to workplace fatalities, in this country between 2015 and 2019, 916 Australians lost their lives at work. And 62% of those deaths were in just 3 industries: transport, agriculture, forestry and fishing, and construction. A worker that enters from a retail sector or an office job that goes to work in those dangerous occupations needs a different type of insurance policy. But yet what this parliament has done has stapled their old insurance policy to them. We have created the real risk in this parliament that a young Australian will go from their normal job as a retail worker into one of these dangerous industries, and on the first week before they've had a chance to think about changing their superannuation policy, they may suffer a catastrophic injury. But they will find themselves not being adequately insured. They'll find themselves being unable often to claim, or their families to claim, on that insurance policy because of the changes that this parliament made. I hope everyone can see the danger and the risks that we have put everyone into. So during that, Mr Speaker, during that previous debate and when that legislation passed, I proposed that we should have a threshold where the stapling provisions do not apply to industries there is 1 death per 100,000 workers. With this amendment, I've raised that threshold to 2.5 deaths, hoping that we can get support across both houses and across both sides of this parliament, so we can make sure that Australian workers, young Australian workers especially, going into dangerous occupations are adequately covered. So that 2.5 threshold per 100,000, that will cover forestry, agriculture and fishing workers, who currently have a 3-year average of 13.9. It will cover workers in the mining industry. It will cover workers in the electricity, gas and waste services, and workers in the construction industry. All of those industries have a death rate higher than 2.5. And it is wrong, it is completely wrong to staple someone's insurance policy and staple their life insurance policy from an office job when they go into these industries. That is the intention of this bill. And there is also, Mr Speaker, great urgency for this bill. We face an unprecedented situation in our nation, where the right to work, the opportunity to work, the opportunity to earn a living, probably the most fundamental right that anyone has in this country, the right to go to work, earn a living, come home and put food on your family's table, to be able to pay your mortgage. That is the most fundamental right in this nation, and yet that right is being stripped away from hundreds of thousands of workers today. The occupation that many have worked for decades. People find themselves, especially in Victoria, where medical fascism has been employed by that state government, that if you have not submitted yourself to taking an experimental injection, to engaging in what is still a medical experiment, you are denied your human rights to work in your industry of choice. You are being denied employment. And this is more than coercion. This is blackmail and this is extortion. And that is what hundreds of thousands of workers are facing in the nation today. They are being blackmailed and they are being extorted under a policy of medical fascism at the risk that they can no longer work in their industry of choice. This should outrage every single member of this
Say
House.
to the member for Hughes, if he could just pause for a second. He has lots of opportunities to voice his views in this House throughout the parliamentary day. I just need to bring him back to the substance of his bill, which was about superannuation, not about any state government or any other policies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I respect your ruling. I was making the point of the urgency of this bill, because we are facing a situation in this nation where many workers will be changing jobs because of the policies that are happening in this nation. And because they are changing jobs, they are at a risk of having their superannuation policy and, most importantly, their life insurance policy stapled. So the reason and the urgency for this particular bill that I've introduced today is because of that very situation. And I think it's important that I detail that as an explanation and part of the introduction to this bill. And, Mr Speaker, we have an obligation to the workers of this nation. We have an obligation to ensure that they can actually go and do their job. But we are facing a situation where many hundreds of thousands of workers are forced out of their job, and they'll be forced into other industries. And when that happens, under the current legislation, they will have their life insurance policies tied to their superannuation policies stapled. And there is a real risk, a very real risk, that what this House has done and what the other place has done, that there will be young workers that will go to work that will suffer a catastrophic injury when they change jobs and find that the life insurance policy under their superannuation is inadequate. That has to change. I plead with the other members of this House to see the danger of this policy, of what it has done, to see the risks that it puts to young Australians. There may very well be an argument to staple your investments, but there is no argument to staple your life insurance policy, and that is the mistake that this House has done. This bill seeks to remedy that, to put a threshold in that certain industries, those four most important industries in construction, mining, agriculture and transport, that those industries, workers, when you transfer into that industry, your life insurance policy is not stapled. It is economically sensible, it is socially responsible, and it politically should be supported by everyone in this House, and I hope the other House.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Oxley.
Motion to reserve my right to speak.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3. Offshore petroleum and greenhouse gas storage amendment stopping PEP 11 Bill 2021.
The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Amendment stopping PEP 11 Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006 and for related purposes.
The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Petroleum Exploration Permit 11, known as PEP 11, covers 4,575 square kilometres of ocean, from Newcastle through to the Central Coast to Manly. The area is in and adjacent to PEP 11. This area is home to millions of people. It is a WOW migration path and an area of significant biodiversity. The local economy, as well as the community's well-being, is intertwined with the health of this area and of the ocean. PEP 11 is the culmination of the Coalition's gas folly. Advent Energy Limited and Bounty Oil and Gas NL, the title holders of PEP 11, are seeking a renewal and extension of PEP 11 to allow for exploratory oil and gas off our coast. Offshore oil and gas exploration and production through PEP 11 could have dire consequences for our ecosystems, tourism businesses, coastal communities and climate. It must be stopped. Communities have been patient. I've presented a petition in February 2020 with over 60,000 names calling for PEP 11 to be cancelled. We have had paddle-outs, we have written letters, we have had platitudes from Coalition MPs along the coast and the Prime Minister even, and assurances that it won't happen. Yet the permit is still here. Advent Energy are still proceeding with their plans, and Minister Pitt, a National MP from Queensland, is declining to cancel the licence. Oil and gas and fossil fuels contribute to man-made climate change which has already devastated communities on the East Coast with drought and bushfires. Gas is not a transitional fuel or cleaner. It is as polluting as coal when life cycle emissions are taken into consideration. Methane from oil and gas extraction, flaring and transport is driving emission growth in Australia. Emissions from export LNG have grown from 13 million tonnes per annum in 2014 to almost 60 million tonnes today. That is equivalent to 4 Hazelwood power stations, formerly the most polluting power station in the developed world. The International Energy Agency, one of the most conservative energy institutions in the world, has stated that no further oil and gas developments can proceed if we are to reach net zero by 2050. The International Energy Agency has put Australia on notice. PEP 11 cannot go ahead. To be clear, we do not need more gas. Gas will not lower prices. We have tripled supply, and yet gas prices have increased by 130%. Gas is not a transition fuel. Batteries outperform gas peakers on cost by as much as 30% now. We do not need more gas supply for the domestic market, as 70% of supply goes offshore anyway. There will not be a market for gas in 30 years, as most of our major trading partners have net zero targets by 2050 or 2060. Japan, for example, the biggest importer of liquefied natural gas in the world and Australia's major customer, will halve their LNG imports by 2030. Oil and gas exploration risks pollution of our oceans. Our ocean is fragile and is already under threat from climate change and plastics pollution. We cannot risk an oil spill from a drilling rig wrecking our ocean, and that are in areas that are some of the most unique in the world. Just recently, in October, 100,000 litres of crude oil spilled in the Pacific Ocean when an oil pipeline broke 6 kilometres off California. The spill created a 21-kilometre wide slick off Huntington Beach. Last week, crews began cleaning at least 3,000 barrels of washed oil onto shore. There is now a state of emergency in Orange County. That is the second spill in 6 years. The last hit Santa Barbara in 2015. Do we really want to risk this happening off the East Coast between Newcastle and Manly, off Palm Beach? It is ridiculous. So much can go wrong. Make no mistake, undertaking oil and gas exploration risks disaster for our pristine coast. The community in the vicinity of PEP 11 strongly and adamantly opposes any exploring or drilling for oil and gas. It is not just us. The New South Wales State Government has also opposed this project. Deputy Premier John Barilaro recommended the project should not proceed. PEP 11, despite all this, remains active, pending a decision of Federal Water and Resources Minister, the member for Hinkler. The delay on this decision is causing significant concern and distress to the community. The project proponents are gearing up to drill. They've put out tenders for equipment and other services. So that's why today I'm introducing the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Stopping PEP 11 Bill 2021 to Parliament. The bill will ensure that PEP 11 does not proceed. It also ensures that no further applications for any reason can be granted by the Joint Authority or Titles Administrator in this current PEP 11 block, as well as the area covered by the original PEP 11. PEP 11 itself will cease to be enforced 2 months after this bill receives royal assent if people in this place actually stand up for their conviction. The bill is for the millions of people living near PEP 11. It's for their well-being and economic prosperity. PEP 11 must be cancelled. I commend the bill to the House and cede the remainder of my time to the member for Mayo.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is my pleasure to second the motion, and I commend the member for Warringah on this bill. And actually, it reminds me of my first term in Parliament, when we spent much of that first term fighting big oil in the Great Australian Bight. And our community in Mayo, in fact, many of the communities across the south coast, across the coastal areas of South Australia, were deeply concerned about that. And what we knew was that it was in an area of incredible high risk, remoteness, drilling at a depth of 2.5 kilometres in a pristine wilderness. At what point are we going to say no? At what point do we put the environment and people ahead of big oil? So I'm going to use my last couple of minutes to share that story and hope that it provides some relief to the people who are fighting PEP 11, that it can be done. We initially had BP and Chevron who wanted to drill in the Great Australian Bight. We managed to get BP through huge community pressure. Our community did not let up. We had paddle-outs, we had constant hands across the sand. We had environmental charities coming together, whether they were the Wilderness Society or Greenpeace, and we had people from all political persuasions. We had Senator Hanson-Young, senator in the other place. We had Leon Bignell, who is the state member for Mawson in South Australia. He's a Labor Member of Parliament, and despite the Labor Party both in South Australia and here not coming out on it, Leon stuck to his guns and he fought hard. Leon actually went to Norway to go and petition the Norwegian government. I wrote to every member of the Norwegian government because once we got rid of BP, Equinor came in. The problem is that the exploration licences continue to sit there, and that's where the great risk is. And that is what Zali's bill is fighting for. We actually need to cancel these licences. Well, it was a good day in February 2020 when, after huge public pressure, Equinor decided to step out of oil drilling in the Bight, exploration in the Bight. But those licences should never have been there, just like they shouldn't be there off the coast of New South Wales, a pristine part of our coastline. You know, we market Australia as the Great Beach, a huge island, and yet we're prepared to risk that just for big oil. So what do we need to happen in the Great Australian Bight? Well, we still need World Heritage protection. We have an area of enormous marine biodiversity, remoteness, like PEP 11, an area where whales come to calve. I commend this bill to the House. Good on you, member for Warringah. We need more conviction in this place and less donations. Thank you.
Order. And I just give a friendly reminder to the member for Mayo to refer to members by their proper titles during debate. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4. Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation Bill 2021.
I call the member for Warringah.
I present the Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a national climate change adaptation and mitigation framework and to establish the Climate Change Commission and for related purposes.
I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. We are at a turning point in history. We are on the eve of the Olympics of international relations, and the world is coming together at COP26 to set out the plan to safeguard our way of life. The Climate Change Bill is the proven plan that will put Australia in the driving seat of the new alliance of nations committed to a net zero world. We are on the eve of the biggest disruption that can solve the climate crisis. We are at a turning point. There is a cause for optimism, but we cannot afford to delay, as was made clear in the recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We risk hitting 1.5 degrees of warming in the 2030s, which will be devastating to our global economy, ecosystems and our way of life. There are moments in history when leaders have the opportunity to show what they are made of, and this is one of them. The major sectors of our economy, energy, transport, industry and agriculture, are being transformed by new technologies. Market forces are a tailwind behind us, and as a result, we are decarbonising. But make no mistake, not fast enough. Technology needs clear targets to drive investments and uptake. We have the tools. We need to roll out mature technologies at scale and fast. Let's be clear, this is a race. Countries like the United States, Japan and Korea understand this urgency and have committed to double their action to roll out technology solutions to 2030. This is a critical decade, and they are accelerating, determined to grasp the economic opportunities of the net zero economy. The Morrison government has spent so long denying the need to act that it has failed to deliver a clear plan and framework. The work has been done for them. It's the Climate Change Bill. The government have focused on technologies that have failed to deliver, like carbon capture and storage. They are focusing on putting out greenwashing websites whilst approving coal mines. They claim credit where credit is not due because the work is being done by others. Emissions are down only because the drought and COVID-19 restrictions. A pandemic and a drought are not climate policies. The Prime Minister is desperate to do a deal with the Nationals on net zero by 2050, but that is meaningless without a strong interim target. Decarbonising 30 years into the future is not enough anymore. We need to lock in ambitious targets and a framework to get to net zero into law. We can accelerate the transformation of the economy and we can all benefit from the new opportunities these technologies will bring. The Climate Change Bill has been endorsed by the business, industries and investment communities. They are forging ahead but require policy certainty to make serious decisions. There is a global capital pool of more than $1.7 trillion per annum and growing that Australia may miss out on due to our lack of policy certainty. The Business Council has said the policy framework in the legislation of these bills provides an architecture which will be critical to mapping out a planned and predictable approach to emissions reduction across the economy as we work towards net zero target by 2050. So rather than smooth the way for business, the government is throwing obstacles in their path by not adopting this bill, and now Australia risks being skipped as a destination for investment. We need to adopt the bills before COP26 and restore confidence of the business community. We know that 2 out of 3 coal jobs will disappear in the next 2 decades, whether the Nationals like it or not. We have been warned. Change is coming, and we must plan and prepare for that change. That disruption is underway, make no mistake, and these communities are being left unprotected and unprepared. There is no point in selling them fantasies that industries will be around forever when they simply will not be. We must not protect old industries. We must protect people and communities. There is a very important distinction to be made. I've consulted broadly with community, business, unions, academics and not-for-profits. The bill we have today has important new provisions. To ensure the bill is relevant in a decade's time and working effectively, the bills will now be reviewed every 10 years after commencements. They are based on the experience of the United Kingdom's Climate Change Act. Witnesses suggest that statutory duties on the Minister should extend to meeting the target and adaptation plans. The Minister must now take all reasonable steps to ensure that the target is met and that objectives set out in adaptation plans are achieved. On targets, I've heard the concerns of many in relation to interim targets and introduced an aspirational, ambitious target of a 60% emission reduction on 2005 levels by 2030. The US are at 52%, the UK are at 68%. We must have a plan that at least puts us in the leading group. We have to be ambitious. It's a key to being competitive on the international stage and destination for investment. It's in line with our trading partners. Our adaptation plans will now be disallowable instruments alongside emissions budgets to ensure the Parliament, this place, has oversight over such important instruments and chart our course to action on climate change. I call on the government to allow debate and an open vote on the Climate Change Bill. Take the Climate Change Act to COP26, show leadership and restore our international standing, set up policy certainty for communities and industries and unleash a wave of investment in technologies that we need to get to net zero. To every member in this place, you have a responsibility to your communities and future generations. It's time to pass the bill, not the buck. And I cede the remainder of my time for the member for Mayo.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Mayo.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I second the motion. And again, I would like to commend the member for Warringah on her good work here. I wonder when we get to 2050, many of us will have grey hair, many of us perhaps might not be here anymore, but I wonder what the young people of 2050 will say about us today. I wonder if they will say, what a wasted opportunity. The member for Warringah has done the work. She's basically done all the homework for the government with respect to COP26. We didn't even know if a member of the government was going to attend. It wasn't announced until just recently. We had Prince Charles come out and speak on this. We should be leading the world in this. We have the space, we have the sun, we have the wind. We see other nations that don't have those natural resources at hand leading, and we are behind. Much has been said that this is not what people in regional Australia want. Well, let me say, Mr Speaker, I have a regional electorate, as does the member for Indi. In fact, my electorate is so interested in this space that they attended a workshop where the member for Indi came and presented and talked about the renewable energy projects in her community. We should be leading the world on solar. We should be leading the world on battery uptake, particularly in the home. We should be building those batteries. We should be leading the world on electric vehicle uptake instead of reports that we are having some of the dirtiest vehicles dumped in Australia because of our lack of emissions control. We should be building the electric vehicles. Just recently, we had totally renewable Yakandanda come and follow on from the member for Indi's work, because we want to lead. We think we can do this, and that's despite the actions of the government. There are employment opportunities here, huge employment opportunities. As the member for Warringah says, coal jobs will not be around because there won't be any buyers. We have to support those communities to transition now, rather than sell them falsehoods that those jobs will be around. We need to help them, and we need to stop treating Australia like a big sandpit. That is what we do. It is the laziest thing you could possibly do. We dig up our minerals and we send them overseas. The rest of the world sees us as a pariah. We need to fix this. It is not too late. We all need to support the member for Warringah's bill. We need to take action, we need to have courage, and we need to lead from the front. Thank you.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5. Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2021.
And I call the member for Warringah.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to create duties to consider climate change impacts and to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Climate Change National Framework for Adaptation and Mitigation Act 2021 and for related purposes.
I call the member for Warringah.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill will make consequential and transitional amendments to existing acts for the purposes of the substantive bill, the Climate Change Bill. This bill also introduces climate risk disclosure for Commonwealth entities. Commonwealth entities, like government agencies and departments, are exposed to the risks of climate change impacts. The Reserve Bank of Australia has observed that climate change is exposing financial institutions and the financial system more broadly to risks that will rise over time if not addressed. Since 2017, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, TCFD, led by Michael Bloomberg, has been leading the voluntary climate reporting standardisation for private companies. Companies around the world have recognised the value of climate disclosure. Benefits include more effective risk assessment, capital allocation and strategic planning. Banks, insurers, developers, miners and big business around the world have been rapidly incorporating climate disclosure in their annual reporting. After a landmark opinion by Noel Hutley SC and Sebastian Hartford Davis, and legal cases like McVeigh versus Rest Super and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission's and the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority's guidance on climate risk, Australian companies must start disclosing material climate risks or be exposed to legal and regulatory actions. According to APRA, a listed entity should disclose whether it has any material exposure to environmental or social risks, and if it does, how it manages or intends to manage those risks. 58% of ASX 100 companies now report using TCFD, up from 16% in 2017. More work needs to be done, but progress is being made very rapidly in the private sector. But unfortunately, the public sector is lagging far behind. How can we ask companies to report on climate risk but not Commonwealth entities? A legal action last year claiming that the government is not disclosing climate risks on Treasury bonds demonstrates this. National governments have been successfully prosecuted in Ireland and the Netherlands for failing to adequately respond to climate-related risks. Moreover, countries are dumping Australian Treasury bonds over perceived lack of action and transparency. This is a looming credit risk. The Treasurer himself stood up in front of the Australian Industry Group and detailed the consequences of our inaction. These are higher lending costs, a burden on Australian households, and investment skipping Australia as a destination. Other governments are now leading the charge. On May 20 of this year, the United States President Biden signed an executive order on climate-related financial risk. President Biden mandated that the US federal government would advance consistent, clear, intelligible, comparable and accurate disclosure of climate-related financial risk, including both physical and transition risks. The Australian federal government is exposed and should do the same. This bill will ensure that the accountable authority of a Commonwealth entity must consider, in the exercising of duties or powers, the potential risk of climate change and the potential contribution to Australia's emissions of greenhouse gases and broader impacts from these actions. This bill will also establish the reporting on material risk to those entities and disclosure of actions taken to mitigate those risks. Stakeholders, including the community, will have confidence that the government is managing its own climate risk. The Minister for Climate Change can publish guidelines for accountable authorities to follow in their response to climate risk. These guidelines will be made by legislative instrument to ensure accountability. The bill enables the creation of the Climate Change Commission and the repeal of the Climate Change Authority. We know that the Climate Change Commission is needed to provide expert, fact-based, independent advice to policy makers. Only then can we really make sure that climate policy is made in the national interest for the benefit of all Australians, instead of what we are currently seeing, which is policy on the run, being dictated by a minority of nationals with their hands out, and they are looking at negotiating something that is not in the best interest of Australia. What we will get will be a confused mess of policies that does not efficiently and cost-effectively address climate impacts, adaptation, mitigation and our transition across all sectors of society. We've heard it all about a deal around things like inland rail that does nothing to stop climate change, but will further facilitate transportation of thermal coal. We've heard of carve-outs from agriculture, which stands to be the most effective, actually the most affected area by climate change, but yet stands to gain the most. We cannot have political deals dictating our long-term safety and our long-term prosperity. We need independent advice to ensure accountability. We know the UK Climate Change Committee, on which this commission is based on, has been effective at breaking political deadlock, the very deadlock the government is in at the moment with its lack of climate policy. It cuts through debate with sound and practical advice and putting forward exemplar policy that is usually accepted by government of the day and opposition. We must emulate that in Australia. Introducing the Climate Change Commission is something desperately needed in Australian politics. I'll introduce duties and reporting requirements on accountable authorities and Commonwealth entities. We need to pass both the climate change bills and this bill. It is very clear that the government has not done the work. The work is done, the community is behind this, industry, business, all are behind it. It's time to put a winning plan to Australia and to the world. I cede the rest of my time to the member for Indi.
Order. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to second this bill, and I do so secure in the knowledge that I'm standing up for the economic future of regional Australia. Over the last few weeks and months, members of the National Party have made all sorts of outrageous, fear-mongering claims about the future of our regions. They've called for $250 billion of public money to pay big fossil fuel companies to continue to pollute. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's $30,000 for every single regional Australian that we could be putting towards hospital beds, more doctors in the bush, NBN, the elimination of black spot mobile phone problems. But the Nationals' big vision for regional Australia is subsidised coal mining. They've said that there are no jobs in renewables, but there are thousands of good jobs in renewable energy right now across Australia.
Order. The Assistant Minister on a point of order.
Just relevance. We're not here to talk about the Nationals. We're here to talk about this bill.
Order. Can I encourage the member for Indi to focus on the matters related to the bill?
I absolutely will be delighted to, Mr Deputy Speaker. There are thousands of good jobs in renewable energy right now across Australia, and we could grow hundreds of thousands more in export-oriented manufacturing if we were smart enough to capture the endless, low-cost renewable energy that shines down upon our continent every single day. We are on the precipice of another gold rush, and instead the government is looking to keep us in the Bronze Age. Setting the goal of net zero emissions by 2050 and putting in smart-placed policies that cut emissions quickly, this is the single best thing we could do to drive the economy in the regions. To meet our domestic electricity needs, whilst also growing new, clean export industries, Australia will need to quadruple our supply of electricity and switch it all to renewable sources, and that will mean hundreds of billions of dollars invested into regional Australia. We know the world is moving to things like green hydrogen, green steel and green aluminium, and I believe that instead of importing them all from other countries, we should be exporting these products from regional Australia, exporting them to the world. The bill before us sets out a framework through which we can pursue this bright economic agenda. It sets out in law a commitment that the vast majority of Australians support, that we will decarbonise our economy by the middle of the century, and it requires the government of the day to set out detailed plans to meet those legislated emissions reductions targets. And I've worked closely with the member for Warringah to make this bill robust and to make sure that this bill will deliver for the regions. I've inserted a regional economic safeguard mechanism that requires the new Climate Commission to make sure that regional Australia secures an equitable share of the economic benefits of zero net emissions. And I've inserted a Regions First clause that requires the Climate Commission to implement a strategy to maximise the economic benefits for rural and regional Australia. And I've inserted a Regions at the Table rule that says the board of the new Climate Commission must have expertise in regional development. As a regional Australian who wants to see my region thrive long into the future, in my short time in this place, I've put in the work inside here and with my community to develop sensible, considered policies like this one. And while the member for Petrie would rather me not mention the National Party, I think in 8 years, what have they actually done to tackle the climate problem in regional Australia? What have they done for the farmers? What have they done for the regional jobs in our towns? I'm proud to second this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned. The resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6 for a motion in relation to spinal muscular atrophy.
And I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to move a motion for a matter that is very close to my heart. I rise to be the voice of every newborn and family currently on their journey.
The member for Bonner needs to move the motion standing in his name.
I move the motion in my name.
As it appears on the notice paper.
As it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll start again. Today, I rise to move a motion for a matter that is very close to my heart. I rise to be the voice of every newborn and family currently on their own journey with spinal muscular atrophy, and for those who seek to embark on this journey in the future. Spinal muscular atrophy, also known as SMA, sadly affects 1 in 10,000 births in Australia. And, Deputy Speaker, with no cure, this disease is the #1 genetic cause of death for babies under 2 in Australia. I first became aware of SMA through the story of baby Mackenzie in 2018, and since then I have taken every opportunity to raise awareness around SMA and speak on this matter in the House. Because fighting for the lives of newborns and the lives of Australians is a matter of urgency, especially when there are treatments available. Deputy Speaker, little Mackenzie was diagnosed with SMA at just 10 weeks old and sadly passed away at just 7 months old. Mackenzie's parents, Rachel and Jonathan Casella, have made it their mission to shine a light on this disease. Learning of their story, I had the privilege of working with Rachel and Jonathan to bring SMA to the attention of Minister Hunt and Minister Coleman. Their hard work resulted in the delivery of a $20 million study into reproductive genetic carrier screening called Mackenzie's Mission. And my heart felt in the 2018 budget, and it was a core project as part of the $500 million Australian Genomics Health Futures mission. Next Friday, the 22nd of October, marks the anniversary of little Mackenzie's life. Her story and legacy will forever leave a mark on the fight for more life-saving SMA treatments. And my heartfelt condolences go out to the Casella family for the little girl that they miss so dearly. Deputy Speaker, our government has remained committed to supporting babies with this horrible disease by introducing life-saving measures. During SMA Awareness Month, which fell during August, our government listed Evrysdi on the PBS. This medication has meant families living with SMA now have access to less invasive treatment options. It has also meant these families may experience a reduction in visits to specialist hospitals. Deputy Speaker, as a parent, all you want to do is protect your child from pain and suffering. Treatment options like Evrysdi are making sure new families can enjoy one of the happiest times of their lives as they welcome their little one into the world. It means that they can make precious family moments that aren't tarnished by days, weeks or even months of sleepless nights at the hospital. It is giving and will give so many families hope at a time when it is needed most. I thank our government for this listing. Deputy Speaker, I'm a strong advocate for bringing awareness to SMA. There are families in my electorate of Bonna currently battling this disease, just like locals Kate and Grant Goff and their beautiful baby Oakley. Just last week, Oakley celebrated her first birthday. I first met with the Goff family last year and have been working with them to bring awareness to SMA in Queensland. It has been a long and challenging journey for Oakley after being diagnosed at just 8 weeks old. But to see how Oakley has grown and remained resilient during her first 12 months of life has truly been a privilege. She is one of the most precious and inspiring little fighters that I've ever met. Kate and Grant have shown Oakley the strongest and purest form of love. Oakley has recently been able to access Zolgensma, a life-changing gene therapy drug to treat babies with SMA. After just 2 weeks of accessing this drug, Oakley rolled over for the first time, lifted her head and scored 100% in her physio assessment. She is now even able to enjoy sitting upright. I'm happy to report she is improving every day, but that doesn't mean life will be easy. Had Oakley been screened for SMA as part of the newborn blood spot screen program, her quality of life may be completely different to today. And Deputy Speaker, it is incomprehensible that had Oakley been born in a different state, that too may have meant a quality of life that would be completely different to today. A disadvantage which should not be happening in this country. Today, I also rise to bring attention to the lack of action from the Queensland State Government in including a screening for SMA as part of the NBS program. Newborns in New South Wales and the ACT are already...
Honourable member's time has expired. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
And I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Bonna for not only bringing this motion before us, but his ongoing advocacy in respect to spinal muscular atrophy. And clearly, whilst we're looking back to August, that was a month that we do recognise SMA. This is a disease. It's not just debilitating. This is a killer disease. In fact, it is the leading genetic killer of infants under the age of 2 in this country. To put the matter in some greater perspective, I know that 1 in 6,000 babies are born with SMA. SMA is a rare motor neuron disease that has caused progressive deterioration of the motor neuron and the spinal cord and the muscles surrounding the area. Muscles like those affecting the neck, the trunk, the arms, the legs, and muscles that control the posture movement and the respiratory muscles themselves controlling the breathing. Over time, coughing becomes very difficult. Matter of fact, the inability to cough is one of the significant aspects that causes death for children suffering from SMA. Alarmingly, SMA occurs not only in children but also in adults, and many have late onset of this disease, particularly in types 2, 3 and 4, and it has absolutely life-changing aspects to it. For many individuals impacted by SMA, the symptoms may develop as early as 3 months, and yet for others who are mildly affected, as I say, by types 2, 3 and 4, the disease may not be visible until the child is either in late childhood or even earlier adulthood. However, for those children with type 1 SMA, sadly, they do not usually live beyond their 2nd birthday.
Another statistic worthwhile acknowledging is the importance of ongoing engagement and awareness about the condition is that 1 in 35 Australian adults carry the recessive gene that causes SMA, and most people are simply unaware of it. What that means, if one person is a carrier of this defective gene and has a child with another who is similarly a carrier of the gene, they have a 1 in 4 chance of having a child born with SMA. This is a statistic of concern and indeed should be a concern to all Australians given its incidence. And that's why the Health Chiefs Executive Forum has encouraged all states and territories to include SMA in terms of in respect to newborn screening programs, particularly following the success that has been shown by those programs operating in New South Wales and the ACT. In fact, I'd go further, Deputy Speaker, and say that given the success of the newborn screening programs, I believe we should be establishing a national screening program operating uniformly across all states and territories. And this is where we do require the Commonwealth be working cooperatively and with all our states to at least establish a consistent outcome, particularly in this space. SMA is a matter close to home for my family, having witnessed the impacts of the dreadful disease. In 2010, my cousin Tamara Hayes lost her daughter Summer to SMA. Now, you can imagine the absolute tragic and devastating time that the family has, losing a precious little girl. But to Tamara's credit, she used her experience to become an advocate on this very important issue. Tamara advocates for others to ensure that they are aware and better equipped to deal with SMA as a real issue in respect to their children. I can't imagine the grief that families go through when they lose a child. It's just simply beyond reckoning. But what it does mean is that we must do better. Clearly, we must work to ensure that better support is provided to families, including the availability of genetic screening to families and those families that are found to be carriers of the recessive gene itself. While there is currently no cure to SMA, there is certainly a lot of research being invested into this condition, both in respect to genetic testing and SMA treatments, with some promising treatments now being tested in clinical trials. This is why we must and continue to support the investment into further research into SMA and its treatments.
Order. And I call the member for Ford.
Thank you,
the
Mr.
question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on this motion by the member for Bonner and bring this important issue to the House, and to make our communities more aware of this life-changing and life-ending disease. Spinal muscular atrophy is the #1 genetic killer of infants under the age of 2 in Australia, and has been mentioned by the member for Fowler and also the member for Bonner. 1 in 35 people in Australia are a carrier of the SMA gene. The Australian government has invested significantly in the space of genetic testing and SMA treatment as part of its ongoing development to broaden the range and services or health services across this country. As the member for Bonner was remarking in his closing comments, we're now calling on the remaining state and territory governments to implement SMA testing into their newborn blood spot screening programs, following the advice from the Health Chief Executives Forum. The new newborn blood spot screening programs in Australia are managed by the state and territory governments and operate independently of each other. You would think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in the 21st century, issues such as this across our country, from a health perspective, would have some level of uniformity right across our country, and it's disappointing to note that there are still state governments who haven't introduced this additional screening to their NBS programs, and I'm sad to say that Queensland is one of those. All of these states have committed to ensure quality and consistency across their programs through the NBS National Policy Framework. So I join the member for Bonner in calling for the Queensland Government in particular to step up to the plate in this regard. Also, through the National Health Reform Agreement, the Australian Government has made a funding contribution to the state and territory governments of 45% of the growth of costs in all public hospital services, including population screening and MBS programs. So the Commonwealth Government has made the commitment, will provide the funding to assist the state governments roll these programs out. So I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is no reason why these state governments shouldn't be including these tests in their screening programs. It was encouraging to see the recent trial project in New South Wales that demonstrated the effectiveness of the screening for SMA in the newborn blood spot screening program. I'd also like to recognise that West Australia's announcement of a test program for SMA testing, which will commence following assessment of the benefits and harms and the required resources in WA. The early detection through the NBS screening programs is vital in providing this life-changing information to families. And whilst, unlike a number of others that have already contributed to this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've not had the experience of family or friends or people that I know who have suffered the loss of a child as a result of spinal muscular atrophy. But I have seen the devastation on families who have lost young children for other reasons. And I know that the effect that that has on families, and I would envisage it would be no different for a family who's lost a young child as a result of SMA. I think, as we've all reflected at various points in this place, Mr Deputy Speaker, no parent should have to bury a child. And if we can assist in making the life of our children better by having these treatments and these processes in place to identify these issues early on in the piece before the child is even born, it gives the opportunity to provide the treatments that are necessary. I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this government continues to expand the PBS to include drugs like Evredizay to ensure that these are now available to people who require treatment for SMA types who are aged 18 years or under, and it is an oral form of treatment and therefore is a less invasive treatment option for patients compared with spinal injections. As I've said already, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government is seeking to ensure it provides the support for a range of health services across the country. I commend the government's work. I commend the work the member for Bonner has done in this space.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Bonner for moving this motion, and the members for Fowler and Ford for their comments as well, which I won't repeat because there is so much more to say. I've sat in a room and told parents that their child has SMA, and there was very little we could do for them, such as a little girl called Molly, who died just after a second birthday of pneumonia. That's a common way that children with type 1 spinal muscular atrophy die. It used to be called Wernig-Hoffman disease, named after the neurologist who first described it over a century ago. And we gave it that name because we didn't know what caused it. Then with medical advances, it became known that this disease was caused by death of the nerve cells in the spinal cord and brainstem that supply skeletal muscle, and therefore the loss of that muscle and eventual death, usually from respiratory failure. Then we found the cause, the genetic cause, and the vast majority are due to a defect in chromosome 5 in a gene that produces a protective protein for those neurons. So those neurons die and the muscle dies and the child dies. We found the cause. But in the 21st century, we now have treatments. and we have treatments that will allow these children, who all would have died with type 1, to survive and live, we hope, a normal life. And now in Australia we're a wealthy country and we can provide those treatments. But it's very important that those treatments start very early, before damage is done, and damage starts from day one of life. We have newborn screening tests that can now pick these genetic defects up, and treatment can begin very early. The first treatment was a treatment called Spinraza, then another one, a genetic treatment called Zolgensma, and there's a third one come on the market called Evrysdi, which is an oral treatment, which makes treatment even better, and this, we hope, will allow these children to live a normal life. But paradoxically, not every child in Australia with this disorder will be, number one, picked up in the neonatal period and be offered treatment in the neonatal period. And this diagnosis often is missed, used to be missed because of a lack of diagnosis. So it's very important we start early treatment. Yet shamefully in Australia we have no national newborn screening program. So in New South Wales, these children can get picked up virtually at birth with a newborn screening test, but in Queensland they don't get picked up until the diagnosis is made, usually when much damage has occurred. So it really is disgraceful in a country like Australia we have such a terrible screening program that differs from state to state. This should not happen, and it is a shame on both Labor and Liberal parties that we don't have a national newborn screening program that is the same in every state. I want to pay tribute to Felicity McNeil, the CEO of Better Access Australia, who has been trying her very best to make sure that Australia gets a national, uniform newborn screening program. It is ridiculous that we don't have one, and vitally important that it happens as soon as possible so these treatments can be offered before damage occurs. And it's a shame on all of us that we don't have this, and it needs to be approached on an urgent basis. And I find it continually frustrating in this place that we can't get urgent action that will save lives in such a simple matter. The other issue that is important is that we should be offering these treatments to people over the age of 18 so that they can prolong their lives with these now readily available treatments. And I think it's highly discriminatory that people over 18 cannot be offered these treatments. And it's again an urgent matter that this government should immediately provide treatment for all people with spinal muscular atrophy who it's thought would benefit by the newer genetic treatments available. I thank you.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. One of the great things about representing Bennelong is representing Pill Hill, Macquarie Park. Modern medicines are incredible, and many of the conditions which were traumatic, debilitating or deadly for my parents' generation are now cured. No one fears polio or smallpox anymore. We haven't heard of these in years. We can thank revolutions in medicine for this. Similarly, many of the diseases and conditions we have now will not plague future generations. And if we look closely, we can see cures coming over the horizon right now. Many treatments that were death sentences in the last 10 years are now curable or at least manageable. We will die with these conditions, not of them. Spinal muscular atrophy was a terrifying condition. It is a generic condition that causes the degradation of muscles and leading to their atrophy over time. It was, as the motion said, the #1 generic killer of infants under the age of 2 in Australia. But with all due respect to my friend and colleague, the member for Bonner, this motion has its tenses muddled. SMA was the biggest killer of infants, but it is now one of those conditions which we have the ability to consign to medical textbook history. We have done this in Australia through two things: testing and treatment. When 1 in 35 people carries the gene for SMA, testing is obviously imperative. The newborn blood spot screening program has been a huge success in screening over 25 conditions in newborns. The ACT and New South Wales have recently run a pilot that added SMA testing to this program. This screened over 250,000 babies, and 21 had a generic condition of SMA. Through the screening, those 21 babies are either on the PBS-listed treatment or accessing treatment through clinical trials, which we know has been life-saving and allowed them normal development. Since we know that the earlier you treat this condition to prevent the loss of function, the better the health comes, this intervention will have massive implications for their futures. While adding things to the newborn blood spot program is arranged at a state level, following these great results, Western Australia has added SMA screening to their program, which is fantastic to see. I understand the Minister for Health, the Honourable Greg Hunt MP, has written to all states and territories' health ministers, urging them to consider the inclusion of SMA screening in their newborn blood spot screening programs, and I hope this call will be answered across the nation. Yes, even recently, testing provided somewhat useless knowledge as treatment remained elusive, but in June 2018, this changed with the first ever treatment for this devastating condition being listed on the PBS. This was Spinraza, and it is made by one of the companies on Pill Hill. The government invested Biogen's drug with $241 million to list Spinraza on the PBS for the treatment of patients under the age of 18 years of age with types 1, 2 and 3A SMA from 1 June 2018. The listing of Spinraza was expanded from 1 December 2020 to include treatment of children and infants under 36 months with pre-symptomatic SMA. Without PBS subsidy, families would pay more than $367,000 a year for this treatment. Meanwhile, Roche's Evi-City, listed on the PBS on August 1, 2021, for the treatment of patients with SMA types 1, 2 and 3A who are aged 18 or under at treatment initiation. Without PBS subsidy, around 100 patients a year would be paying more than $123,000 for their treatments. Behind these figures are real families with loved ones who now have a bright future. One such family lives locally to me in Willoughby, New South Wales. Matilda McDonald was born with type 1 SMA and would probably have died had she not accessed Spinraza. She is now a boisterous 5-year-old who is keen to start school. While she still needs a little help with things, she's growing into an independent young person. At a time when we are fixed on a vaccine helping us to open up, it is clear and obvious to all that medicines can change lives. But in some cases, medicines can do more than change lives. They can give life. These two treatments represent the opportunity to live for children who otherwise would not have. I can encourage testing across Australia. We have the opportunity to take the terror out of SMA.
Thank you, honourable member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next day of sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 7, motion on pregnancy and infant loss by the member for Werriwa.
And I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the pregnancy and infant loss in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. October marks International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and as with all awareness campaigns, there is an encouragement to talk and recognise the loss of a baby by miscarriage, stillbirth and neonatal death. By talking, we're raising awareness and we're raising money, instigating research to reduce the incidence of this loss and find ways to prevent families' distress into the future. Every year in Australia, 110,000 mothers experience miscarriage, more than 2,200 endure a stillbirth, and 600 more families lose their babies in the first 28 days of life. If you come from a culturally or linguistically diverse background, the statistics are higher for you. And if you are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, the statistics show you are 50% more likely to see your baby die. COVID-19 has presented more challenges for families who've been affected by the loss of a baby over the last 2 years, given the necessary isolation from families and friends who could provide support and comfort. Getting COVID in pregnancy is also extremely dangerous for the health of the mother and baby. Medical experts recommend getting vaccinated if you're thinking of having a baby or are currently pregnant, so please talk to your doctor or medical professional and consider booking in for a vaccination. Last Friday, the 15th of October, social media was full of images of candles lit for beloved babies. This event every year gives families an important opportunity to publicly remember and reduce stigma that often follows the loss of a baby. Red Nose and SANS Australia are also supporting parents by their Say Their Name campaign, which encourages parents to remember their babies by posting their names on social media in their birth month. Often the feedback from bereaved families in isolation is they feel because they don't think there's a space to talk about their babies that have died. And well-meaning comments like, "You're young, you can have another one," or "at least you already have children," don't provide mothers, fathers, siblings or grandparents a place to talk and remember their baby. All parents love talking about their children, and it's no different for families who've lost a baby. Having people remember their birthdays, even after many years, makes the loss easier to bear. The hardest question I'm often asked is how many children I have. My answer is rarely 5. For so many complicated reasons, but mostly because society has no real words to comfort grief of any sort, and especially those of a baby. I have 3 wonderful boys I've watched grow and succeed in life, and 2 babies who, although thought of every day, are not with us to share our celebrations. Raising awareness not only supports families dealing with those losses, but also ensures research to improve outcomes into the future. Government initiatives and funding for research are vitally important, and the National Stillbirth Action Plan is one of those things that we need to fund and support. Overall, Australia is one of the safest places in the world to have a baby. But even here, over 100,000 pregnancies a year will end without a healthy baby to take home. That's why groups such as Red Nose, SANS, Miracle Babies and the Stillbirth Foundation are so crucially important to support families grieving the loss of their babies. These groups support and help mothers, fathers and the rest of the family negotiate not just those first few weeks and months, but the subsequent pregnancies, which are often difficult as they bring back so many negative memories. I'd like to encourage and acknowledge all the researchers, doctors, nurses and families who are contributing every day to finding the answers that will help reduce these rates. But I'd especially like to recognise all the families who share their stories to make sure that their special children are not forgotten and other families do not suffer into the future. I acknowledge the medical professionals, my friends and family who supported us on our journey of loss, and I remember Michael and Meg.
Order. And I thank the member for Werra for her contribution. Is the motion seconded?
Seconded. The motion is seconded and I reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Werriwa for moving this motion. I acknowledge her grief. Losing a child is the ultimate tragedy. It's the worst possible grief, beyond reckoning, and it doesn't end. Pregnancy and infant loss touches so many Australians. Each year, 1 in 4 pregnancy ends in miscarriage and 1 in 6 pregnancies end in a stillbirth. This means that nearly every Australian has been touched by a loss of a baby, either indirectly or directly. On 17th of February this year, a motion was passed in this place for October 15 to be officially and eternally recognised as International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. Official recognition of International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day in Australia acknowledges the loss and ongoing grief that those impacted by pregnancy and infant loss endure. It was an honour to attend the memorial service at King Edward Memorial Hospital's Rose Garden last Friday to take time to remember the babies that have died due to miscarriage or stillbirth. The day provided these families with the knowledge that they are not alone and that there is support for them in the Australian community. It was a day on which parents, families and friends memorialised babies lost through infant death, stillbirth or miscarriage. There are more than 40,000 babies memorialised in the Rose Garden. To acknowledge the tragedy of losing a baby, the government is investing $152 million in perinatal services and support measures to improve health outcomes for mothers and babies. This forms part of Australia's broader commitment to National Stillbirth Action and Implementation Plan, which the federal government released last year, which aims to reduce stillbirth rates in Australia by 20% or more within the next 5 years. This government also recognises that preterm birth is a cause of infant loss and has committed $13 million to implement the Australian Preterm Birth Prevention Alliances program nationally to reduce the rate of preterm birth in Australia. I note and commend Professor John Newnham and his team who lead this national program out of my electorate. $21 million has also been committed, which includes specific actions to target women at increased risk of stillbirth, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women. The government is working closely with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and women from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds to design stillbirth prevention messages that resonate with these population groups. Bereaved parents often suffer in silence, which is why the government is investing in ongoing support for the wellbeing of parents, including $43 million towards the Perinatal Mental Health and Wellbeing Program, which includes support for families experiencing grief following the death of a child. To provide intensive support to families experiencing stillbirth, the government is working with Red Nose to fund the Hospital to Home program. The government is dedicated to working closely with other non-government organisations like the Stillbirth Centre for Research Excellence and the Australian Preterm Birth Alliance Prevention Alliance to help reach as many families as we can. The government is proud to be working with a wide range of organisations and is committed to improving the health of mothers and babies to reduce the devastation of pregnancy and infant loss. The formal recognition of October 15 as International Pregnancy and Infants Loss Remembrance Day gives us all the opportunity to acknowledge the loss and ongoing grief that those impacted by pregnancy and infant loss endure. In closing, I want to recognise and thank a dedicated and inspiring WA couple, John and Kate Delaney, for their work in relation to pregnancy and infant loss and on having this day officially recognised. Mr and Mrs Delaney lost 7 babies by miscarriage. After losing their first baby, the Delaneys didn't know where to turn, who to talk to or where to get support. Over time and by supporting each other, they discovered that the loss of a baby is not something you get over. You just have to find a way of integrating it into your life. Since this time, John and Kate have dedicated themselves to raising awareness of the issue of pregnancy and infant loss to ensure that no one ever feels as alone and unsupported as they did on the day they lost their first child. And they do this with one of their 8 children, beautiful Mary Jane, who has now deservedly had her name noted and recognised in Hansard numerous times, both here in Canberra and back home in Western Australia. Thank you.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a very important motion, and I thank the member for Werriwa for moving it. Miscarriage, pregnancy and loss and neonatal death are very important parts of the work of a paediatrician's life, or perinatologist's life, I should say. And in Australia, whilst we have very good medical care, these are areas that have been sorely neglected for a long period of time. I wish to acknowledge Dr Peter Barr, who was a mentor of mine, perinatologist, neonatologist at Royal North Shore Hospital, who started the first awareness campaign for pregnancy loss and neonatal death in Australia, and subsequently has provided ongoing care for parents who've lost a child during pregnancy or shortly afterwards. There are several things that I want to make mention of in talking to this motion. Firstly is that in Australia we have no uniform newborn screening test program. And as mentioned in the previous motion, it's very important that Australia on an urgent basis does have a uniform national program for neonatal screening tests for common disorders and less common disorders for which treatment is now available. This needs to be Australia-wide, and it requires some urgency to develop. So that's the first ask. And I want to pay tribute to Felicity McNeil from Better Access Australia, who has been campaigning long and hard to have a national newborn screening program developed in Australia. This would certainly save lives, would be very cost effective, and in the 21st century, where treatments are available for some of the rare genetic and metabolic disorders, it is very important that we do bring our services up to date and have a national program. We also need to be providing support to those who've lost a pregnancy or had a neonatal death on an ongoing basis. The pain, as has been said, does not go away. People do learn to deal with it, but the pain itself continues. And I feel for every one of the patients that I've cared for, every one of those families that have lost a child in pregnancy or in the neonatal period. Much more needs to be done in terms of research. It's estimated that up to 50% of miscarriages are preventable. Diseases such as undiagnosed diabetes, diseases such as poor control of high blood pressure, drug and alcohol intake, and other factors that can cause miscarriage are diagnosable and treatable if they're picked up early enough. Not everyone in Australia has access to a highly detailed ultrasound that can pick up congenital abnormalities. Treatment is available for many of these abnormalities before birth if they're picked up early enough. Very important that they are picked up and managed, and that treatment is available throughout Australia. For a long time, I've been asking my party, the Labor Party, to adopt as our child health program a program called the First 1,000 Days that provides assessment and support for all children from preconception to the age of 2. It looks at illness, it looks at preventable causes, looks at management of pregnancy and afterwards, and simple measures can make huge differences. We know, for example, with sudden infant death syndrome, a simple thing of getting a child to sleep on its back instead of on its stomach can reduce our sudden infant death rates by over 50%. Unbelievable that a simple treatment like that could have such a huge effect, and it does. Simple measures like encouraging breastfeeding and proper infant nutrition can make huge differences throughout life. So it's about time we adopted policies like the First 1,000 Days to make sure that preventable causes of pregnancy loss, neonatal and infant death can be prevented. I would like to pay tribute to the work of Red Nose and SANS, who've constantly campaigned on these measures. I'd like to pay tribute to all the families that have suffered a neonatal death or infant loss and a miscarriage, because the pain of that, I know, goes on for a long time. And it's up to us as politicians to make sure measures are put in place to support you as best we can. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's great to have an opportunity to speak briefly on this motion, and can I thank the member for Werriwa for this motion and acknowledge her loss as well. It really was a very heart-warming, but also, you know, we could all hear the pain in her voice, and I know there are many people that sit in this House that don't talk about these issues, and it's very brave of her to talk about that. I would like to acknowledge that it is International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. I want to thank all those who have contributed to this discussion today. Particularly want to acknowledge the member for Macarthur and his contribution this morning not just on this motion but also with respect to spinal muscular atrophy. And I think the theme running through this morning is all around research that's needed to identify issues relating to childbirth, but also testing regimes as well. This is a really difficult issue for all of us, including myself, so I'm glad that I've at least had an opportunity to acknowledge and thank everyone for their contribution today. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Rishworth. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, look, I would like to thank the member for Wirrawah for putting together this motion today to mark the International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. This is a very important day because, as previous speakers have said, losing an infant or losing a pregnancy is not spoken about, I guess, in the same way that losing someone else in your family is. For a lot of people, if it's a miscarriage, then it's not spoken about at all. This is despite over 110,000 Australians a year experiencing a miscarriage. And so it's not spoken about as much. But it doesn't mean, as many speakers have said, that the grief is not real and present, and is only made harder by the fact that in many cases people aren't able to speak about it. And I have to say that comments such as, oh, well, you'll be off to get pregnant again are not helpful. Certainly that has been my personal experience. Having lost 2 pregnancies to miscarriage, having those sorts of comments is by well-meaning people is very difficult because the loss is real, the loss is there, and it is can carry on for some time. And I think for many people, after they've experienced a miscarriage, they feel that they do have to soldier on, just get on with it, just continue to get on with their daily lives. That was certainly my experience. After a miscarriage, I came back to Parliament just feeling, within 2 days, feeling I had to get on with life, not really speaking about it much at all. And I guess it is an important message as we think about this day and think about Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, that it is important to talk about it. Now, previous speakers have spoken about prevention, and that is really important. When we talk about prevention, we need to do everything we can to make sure that everything is put in place from a public health perspective to reduce the instances of infant loss and stillbirth in particular. And I'd like to acknowledge the huge amount of work done by Christina Keneally and Katrina Billick and other members of the Senate committee that have worked very hard to look at what needs to be done to prevent stillbirth. Sadly, Indigenous women are 50% more likely to have a stillborn baby, so there is more work that can be done. But I think an important message on this Remembrance Day is that sometimes it's just a really sad, unfortunate issue that nothing could be done. And that was certainly my experience when I had what was called a missed miscarriage, not very common, and that is where you think everything's okay and you turn up to the doctor and have a scan and no heartbeat can be found. And that is particularly traumatic and not something that you think's going to happen. You're rocking up for your scan just expecting to hear good news. And for me, that was a very, very difficult situation when no heartbeat can be found. And nothing could have been done to prevent that. It was one of those difficult situations, but it doesn't make the loss not feel equally as hard. So on this day, on this Infant and Miscarriage Remembrance Day, it's important that we remember. It's important we commit to take all the steps we can to prevent these sort of occurrences, but also accept that there are circumstances where nothing can change the course of this loss, but to remember, to acknowledge and to grieve, and to make a society and a community able to talk about these things. It's not good enough that people don't feel they can talk about these losses, and for it to be properly acknowledged by others. And so we need to commit ourselves to that understanding, commit ourselves to grieve with others that have lost, and most importantly in this motion I would like to say, for all of those that have lost an infant or miscarriage a baby, I'm sorry for your loss.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Wirrawar for this motion today. It's incredibly important to acknowledge International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, which was last Friday, October the 15th. It's a day to recognise bereaved parents, families and friends, because let's be clear, it does actually affect a whole community, and to remember the babies they have lost through miscarriage, stillbirth and infant death. It's also a day to acknowledge those wonderful healthcare workers that provide support and wrap services around parents in their time of need. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is likely we all know someone who has been affected by pregnancy and infant loss, but we may not even know that they were affected. It is all too often a private grief. Even though Australia is one of the safest countries in the world for a baby to be born, still more than 2,000 babies are still born each year. Thousands of families suffer with the terrible experience of miscarriage every year. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I myself had a miscarriage between my third and fourth child, so I also know of the grief that people suffer. Sadly, 3 out of every 1,000 babies born in Australia every year die within the first month of life. For those families and parents who have suffered infant loss, either in pregnancy or around birth, the physical and psychological damage is traumatic and incredibly painful. As a doctor, I heard stories from women who have remained traumatised for decades following the callous way these issues were handled a generation ago. Now, I'm pleased to say this is no longer to the same extent, and a significant improvement in the way these issues are handled has really helped prevent the deep and ongoing emotional effects brought on by these tragedies. But still, too often, they can be overlooked and underestimated, and that's partly because of the privacy of the grief around these issues. The trauma of these events can trigger depression, anxiety, indeed relationship breakdowns, and even post-traumatic stress disorders. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government understands the significant impact that pregnancy and infant loss has on families, and that's why it is working in partnership with states and territories and a whole range of important organisations. It has also made significant commitment of funding to this important area. Last year, the Morrison government announced the National Stillbirth Action and Implementation Plan. This plan invests $152 million in perinatal services and support measures to improve health outcomes for babies and mothers. It includes $21 million in measures to reduce stillbirth and support families affected by stillbirth. Measures include education and awareness programs, developing a new clinical care standard and supporting research, so that we can always do better. This investment aims to reduce stillbirth rates in Australia by more than 20% by the end of 2025. Mr Speaker, the government recognises that preterm birth is a major cause of stillbirth and infant loss, and is providing $13 million to implement the Australian Preterm Birth Prevention Alliance's program to reduce the rate of preterm birth nationally. $43.9 million is also being invested in the Perinatal Mental Health and Wellbeing program, providing support for families experiencing grief following the death of a child, including as a result of stillbirth. To ensure intensive support is available to families experiencing stillbirth, the government is also investing in Red Nose to deliver the hospital-to-home program, and has announced an additional $400,000 to ensure the program continues for an additional 6 months. We all know that sometimes it's hard when you have to leave home when you're dealing with grief and bereavement, so it's wonderful to hear that these outreach services are going into the home to support families at their time of need. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was proud to be part of this government and to speak in support of the Fair Work Amendment improving unpaid parental leave for parents of stillborn babies and other measures bill last year. This bill amended the unpaid parental leave provisions and complemented the government-funded paid parental leave pay changes. It provided for the same entitlements of unpaid parental leave as if they would have if their baby had survived. And this has really helped parents who are grieving because, as again I said, this grief can be so private. It's a time that enables people to be with their family, their friends and their support system. It's a time not only to grieve but also to arrange funerals, to be together with those you love and whom you love. Mr Deputy Speaker, in my first speech I said the words widow and orphan describe loss in our language, but no word exists for a parent who has lost a child. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could eliminate the devastation of infant loss? I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Higgins. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next day of sitting. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the establishment of an independent parliamentary workplace complaints mechanism.
Is leave granted?
Yeah, leave's granted, and I'm happy to second that motion if that's required.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the establishment of an independent parliamentary workplace complaints mechanism in the terms as circulated to honourable members.
All of those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to courts and tribunals and for related purposes and transmits it to the House of Representatives for concurrence. Clerk. Call it, Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to courts and tribunals and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
All of those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. I call the Clerk. I just called this reading. Okay. I call the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the following reports. Annual Report of Committee Activities 2020 to 2021, Advisory Report on the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment High-Risk Terrorist Offenders Bill 2020 incorporating a dissenting report, Advisory Report on the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020 and Statutory Review of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 incorporating a dissenting report, Review of the relisting of 5 organisations as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code, Review of police powers in relation to terrorism, the control order regime, the preventative detention order regime and the continuing detention order regime, and I ask leave of the House to make a statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These reports by the Intelligence and Security Committee were all presented out of session and published on the committee's website. First, I want to make a brief comment on the review of the relisting of 5 organisations as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code. I think this report largely speaks for itself, but I would like to note recommendation 1, which is that the government give consideration to extending the listing of Hamas Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades as a terrorist organisation to the entirety of Hamas. The evidence to the committee overwhelmingly confirmed that the Hamas brigades do not operate as some kind of independent entity, separate and distinct from the rest of Hamas. As Dr. Matthew Levitt has noted, the founder of Hamas has been quoted as saying this, and I quote, "We cannot separate the wing from the body. If we do so, the body will not be able to fly. Hamas is one body." End quote. And as the Director-General of ASIO told the committee during its inquiry, while it may be that the brigades carry out the violence, Hamas as a whole advocates violence and advocates and supports terrorist activity. Certainly, I have no doubt that Hamas as a whole meets the requirements of being listed as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. That is also the position that the committee has reached in this report. It's a position that has been reached unanimously, and it is a position that the government ought to give serious and urgent consideration to. The next report on which I would comment is the committee's review of police powers in relation to terrorism, the control order regime, the preventative detention order regime and the continuing detention order regime. While the committee has supported the extension of the sunset dates for the control order regime, the preventative detention order regime and the continuing detention order regime, the committee has made 19 recommendations in this report, including legislative amendments to improve the Commonwealth Ombudsman's oversight of the Australian Federal Police, the introduction of stricter issuing criteria in relation to declarations of prescribed security zones by the government, an amendment to the definition of issuing court in the Criminal Code so that only superior judges may issue control orders, an amendment to Division 105 of the Criminal Code so that only federal court judges may issue preventative detention orders, not AAT members or Federal Circuit Court judges, as is currently the case. The committee has also made a number of recommendations that do not require legislation and which, frankly, it should not have been necessary for the committee to make. For example, it should not be necessary for the committee to recommend that the Department of Home Affairs coordinate with relevant state and territory departments to source appropriate accommodations to facilitate interim and confirmed continuing detention orders. And yet that recommendation is necessary because, despite the continuing detention order regime having been introduced over 5 years ago, the government does not have agreements in place with all relevant state and territory departments in relation to appropriate accommodation for the subjects of interim and confirmed continuing detention orders. In fact, it appears that the only relevant agreement that currently exists is an agreement between the Commonwealth Government and the Victorian Government, which was only signed in September 2020, just days, in the nick of time, just days before the first continuing detention order was made by the Supreme Court of Victoria. That is not good enough. The third report I would comment on is the advisory report on the Security Legislation Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020 and statutory review of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. Significantly, the committee has recommended unanimously that the Critical Infrastructure Bill be split into two, with many of the more contentious measures to be reconsidered and redrafted in light of the committee's comments and feedback from key industry and other stakeholders. This report is a sensible and measured response by the committee to an identified need by security agencies on the one hand and serious and understandable concerns about the bill from a range of stakeholders, including the Electrical Trades Union, the ACTU, industry groups and legal experts on the other. I note that the Critical Infrastructure Bill has been listed for debate in the House this week, and I look forward to speaking in more detail about the bill and the concerns expressed by witnesses to the committee. The fourth report on which I would briefly comment is the advisory report on the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment High-Risk Terrorist Offenders Bill 2020. I will also have the opportunity to talk about this bill in detail when it is brought on for debate in the coming weeks, so I'll be brief. If this bill becomes law, it would be possible for federal authorities to seek an extended supervision order as an alternative to a continuing detention order for high-risk terrorist offenders. Under a supervision order, an offender would be released into the community at the end of his or her sentence, but would be required to comply with prohibitions, restrictions or obligations that are, in the court's view, reasonably necessary and appropriate and adapted to protecting the community. The committee has unanimously endorsed the bill, subject to the government accepting a number of important recommendations. The former Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, Dr James Renwick SC, recommended the introduction of an extended supervision order in September 2017. It took the current government 3 years to respond to that recommendation by introducing legislation into the Parliament. This is despite the former Attorney-General, the member for Pearce, telling the Australian newspaper in October 2018, so 3 years ago, that the government, quote, "The government intends to introduce legislation to create an ESO scheme as soon as possible." Against that background, it was disappointing to read the Australian newspaper reporting on the 13th of September this year that the current Minister for Home Affairs, quote, will seek to increase powers for security agencies and courts to keep high-risk terrorists in prison or monitor them, end quote, as if this bill was some new idea of the minister's which was being urgently acted on. Other media organisations also reported that the Home Affairs Minister was seeking new powers to prevent terrorists from committing an attack, no doubt having been provided with carefully prepared material by the Minister which neglected to mention that the idea had been around for 4 years and that the Intelligence and Security Committee was actually completing a review of the legislation. Much of this media commentary was very familiar because we'd heard it all before, including when this bill was introduced by the member for Pearce approximately 1 year ago when he was Attorney-General, and 2 years before that when the member for Pearce first announced that the government was committed to introducing such a bill as a matter of urgency. The truth is that if the current government had spent more time on actually developing the measures contained in this bill and less time trying to eke out as many breathless headlines as possible, we would already have a federal extended supervision order regime. Counter-terrorism legislation is too important to be used by ministers as a means of generating self-aggrandising and misleading headlines. The Australian people deserve better, and I urge the Minister for Home Affairs to do better in the future. The final report I have tabled is the committee's annual report for 2020-21. As outlined in the report, the committee has faced and is continuing to face the heaviest workload in its history. It is therefore important for the government and the committee itself to consider how the committee's work can be done more efficiently, the committee can conduct its inquiries most effectively, and whether the committee is adequately resourced. The committee's annual report for 2020-21 makes a few practical and modest suggestions to improve the efficiency and quality of the committee's many inquiries. For example, the committee has recommended that any bill referrals are accompanied by a submission from the department responsible for the bill. More often than not, that will be the Department of Home Affairs. From my own perspective, the main virtue of this recommendation is to enable non-government submitters to review and respond to the relevant department's submission at the outset of the committee's inquiry into a particular piece of legislation. Among other things, this would assist the committee in identifying deficiencies in the relevant department's submission sooner, and where necessary or helpful, ask the relevant department to provide supplementary submissions. Regrettably, the Department of Home Affairs has a track record of providing poorly reasoned and unenlightening submissions to the committee, heavy on platitudes and jargon, light on detail and evidence. That has not invariably been the case. The department has demonstrated that it is at least capable of producing helpful submissions, especially when it is pressed by the committee. If this recommendation by the committee is adopted, I hope we will see higher quality submissions from the department, and because they will have an opportunity to review the department's submission prior to preparing their own, even better and more informed submissions from non-government submitters too. Perhaps most significantly, the committee has recommended that the government refer Section 29 and Schedule 1 of the Intelligence Services Act to the committee for review and report at the commencement of the 47th Parliament. As set out in the annual report, that review would provide the committee with an opportunity to give further consideration to whether its oversight functions should be expanded and how much oversight ought to be conducted. It would also provide the committee with an opportunity to consider the perennial issue of resourcing and potential improvements to how the committee goes about its work, including when it comes to quorum requirements and meeting procedures and the availability of suitable, classified meeting facilities. I would like to thank all committee members, Labor and Liberal for the work that they have done over the 2020-21 period, which was a very challenging and disrupted period for all Australians. I'd also like to thank the committee secretariat for their professionalism and hard work. It has not been easy, with many hearings and meetings conducted remotely, but the committee has achieved a lot in large part thanks to your efforts, and that's a comment directed to the secretariat. There were a number of changes to the composition of the committee over the course of 2020-21. I acknowledge the contribution of Senator Stoker, who left the committee in December 2020 when she became Assistant Minister to the Attorney-General. And of course I must acknowledge the contribution of the member for Canning, who was until December 2020 the chair of the committee, a position that he held for 4 years. While the member for Canning and I had our fair share of disagreements, I never doubted his integrity or his commitment to the national interest, including in circumstances where his own view of the national interest diverged from that of the government's. I'd also like to recognise the impressive members of Parliament who have joined the committee during the 2020-21 financial year. First, my Labor colleague, the member for Cowan, a counter-terrorism expert who joined the committee in September 2020. Second, the member for Curtin, a former Professor of Law and University Vice-Chancellor who joined the committee in February 2021. And finally, Senator James Paterson, who took over as chair of the committee in February 2021. Like the member for Canning, and as the 5 reports I have tabled today attest, Senator Paterson is proving to be a constructive and effective chair of this valuable committee. Finally, I would like to recognise the contribution of the former Deputy Chair of the committee, the member for Holt. The member for Holt has been a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee since 2005. He is a former Chair of the committee and has served as Deputy Chair of the committee since 2013. A lot has been said recently about the member for Holt, and a lot more will be said in the light of last week's IBAC hearings. I do not propose to say anything about those matters today. What I will say is that there can be no doubt that the member for Holt has made a significant contribution to the Intelligence and Security Committee and national security policy more generally over the course of his 22 years in the Federal Parliament. That contribution has been widely acknowledged, including by those opposite. Last week was the member for Holt's last as Deputy Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank him for his years of invaluable service to the committee. I commend the 5 reports to the House.
I thank the member for Isaacs. I now call the member for Malley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 11 of 2021, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Member for Brand.
Leave is granted.
Thank the member. Call the member for Malley.
I am pleased to speak to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights' 11th Scrutiny Report of 2021, which was tabled out of session on the 16th of September 2021. As usual, this report contains a technical examination of legislation with Australia's obligations under international human rights law. In this report, the committee considered 26 new bills and 162 new legislative instruments and commented on 5 bills and 1 legislative instrument. During this difficult time of lockdowns and restrictions, I would like to note that this committee has continued its important scrutiny work, including by regularly meeting remotely via teleconference, tabling scrutiny reports out of session, as was done with this report, and continuing to scrutinise the many legislative measures which have been introduced to address this unprecedented health crisis. In this report, for example, the committee considered the Biosecurity Amendment, Enhanced Risk Management Bill 2021, which seeks to introduce a new power for the making of a human biosecurity group direction. The committee notes that as this measure is intended to prevent the spread of serious communicable disease like COVID-19, it likely promotes the rights to health and life. The bill also necessarily limits other human rights, and in this report the committee is seeking further information as to the proportionality of these limitations.
Also in this report, the committee has commented on the Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021. This bill would establish a new supplementary payment for people in remote areas receiving certain social security payments. The committee considered that while the measure may promote the rights to work, social security and an adequate standard of living, depending on how it operates in practice, it may also limit these rights, as well as the right to equality and non-discrimination. The committee considered that while the measure likely pursues a legitimate objective, it is difficult to assess whether it is rationally connected to these objectives and proportionate. This is because key aspects of the measure are to be set out in legislative instruments, including the circumstances in which the payment may be suspended or withdrawn. Without knowing the detail that will be contained in such instruments, it is not possible to conclude that the measure would permissibly limit these rights. Additionally, the committee commented on the Foreign Intelligence Legislation Amendment Bill 2021. The committee noted with some concern from a scrutiny perspective that this bill passed both Houses of Parliament one sitting day after its introduction, before the committee had an opportunity to scrutinise this legislation. This bill expands the application of Australia's Foreign Intelligence Warrant Framework and information sharing arrangements. While these measures may promote the rights to life and security of the person, it also engages and limits a number of other rights, including the right to privacy. The committee considered that while the measures pursue legitimate objectives, there is a risk that they may constitute an arbitrary limitation on the right to privacy, and affected individuals may not have access to an effective remedy. The committee has suggested some amendments to the Act that may assist with the proportionality of this measure. I encourage all parliamentarians to carefully consider the committee's analysis, and with these comments, I commend this report to the chamber.
I thank the member for Mallee. I now call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled A Way Forward, final report into the destruction of Indigenous heritage sites at the Juukan Gorge. And I'd ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection to this report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia, I wish to make a few remarks on the committee's final report into the inquiry into the destruction of Indigenous heritage sites at the Juukan Gorge, which has just been presented. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in this nation and the traditional custodians of the country throughout Australia, and I pay my respects to ancestors and elders past, present and emerging. This report follows on from Never Again, the interim report of the inquiry, which was tabled on the 9th of December 2020. Despite the impact of COVID-19, we have been successful in producing a complete examination of the issues brought to light throughout the inquiry. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, is a key part of Australia's history. Loss of cultural heritage diminishes the heritage of our nation and deeply wounds the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples from whom this heritage is sacred. The destruction of the 46,000-plus-year-old Juukan Gorge rock shelters in May 2020 caused immeasurable cultural and spiritual loss, as well as profound grief for the Putu Kunti, Kuruma and Pinkura people, the PKKP. Rio Tinto's actions were inexcusable and an affront not only to the PKKP peoples but to all Australians. The company's actions demonstrated the profound lack of care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander heritage in this country, but perhaps the tragedy may at least be a catalyst for change. The destruction of the Juukan Gorge was a result of Rio's failures, but the events also highlighted the inadequacies of protection afforded to by the West Australian Aboriginal Heritage Act 1972. Throughout the course of the inquiry, it became apparent that there were serious deficiencies across Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural heritage legislative framework. The destruction of the Juukan Cave rock shelters was also awakened national and international awareness to the loss of the ancient presence of human beings on the continent. This has implications for governments, lawmakers and corporations who must take seriously the public awareness of international developments like the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, shareholders nationally and internationally who have become attuned to the behavioural standards of corporations and their relationships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the nation reported to the committee their perspectives on the inadequacy of cultural heritage legislation. It became apparent to the committee that the legislation designed to protect cultural heritage has, in many cases, directly contributed to the damage and destruction. The committee was heartened by those in the resources industry who have responded to the destruction of the heritage sites at the Juukan Gorge by proactively reassessing their agreements with traditional owners and proposing processes to address inequalities in these agreements. The committee also calls on those within the industry working to improve the respect shown to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and to also demand change across the industry as a whole. It is time for the legislative frameworks in all Australian jurisdictions to be modernised to bring meaningful protections to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural heritage to ensure that nothing like Juukan Gorge ever happens again. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are not opposed to mining, Mr Deputy Speaker, and acknowledge the economic benefits it brings to the nation. They do, however, want the rights afforded to them by the UNDRIP to be a reality. Legislative change must be based on the UNDRIP principles of free, prior and informed consent. Such changes will bring deserved protections to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's cultural heritage and ensure that the world's oldest living culture continues to thrive. I'd like to conclude with some words of thanks. Mr Deputy Speaker, many people have contributed to this inquiry, including traditional owners, Indigenous organisations, companies, governments, lawyers, academics and members of the public. I would like to particularly thank the PKKP peoples who, despite their grief, have embraced the inquiry and assisted its works. Also, thanks also to Rio Tinto, which perhaps in contrition for its error have been forthcoming with evidence, not always to its advantage, and I'd like to think that Juukan Gorge marks the turning point of that company and the mining industry as a whole. I'd also like to particularly thank all of my committee colleagues, including the member for Lingiari sitting over there, for their attentive and very constructive contributions in what has proved to be quite a difficult inquiry undertaken under very challenging circumstances. And last but not least, I have to say a great thank you to the staff of the Secretariat, to Jenny Adams and her team for their sterling work. They have been absolutely outstanding, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm a little disappointed and saddened under the circumstance we haven't been able to have them sitting here in the chamber today so that I could personally thank them for their work. But I know that they will be certainly listening to this contribution, and I say thank you to each and every one of them. You guys have certainly made this report as good as what it is, and it's my earnest hope that this report leads to some very positive changes, and I commend it to the House.
Okay, I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the member for Leichhardt?
You need to seek leave.
No, I seek leave to make this.
Is leave granted?
Yes, Mr Speaker.
I thank the Minister. Yeah. I call the member for Lingiari.
Very magnanimous.
I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly acknowledge acknowledge traditional owners of this country and the country of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people right around this nation, their elders past and present and those who are emerging. But I do want to thank and acknowledge the member for Leichhardt for his contribution, which was well thought through, obviously, and for his role in leading this committee inquiry. And I'll make further comments about that towards the end of my contribution. But I do want to speak to this report, A Way Forward. The final report on the destruction of the Juukan Caves by Rio Tinto. The committee, as the member for Leichhardt said, had published an interim report, Never Again, which made a number of significant recommendations and addressed the immediate anger and concern about the destruction of the caves and the processes leading up to it. The destruction of these 46,000-year-old plus caves underlines the ongoing impact of dispossession and alienation of Aboriginal land across this country, legitimised and enabled by legislation enacted by legislatures across state, territory and Commonwealth jurisdictions since Federation. As a result, Aboriginal land was seen as fair game by miners, pastoralists and the like, whose actions in exploiting these traditional lands of the first Australians, including the destructions of sites, were legitimised and encouraged. It wasn't until the 70s, with the Woodward Royal Commission and the passage of the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976, that the rights and interests of Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory, but nowhere else, were given part recognition and limited protection. At a national level, it wasn't until the passage of the Native Title Act in 1993, following the victory of Eddie Mabo in the High Court, that assigned the notion of terra nullius to the dustbin of history where it should have been in the first place, that the nation was compelled to at last deal with and address the rights and interests of people who claim native title over land and waters. The destruction of the Juukan Gorge epitomised the arrogance of developers to operate with impunity and ignore the legitimate rights and interests of native title holders, the traditional owners of the lands whose sacred sites were being destroyed. The final report of the committee charts a way forward that acknowledges the preeminent rights and interests of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the original owners of the lands and seas. The report underscores the need for legislative reform, as the member for Leichhardt said, to give real voice and meaning to the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights, and most especially the concepts of free, prior and informed consent, and in particular, the right to withhold consent, to say no to the destruction of their heritage, and most particularly to places of significance. This report addresses the need to recognise both tangible and intangible heritage. But of course, the report, as you would expect, pays particular attention to the failures by Rio Tinto in its wanton destruction of Juukan Gorge, as well as the failures and inadequacies of the West Australian heritage laws to protect Aboriginal heritage in that state. What the committee uncovered was the historical abuse of power by the mining industry in Western Australia, enabled by Western Australian law, to effectively corral, ignore and override the rights and interests of traditional owners, and to use every legal trick to do this. And to do so, Mr Deputy Speaker, without recrimination or penalties, or the need to properly compensate Aboriginal people in Western Australia for the exploitation of their traditional lands and the destruction of their heritage. It's startling, Mr Deputy Speaker, that despite the destruction of Juukan Gorge, Rio Tinto had no penalties applied, and those with the ultimate responsibility left the company with golden handshakes. Despite this, though, and as the member for Leichhardt commented, the committee saw evidence and took evidence from Rio Tinto to this effect, that company has embarked on a very important process of real reform in the way it deals with, recognises, prioritises and addresses the rights and interests of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. Other companies, notably BHP, have also introduced new policies, procedures and taken significant action in reforming the way they treat and contract with Aboriginal peoples. Of particular note is their express recognition of the rights of traditional owners and native title holders in the negotiation process over developments on their land. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is still a long way to go for the mining industry. The committee also saw the gross inadequacy of legislative protection of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander heritage protection across jurisdictions and at a national level. In the case of Juukan Gorge, Commonwealth legislation and ministerial and administrative inaction failed to protect this heritage site from destruction. The committee's report goes into some detail and explores this failure and its implications. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is now clear and unequivocal evidence that the way forward requires the responsibility of heritage protection in the case of First Nations people to be the responsibility of the Minister responsible for First Nations. It most certainly should not remain with the responsibilities of the Minister for the Environment. In addition, there is a need for new overarching Commonwealth legislation to protect our First Peoples' cultural heritage, legislation that will require minimum standards for state and territory jurisdictions to meet and will need to be developed. Of course, this legislation will need to be developed in concert with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. This committee's report explores and reports on the deficiencies of relevant state and territory legislation. Most particularly, of course, it exposes the flaws in the existing Western Australian legislation that provided the framework and capacity for the destruction of heritage sites in Western Australia for the use of Section 18 determinations and through ministerial discretion. It is noteworthy, however, Mr Deputy Speaker, that Western Australia is currently in the process of drafting new legislation that we hope will address the deficiencies identified by this committee in its deliberations. The committee's report exposes the use of gag clauses, which have denied Aboriginal people with access to legislation such as at a federal level, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection legislation and the EPBC Act that could otherwise protect heritage sites. Another piece of Commonwealth legislation that, as the committee has found, is in clear need of revision as a result of evidence to the committee is the Native Title Act, in particular the Future Act regime and the right and capacity of native title holders to withhold consent for development of their land, on their land, as well as the need to remedy the inequality in negotiating positions with Future Act proponents and native title holders. In this context, the role of the representative bodies and prescribed body corporates need to be considered, including for them to be adequately resourced so that they can properly participate in negotiations and protect the interests of native title holders, including, of course, the protection of their very important heritage. The outrage over the destruction of Juukan Gorge has ignited the investor interests nationally and internationally. The protection of cultural heritage has now become not only a moral and ethical issue, but one of economic risk. The time for reform is long past. Mr Deputy Speaker, I, along with the member for Leichhardt and I'm sure other members of the committee, want to acknowledge the massive contribution of the PKKP and other traditional owners of the Pilbara for giving evidence to this committee under very difficult circumstances, and I thank them for their forbearance and their open-mindedness to the prospect for change. It's noteworthy, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the committee's report is illustrated by some paintings from Mr Jackie Green, a traditional owner from Borroloola, which are very important in telling a story. I, along with I'm sure my colleagues, want to acknowledge the work of the other committee, the committee and its membership. And I do want to thank Mr Ench, the member for Leichhardt, for his leadership. It was a particularly difficult inquiry. And I also want to acknowledge the contribution of my colleague and friend, Senator Dodson, who was a very, very important cog in the wheel of this inquiry, and I'm sure, as the member for Leichhardt would attest, was integral to making sure we had a successful outcome. Can I also acknowledge someone who's no longer on the committee and no longer in the parliament, Senator Rachel Siewert, who with a very open mind made a very positive contribution to the deliberations of the committee. The committee secretariat did an outstanding job, as Member for Leichhardt said, under very difficult circumstances, and I do want to acknowledge, and I will name them all: Jenny Adams as the committee secretary, Bill Pender, the inquiry secretary, Siobhan Lane, the inquiry secretary, Kate Harkins, a senior researcher, Stephen Sherlock, a senior researcher, Adam Walker, a researcher, Ben Russell as a researcher, and Sarah Brasser as office manager. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the length of time that I've been in this parliament, I've been involved in many inquiries. And I can say to you I've not seen one as important as this. In my terms, it was absolutely vital that the committee undertook this work and exposed the thuggery, really, of some people in the mining industry in this country. But I'm very, very pleased to say that change is afoot and that the mining industry is at last addressing the need to recognise the proper rights and interests of the First Nations people of this country.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Lingiari, and I call the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In moving this that the House note this report, I'd also just quickly and briefly like to acknowledge Senator Dodson, who was outstanding, and also Senator Rachel Siewert, who actually instigated this in the first instance. She's no longer in the Senate, but both of those had an absolutely critical contribution to this inquiry.
Excellent. And I call the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Yeah, I move that the order of the day be transferred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Order. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
Sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the order of the day be transferred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Order. I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Economic Empowerment Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Economic Empowerment Bill 2021. The bill aims to empower Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory by activating the economic potential of their land. As the Minister for Indigenous Australians, the Honourable Ken Wyatt, has noted, this is the most far-reaching set of reforms to the Land Rights Act since it was enacted in 1976. The first significant step taken by the bill is the establishment of the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation. The corporation will be funded from the Aboriginals Benefit Account, which was set up under the Land Rights Act to receive and distribute funds equivalent to the royalties generated from the mining on Aboriginal land in the Northern Territory. With the Aboriginals Benefit Account reaching a value of over $1.3 billion due to the mining boom, the Morrison government is unlocking its potential, with this bill proposing to use its funds for strategic investment in Aboriginal businesses and commercial projects to grow wealth, create jobs, and support sustainable Aboriginal economies in the Northern Territory for the benefit of future generations. Once established, the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation will carry out this investment and payment function. It will receive an initial $500 million endowment and $60 million per year for the first 3 years of its operation and subsequent yearly funding from the ABA. The new corporation will use this funding to invest in Aboriginal businesses and commercial projects like aquaculture, agriculture and tourism enterprises, and to support community projects like art centres and youth centres. The bill also streamlines exploration and mining provisions in the Land Rights Act. Current processes can be unnecessarily time-consuming and costly for all stakeholders. So these proposed changes are directed towards fixing problems identified in an independent review published in 2013. They create much-needed clarity and will build confidence for industry and investors. But critically, they also ensure that the rights of traditional owners are maintained. Finally, the bill proposes a package of land administration amendments which strengthen Aboriginal control over decision-making and address operational gaps. Among other things, these changes will result in a prescribed process by which a body may be nominated and approved to hold a township lease, improve the permit system for access to Aboriginal land, and increase the penalty for unauthorised access. The bill rectifies issues that were brought to light in the early period of the COVID-19 pandemic, when Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory worked successfully to protect their communities through remote travel restrictions. But it's not just what's in the bill that matters, it's how it was put together. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these reforms have been extensively co-designed with traditional owners in the Northern Territory and the land councils over the last 3.5 years. The co-design process and the intent of the reforms themselves put the government's closing the gap commitments into practice through working in partnership with Aboriginal people and supporting strong economic participation and Indigenous peoples' relationship with their land and waters. Furthermore, decisions about Aboriginals' benefit account funding, which had previously been taken by the Australian government, will be taken by the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation. The corporation will be led by a board of 8 Aboriginal representatives from the Northern Territory, 2 government-appointed directors and 2 independent directors appointed by the board. As a result, for the very first time, an Aboriginal-controlled body will be able to use funds derived from the ABA to strategically and proactively seize and generate economic and social investment opportunities. This emphasis on shared decision-making just as much as the technical content of the bill should be recognised and celebrated. So I commend this bill to the Chamber.
I thank the honourable member for Chisholm. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lingiari.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to be able to speak make a contribution to this bill, the Aboriginal Northern Territory Amendment Economic Empowerment Bill 2021. Pardon me. And can I say, I should express a conflict, well, not so much a conflict, but prior to entering this federal parliament, my job was as a policy advisor to the Central Land Council. So I just wanted to make that declaration. And I will, on behalf of my colleague, the Shadow Attorney General, dob him in too, because he was formerly a lawyer. Well, he was a lawyer, he still is. With, I'm not sure if he's improved, but anyway.
The key thing.
With the Northern Land Council in Darwin. So
I've learnt something since then.
He's acquired additional information over the course of the period, over the course of that time. I think it's worth just at the outset reflecting on some comments in the Bill's Digest, which at the very beginning, and page 2 I should say, not at the very beginning, refers to, or actually not at page 2, at page 2 it refers to page 2 of the explanatory memorandum, which quotes, "Amendments to the Land Rights Act are not common. Aboriginal stakeholders in the Northern Territory have strong voices through their land councils, the NLC, that's the Northern Land Council, Central Land Council, the Underli-Agwa Land Council and Tiwi Land Council, and the Commonwealth is committed to only amend the Land Rights Act with their support." Well, that's only a reasonably new development, Mr Deputy Speaker, because this bill, as the Bill's Digest, this Act, as this Bill Digest reminds us, has been amended many times, often just to add land claims, which may require parliamentary action and which had the widespread support of the land councils and traditional owners. But frequently it was amended for more fundamental amendments, often against the wishes of Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. The Bill's Digest says, on many occasions it has been amended in ways which the land councils have not supported. And it indicates here, and this is an accurate depiction of these amendments, key features of the bill are best understood as rollbacks of or compromises over past amendments to which the land councils objected at the time. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the previous speaker outlined the detail of the Act in relation to the development of the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation, an Aboriginal controlled corporate Commonwealth entity funded from the existing Aboriginal benefits account, which is, as we heard, got $1.3 billion at its disposal. Currently, and since the establishment of the Land Rights Act, monies out of the Act under, I think, Section 64(4) were paid for the ABA, the Aboriginal benefits, to the Aboriginal benefits account for distribution. An Aboriginal Benefits Advisory Committee was set up under the Act, under, I think, Section 65 of the Act, and its job was to set priorities and make recommendations on how the monies should be expended. And the final decision was in the hands of the Minister, who could choose to accept or otherwise the recommendations from that advisory committee. Sadly, over a period of time, ministers got to use this fund as a discretionary fund, where they determined its use without necessarily going to seeking the advice or getting the approval of the Aboriginal Benefits Advisory Committee. We had the outstanding example of Minister Brough, when he was Minister responsible, taking money out of the Aboriginal benefits account, recalling that it's for the benefit of Aboriginal people whose lands have been exploited in the Northern Territory who are affected by it, and with a broader Aboriginal community of the Northern Territory, he made a grant to a festival in Queensland. Totally discretionary and outside the bounds of what the legislation would have otherwise provided. Successive ministers since have made allocations of monies out of this account without being a recommendation from the Aboriginal Benefits Advisory Committee, but purely at the discretion and decision-making of the respective minister. So this reform is an important one, and it will set up a committee which will, a corporation which will have a board, independent of government largely, with not only representatives of the Aboriginal land councils in the Northern Territory, 2 from each, which I might say is very kind on behalf of the CLC and the NLC, who have large areas and large population bases, and who could argue, I would have thought, for additional members, but nevertheless they've graciously, in my view, come to a decision to provide a board which has got 2 members from each of the land councils, 2 government-appointed directors and 2 independent directors appointed by the board. This corporation will also, as the previous speaker has said, take over the responsibility for making beneficial payments to Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory that are currently made out of the Aboriginal Benefits Account. Now this change, its importance cannot be underestimated. Now there can be criticism, absolutely, of some of the detail, but it is very, very clear that this is a major step forward to give direct control of these funds, substantial funds, $680 million over the next 3 years, to an entity which is controlled by traditional owners through their representatives on the board of this corporation in the Northern Territory. That's a remarkable change. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this change hasn't been taken lightly or without the necessary level of consultation. The Land Rights Act is a very prescriptive piece of legislation, as I'm sure the Shadow Attorney-General will attest. And Section 23 of the Act prescribes the functions of the land councils and their roles and responsibilities to consult extensively and to reflect the wishes of traditional owners and indeed other Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. And it's within that context that when you contemplate the roles of the land councils under Section 23, that you need to look at how they're constructed and how their consultation processes proceed and how they work through their delegates at a local community level to provide information and to get feedback. And they regularly hold meetings in remote places so they can bring together traditional owners to discuss things like these proposed changes. And I'm confident, Mr Deputy Speaker, because of my knowledge over many years of how the land councils operate, that they would have taken great care in making sure that job was done properly. Now, the bill will also make other changes to processes around negotiation around the mining provisions of Part 4 of the Act. These amendments flow from recommendations, as pointed out by the previous speaker, by Justice Muirhead in the review of Part 4 of the Act in 2013. It will, as the previous speaker said, make changes to Section 28A of the Act around access to Aboriginal land. It will repeal unused powers of the delegation of Land Council functions to CATSI corporations. Now, we opposed this when it was introduced by the Howard government, and we're pleased to see it go. The bill will also repeal section 74AA of the Land Rights Act, which was part of the Howard government's Northern Territory intervention and which has the effect of preventing land councils from overturning permits for accessing Aboriginal land that have been granted by a minority in the community but against the wishes of the traditional owners. That's gone. And that goes to the comments made in the Bill's Digest about this remedying and winding back decisions which were taken against the interests and desires and wishes of Aboriginal people of the Northern Territory. This legislation is very important. Whilst it makes a great change in terms of this new body, this new corporate entity, it doesn't release the land councils from their obligations. It does not release the land councils from their obligations, and they are extremely conscious and wise to this. Now, there will be people, Mr Deputy Speaker, who will argue that these amendments are not appropriate. But to them I just say this. I've watched the Land Rights Act in operation. I've seen the way in which various governments have introduced amendments to override the rights and interests of traditional owners in the Northern Territory. This bill does the opposite. This bill does the opposite. And for that, I want to commend, not that I'd normally do this, but I do want to commend the Minister for undertaking through his agency, NIAA, an extensive process of consultation and negotiation with the land councils, providing them with the capacity to go back to their membership to seek the instructions that are properly required for them to agree to this proposal. But changes are important, and I can well recall, and I'm sure the Shadow Minister will recall, the ill-fated Reeves Review, a review of the Land Rights Act by John Reeves, a former member of this parliament and now a judge in the federal court, who undertook a review of the Land Rights Act and made a series of recommendations which would have radically changed the Act. The government put forward proposals, the Howard government, which never saw the light of day because of the opposition of Aboriginal people across the Northern Territory. That was a significant victory. And that was done against the backdrop of a government wanting to overturn and limit their rights and interests under the Act. We're now in a situation where it could be argued that the opposite has occurred, that the rights and interests of Aboriginal people are being enhanced by these amendments, and whilst they are not perfect, and they may need reviewing over time, they do provide an opportunity for Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory to make a dramatic change in the way in which monies are allocated out of the ABA. And that, to me, is a very significant change. I applaud the land councils for their work. I was involved in a couple of meetings, joint meetings of the land council executives where they discussed these recommendations over a period of months this year. And what I was delighted about was the way in which they'd come together in unity around these proposals, and they'd undertaken very clearly, with their eyes wide open, a negotiation with the federal government which has achieved a successful outcome and is reflected in this legislation.
I thank the honourable member for Lingiari. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm very happy to speak about Aboriginal land rights and also recognise the previous speaker for his long engagement in the area. Of course, the Wave Hill walk-off in 1966, Deputy Speaker, was just a couple of weeks before both you and I were born. So in that respect, there's a couple of us in this chamber who are very much a benchmark of progress in this area based on simple fact of how old we are. That was 55 years ago. And in half of that time, the 27 years that followed 1966, was probably my first visit to Indigenous Australia with the intention of doing research based in the semi-desert community of Larger-Manu. And on my way through, of course, one stops at Kalkarinji for a triple-decker toasted sandwich before you head off to Larger-Manu, where there's considerably less pickings in the local store at that time. And they were celebrating the walk-off in 1993. It's important because 27 years again moving into the future, we can make general assessments about what we're achieving generationally. I think very little was achieved in the generation between 1966 and 93, and sadly I see no evidence of any more achievement in this area in the generation, the 27 years that's followed. Now, there's been apologies many times for the mainstream work in Indigenous affairs. My greatest concern, of course, is that I won't be forced to apologise to my children, grandchildren and to Indigenous Australians for what we did while we were here in this chamber, what we were voting for today, and in this case we consider Aboriginal investment and economic empowerment. Most of us will agree. The previous speaker, with connections back to the Central Land Council dating back to 1993, well, that was exactly the same period that he was there. I was studying medicine, and within 2 or 3 years found myself in a remote community evaluating a newly devised azithromycin, the treatment for trachoma, where Australia was the only developed country in the world that was afflicted. And the result of that work, of course, is that azithromycin is now the mainstream treatment for this disease, and that blindness is almost unknown in Australia as a result of that drug that was first trialled in 1993 in Larger-Manu. So for me, I go back to the people of Larger-Manu. My very limited Walpri from being involved with that community for 15 months, bookended, of course, in my first trip to the community by a spearing of a young man, and when I left it was petrol sniffing and a community gathering under a tree to discuss these incredibly difficult issues, where the word petrol sniffing was inserted into Walpri because there was no way that the senior men and women could express such a scourge in their own language. They had to appropriate English to do it. Tragic elements at Larger-Manu, and while things may well have improved in certain areas, I must admit I'm just getting tired. I'm just getting tired of every year listening to the leader, respectively, talking about a couple of gaps closing and a couple of them opening. This presumption that we need to close the gap to mainstream Australia forgets that we actually can dream of Indigenous Australia being better than us. It's not about closing the gap. In many cases, this community, by walking in two worlds with a foot, as Noel Pearson says, in both worlds, they can be better than us. I don't want to close a gap. I want them to be better in many areas. And what are those areas that this Indigenous Investment Corporation should be focusing on? Because let's be honest, what we've done so far hasn't achieved a great deal. And you're best to get out of Indigenous and remote Australia to see the solutions by looking globally, because I, in my time in Parliament, have fought against this Aboriginal exceptionalism, this notion that there is something utterly unique about Indigenous Australia that necessitates particular and specific structures to help them realise their dreams. We are all part of humanity, and the general economic rules is wherever you travel will be pretty much the same, that 4 out of 5 families live independently of government. 4 out of 5 families raise their kids without them being vulnerable or at risk. 4 out of 5 families get children to school, complete their education, go on to tertiary educational work. 4 out of 5 families are independent of publicly provided housing. They contribute to their aged care. 4 out of 5 work for most of their career and fund their retirement. These are basic rules that apply no matter where you go, give or take. So what have we created in Indigenous Australia is utterly different. And I don't like it being explained away as being traditional or connected to country, which are these excuses for appalling outcomes. And what are those outcomes? Well, I mean, every community, as Deputy Speaker, relies on the provision of goods and services and the consumption of the same thing. But what we've created in much of regional and remote Australia is basically a single stream of welfare or royalties flowing in and a consumption mostly of imported goods and rubbish at the local store. There's virtually no production of local goods for Indigenous people, and I use painting as a terrible generalisation, but I mean, dot painting is a good, but they're not dot painting for themselves, they're dot painting to exchange for cash. And then what services do we have that are delivered between Indigenous people is a very important question, because half of mainstream employment is provision of services to each other. Now, with cultural elements aside, in the absence of a services sector, it's almost impossible to dream of full employment. So the Aboriginal Investment Corporation has a massive challenge here. There are these antecedent conversations that haven't been had in 1 or 2 generations. And my problem with the previous speaker is perhaps he is inured by having been in those situations for so long that they simply can no longer visualise a way out. But I'm saying today there must be a way out of the paternalism and the patronising nature of mainstream structures being overlaid to ensure that Aboriginal people can manage their money. And this is my concern with Aboriginal benefit accounts, and with the greatest respect to the good people in land councils, where else in the world do ordinary families appropriate the management of their personal finances to a barely elected body? I mean, I can understand the role of a local government where we vote them in and pay a contribution, but this is very different. This is money that belongs to individual families. And my question is, with the Western overlay of these administrative structures that are in no way Indigenous, and at the same time corroding away kinship and family groups with welfare payments to individuals, where do we leave traditional family and kinship structures? Because that is the preeminent structure to which I think every Indigenous person I've ever met would turn for advice, guidance, counsel and leadership. But there is no role for these kinship groups in what we're doing at the moment, and I fear not in this investment corporation either. We're all unified here in this chamber for economic, social and cultural prosperity. But my great concern is that there's so much symbolism and so many administrative overlays, we've lost all practical progress. We've got a blizzard, Deputy Speaker, of 16 gaps to close, so many no one that I have ever met can list them all. And there's 3 gaps that we don't have in there that would actually close the other 13. I mean, fundamentally, this is about learning, living and working. We need 4 out of 5 families learning and showing up to school and transitioning into some form of employment, which is their choice. 4 out of 5 families need to be independent of government payments because they're earning their way through life. And lastly, we need 4 out of 5 families, because that's what the rest of the world works that way, are independent of government payments for the majority of their household income and independent of publicly provided housing. Learn, earn and work. If these things are taken care of, we don't need the other 13 gaps because they close on the way through to closing those 3. We've got so many gaps, we can't focus on any of them, and it's like a rotisserie arrangement where 1 or 2 haphazardly close for the year and we congratulate ourselves, and then we sadly mourn the fact that none of them else did. I'm very disappointed where we are at the moment because I don't think we'll come any closer to a solution. I've recently visited Indigenous businesses from the top of the NT to the centre, and the common theme for me was the fact that none of these individuals have been given an opportunity to run their own personal business. The notion is that if you go out alone, you're actually competing against your kinship groups. And so everyone either works within the cooperative or not at all. I'm all for setting up new Indigenous enterprise, but my concern is if it's nothing more than dot painting, which is about the only good that might be produced, or rangering on traditional country, the only service being provided, we're just going to wait until someone wants to pay for those services or those goods. I mean, Aboriginal Australians have moved past those dreadful, simplistic generalisations and can be so much more than that. And the Indigenous Corporation needs to be attuned to that. We can't simply we can't lift out one or two individuals out of the red zone and show that they can run a business and then cross our fingers they'll employ one or two more. We need a fundamental rethink of economic activity on land. Connection to country, Deputy Speaker, doesn't mean you're trapped on it, that you are mandated to earn your money from it. A lot of people aren't totally clear that capitalising and optimising Indigenous land, which will by 2030 be around 50% of all of Australia, that's not primitive rent seeking. I mean, 10% of Australians in the mainstream are rent seekers. The point is that everyone else isn't. There's a substantial proportion of people carving their way through other forms of enterprise, and this must be the focus of this corporation. It's not about liberating the land. It's not about exploiting the land. It's actually about doing whatever you're really passionate about, and it doesn't have to be those generalisations that I am trying to break in this speech. What we need is the recognition that family and kinship groups make these decisions for themselves. I've got on Stradbroke Island a pernicious system where individuals driven out of the prescribed body corporate are alienated from all of the current structures under the Native Title Act. They haven't forfeited their native title right. They still hold it, but they're excluded from the PBC. What is a PBC? Why do we need a land council are super important questions. I know that no one's thought of a different way of doing things, but if you're talking about a way of extinguishing the rights of individual families and kinship groups, it's having a larger global entity making decisions on your behalf or voting you down by majority that the enterprise you want to have invested in can't get any money from the land council because the others voted you out. We need a threshold under which individual families can maximise utility and engage the economy without interference or molestation by a land council majority decision. I'm not saying this is an endemic problem, but it's never worked anywhere else in the world, has it? Let's be honest. It's only in place in Central Australia, and we've got to be brutally honest that we are failing in Central Australia. And a remote Indigenous community and a family within it will always be my barometer of success in regional Australia, in Indigenous Australia. Look, I love to death Indigenous people succeeding in the city. That's fantastic. But ultimately, when it comes to closing the gap I'm most mindful of is the gap that we see in a household that still speaks an Indigenous language in remote Australia, where delivery of services and opportunities are bleakest and most challenging. That is where we must be tested. That is where the focus must always be. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, look, I'm all for something that's going to hopefully increase business opportunity, but the current language must change. We must be refocusing on individual family and kinship groups, identifying senior men and women to make decisions and control resources for their family group. I don't believe necessarily in an Indigenous voice to Parliament. I want Indigenous voices to Parliament because there is no one voice that paternalistically and patronisingly speaks for Indigenous Australians. They won't cop it. They won't cop someone from some other family group, let alone community, speaking on behalf of them. Let the voices come forward from local areas. There is no need for bureaucracy to make this happen. It should have happened yesterday. It's been 2 decades since ATSIS. Again, why do Indigenous Australians need to come to me, to you, Deputy Speaker, and to the Parliament for permission to have a voice? I want to be completely disintermediated from this and just see the voice happen organically. It will prove its value and its worth, and the facts on the ground will see legislation driven and ultimately constitutional change by virtue of it proving itself to its own people. This is not a decision for white politicians. The voices to Parliament already have a democratic path, but I absolutely support, as I would for any minority group, an alternative route to express opinions and give advice. There is nothing wrong and there's nothing to be frightened of. This business and investment corporation could play a role there. But for those that are appointed, both by Indigenous Australians, by government and independently, I will be personally challenging this corporation whether this first conversation is had about what family groups individually want to do and how much of everything we're doing today in the last generation is actually adding to the patronisation of Indigenous families. We have to unlock the potential that you see in the rest of the world, and it starts with a new conversation, not a fixation on closing gaps or setting up new bureaucracies.
I thank the honourable member for Bowman. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker. And this is my first time coming in virtually, so I hope that you can hear me okay. And one thing that doesn't change when you're coming in virtually is the member for Bowman and that curious speech that he just gave, but I'll leave it to the member for Leongatha and other people with some more in-depth knowledge to school him at a later time. Can I just say one thing, having spent some time recently with First Nations artists in the Northern Territory, painting and expressing culture is about so much more than selling artwork. It's about describing, communicating law, culture, families, dreaming. It's an important part of their culture. It's not simply something to be traded. And I think the member for Bowman's ignorance in some of these issues belies the problem we have with realising the deep potential of Indigenous exceptionalism. Recently here in the Northern Territory, the Children's Commissioner has reported that 1 in 3 NT kids are living in poverty. So we've got a great deal of work to be done here. This legislation might be part of the solution, but I think it'll only be part. It is important. It's not perfect, as the member for Leongatha mentioned earlier. There's so much that needs to be done to lift up the standards, but to think it's all going to happen through enterprise and not from concerted government action, both at the federal level, the NT government level, and at the local council level or the local government level, is naive or probably naive at best, but probably at worst, a deliberate attempt to defund organisations, programs that are slowly but surely leading to better outcomes. Having said that, let me reflect on land rights for a little while. Of course, here in the Northern Territory, we live on the front line when it comes to the matter of Aboriginal land rights. And it was a hard-fought battle by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders to begin that process of achieving some form of compensation for their significant losses during the period of European colonial settlement. And it was a way for them to regain their connection and rights to the land that was taken from them, often and nearly always without their consent, and to strengthen that connection with their lands, their traditional lands, with a connection in law. Now, that movement had a massive impact here in the Northern Territory. These days, about half of the Northern Territory is now recognised as Aboriginal land. And given that Indigenous Territorians, Aboriginal Territorians, represent about a third of our population, consulting with this population has always been paramount here in the Northern Territory. So I'm happy that these amendments have come about in part through some extensive consultation with the Northern Territory's 4 Aboriginal land councils. Like the member for Leongatha did, I do commend the Minister for that. The Northern and Central Land Councils and the Tiwi and Andiliaqua Land Councils have all played a part in helping to shape this bill. They themselves have called for these changes, and I quote, "the most significant set of reforms since the Land Rights Act came into effect in 1976, end quote. I'm really pleased that this has occurred, and I'm very supportive, and Labor is very supportive of any measures that support the economic empowerment of Indigenous Australians. So, as already been mentioned in this debate, There are 4 major sets of changes being made to the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, and I won't go into them all here today, and I stress that they're not all perfect. But firstly, the bill seeks to establish a new Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation as an Aboriginal-controlled corporate Commonwealth entity funded from the existing ABA, or the Aboriginal Benefits Account. Now, as others have said, the ABA was established almost 70 years ago and extracts those royalties from mining on Aboriginal land. The federal government currently makes decisions about investment and other payments from the ABA and takes advice from the ABA Advisory Committee. But under this bill, the new Aboriginal Investment Corporation, the NT, would be established and will make investment decisions mostly independently of government. The idea is that it will promote self-management and economic self-sufficiency, as well as the social and cultural well-being of Aboriginal people in the NT, which of course is hugely important. It will be led by a board of 8 Aboriginal representatives from the NT, 2 each from the 4 land councils, 2 government-appointed directors and 2 independent directors appointed by the board. The new body will also take over responsibility for making beneficial payments to Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory that are currently made by the ABA. This is a big deal. The ABA holds considerable funds, currently about $1.3 billion, which is accumulated from mining royalties. The government has said that the Aboriginal Investment Corporation will initially receive $500 million from the ABA, with an additional $60 million per year during the first 3 years of its operation. And that represents a lot of money to be spent for the betterment of Aboriginal Australians here in the Territory. One thing that needs further thought, I think, is a range of investments that the NTAIC can make to build revenue. I think there needs to be a wide variety of investments to enable the revenue to keep growing and for the ongoing investments to benefit Aboriginal communities. Regarding the makeup of the board, there is now a disproportionate weighting in favour of the 2 smaller land council, and also there's no board representation from non-traditional owners. As the member for Lingiari said, I think that shows a certain level and a significant level of grace from the northern and central land councils, representing, as they do, a lot bigger percentage of Aboriginal Territorians. But we need to ensure that representation's fair and that investment and spending is done fairly across the Northern Territory. Also, I'd like to note that currently the ABA's funds can only be invested in cash accounts, term deposits or investment-grade securities like government bonds. Now, over the more than 40 years since the Land Rights Act came into effect, the return on those such investments has indeed declined a lot. It's dropped to about 1/3 of what it once was. And although the establishment of the AIC addresses this in part, more than $620 million will remain with the ABA. Now, the ABA's mining royalty income is likely to drop off in the near future as the Groote Eylandt manganese mine, which currently provides about 2/3 of mining revenue to the account, is scheduled to stop operating in the coming years. So perhaps it's time to look at a higher return investment strategy so that the ABA will be able to meet its legislated functions into the future, which includes covering land councils' operating expenses so that they can do their important work. Another concern about one of the changes, which gives the Minister increased control over the remaining ABA balance. As we heard from the member for Lingiari, there was a time when former federal ministers for Aboriginal affairs made decisions that were inconsistent with benefiting Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. So even though the federal Labor team would also always be taking a sensible and legal approach to these issues, we need to make sure that no matter what government is in, the legislation supports and keeps accountability for ministers to be doing the right thing by Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. There's currently no legislated scheme in place to provide for advice to be made to the Minister so that the payments from ABA would be solely at ministerial discretion. And that's problematic, Deputy Speaker, as I just said, because quite frankly, I don't have a lot of faith in those opposite doing the right thing always in these circumstances. No reflection on the current Minister, but it has been supported by history. We have also seen, I won't dwell on this too long, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we've also seen our ministerial discretion has been abused by a variety of Commonwealth grant programs in recent times. We've seen the outrageous sports rorts, car park rorts, last week's heavily imbalanced spending by the BBRF, the Building Better Regions Fund, which of course skewed towards coalition seats. Now, I don't want to see even more political spending and manipulation of public funds that are meant to support and uplift some of our most vulnerable people. Surely we need a strong advisory mechanism in place to protect the ABA's funds, to build and maintain trust, and to make sure the grants are made fairly and transparently. I'm sure all honourable members would agree. And I do hope there's consideration made of this. On another note, I'd like to acknowledge the ABA investment, their interest in the Cultural Centre in my electorate of Solomon here in Darwin. This is going to be a magnificent development that aims to showcase and celebrate Larrakia culture and history and to help maintain it for generations to come. It also aims to help foster economic independence for Larrakia people and be economically sustainable, and I welcome it. Looking after land and sea, as the Larrakia have been doing for millennia, is important. It's important to all First Nations people. It will help to maintain existing ties and build new relationships with other Indigenous people, not just in Australia and the Pacific, but globally. And Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor has welcomed the repeal of Section 28A of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, which we opposed when the Howard government introduced it. It was a brazen attempt to split and undermine the authority of land councils, and I'm very happy to see that it's been removed. Also welcome the repeal of Section 74A, which former Prime Minister Howard brought in as part of the NT intervention. That section prevented land councils from overturning permits for accessing Aboriginal land that may have been granted by a community minority, but against the wishes of traditional owners. There are other changes in this bill regarding processes around negotiation, consent and approval of exploration and mining ventures on Aboriginal land in the Northern Territory. That should reduce inefficiencies and delays without, and I stress, Mr Deputy Speaker, without compromising the rights of traditional owners. I do note that the NT's 4 land councils are strongly supportive of this bill, as is the Minerals Council of Australia. And I'd like to quickly pay tribute to Drew Wagner, who is the outgoing CEO of the Minerals Council of the NT, for the work that he's done. He's been a powerful advocate for Aboriginal people to be able to create jobs and wealth from the assets of their land, while seeking to protect the environment and upholding the concerns of landowners and custodians of that land. And I wish him all the best for the future. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of Marion Scrimgeour, Labor's very strong candidate for Lingiari, but the reason I bring her up in this context is that over her political career as Minister and Deputy, as a Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister in the Northern Territory government, she was a powerful voice for Indigenous communities, and she was also the first female CEO of any land council in the NT when she was appointed head of the Northern Land Council. She's been a trailblazer and a fighter, and I commend her for that work. I know she'll be an excellent member for Lingiari after the next election and an excellent advocate for Indigenous people across our nation. Overall, Mr Deputy Speaker, despite some concerns I've mentioned here today, there is a lot to support in this bill, and I believe it represents some very necessary and overdue progress in this space. And I encourage all members to consult widely and to think deeply about issues involving First Nations people in our nation. Can I encourage them to take to their hearts the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the legitimate want of First Nations people in our nation to have a voice, to have the truth told, and to reach agreements about land.
Order. The
Thanks,
member's
Speaker.
time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Rising to speak, of course, on this amendment to the Economic Empowerment Bill. And I make the point from the start that I'm the member for Grey, and of course this legislation doesn't apply to the south across the border. It is about Northern Territory. But I think while the structures and formulation of land ownership and asset ownership in South Australia are different to the Northern Territory, there are many implicit messages in this piece of legislation that should carry through to our state parliaments and, where they can, to act in a way that will empower Indigenous communities to make decisions on their behalf, hopefully good decisions with the income stream that has derived from the land rights legislation. It is pointed out that almost half, as the member for Solomon just said, or 47% of the Northern Territory is now Aboriginal land, and I think that in itself tells us two things. The policy of accumulation and land transfer has been a spectacular success, but it's a double-edged sword. On the other hand, the benefits that the Indigenous people have derived from this ownership have been a spectacular failure. And certainly that is the case, as I said, south of the border in South Australia, where we've seen large amounts of money, large land holdings now in possession of Indigenous groups, and yet we seem to see very little advance in their economic and social outcomes, at least directly responsible or directly related to those newfound resources. And it's worth pointing out that it's the 40-year celebration, actually. We've had to delay the celebration slightly of the handing back of the APY lands to the Yanagu, Pitjantjatjara and Yankunytjatjara Corporation by the Tonkin government, a Liberal government, in 1981, and the celebrations will be held next year because of obvious complications around COVID isolation. And I can remember talking to an Aboriginal elder who was involved in those original negotiations, who passed away about 5 years ago, I suppose. And he said to me, you know, when we negotiated all this, we thought things would be a lot different to what they are now. And that it had been a great disappointment to him that what they fought for, they won the fight, if you like, but they didn't win the battle. The battle for success and economic success and growth and all those things that they had hoped land ownership would deliver. But worth pointing out that the APY lands is a little more than 3 times the size of Victoria and supports a population of less than 3,000 people. And there is implied and hidden wealth there. It is just not properly or well exploited at this time. So this legislation will establish a new Aboriginal controlled body, the Aboriginal. It's there in there somewhere anyway. A body to handle the wealth that has been accumulated in the ABA, and that should hopefully unlock a lot of the barriers to investment in a whole host of things that will benefit Aboriginal people. Now, in particular, things like aquaculture, agriculture, tourism enterprises speak for themselves. There's been some success in that area in the past, but there's also been many failures. And support community projects like art centres and youth centres. But I really hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that one of the things the new corporation decides to invest in is housing. Wherever I go, particularly in remote Indigenous communities, there is a call for more housing. There's been enormous investment over the years by governments to address the shortfall, but it still falls short. And it seems to me that with the rest of society, if we own our land, we build our own houses. and you can't do that if you don't have an income stream. But in the case of the Northern Territory, they do have an income stream and they have money in the bank. So I hope that they will look at the projects of investing in Indigenous communities. And given that as parts of these legislation a little later on, I'll run out of time today, but there are adjustments to the land councils that will allow them allow entities to lease township land and derive benefit from it. Now, that is getting closer to a personal ownership model, and Noel Pearson has spoken many times about the disempowerment of Aboriginal people because they're not able to use their houses for collateral. They're not able to own their own houses. They're all owned by the government for all intents and purposes. That can't be a good outcome. I mean, what we need are these housing projects to be owned, controlled and operated by Aboriginal people who have access to the streams of Aboriginal income. So I hope they put that up as a high priority because I think that can make a real difference in these communities. There has also been a barrier lifted to the amount that this new corporation will be able to invest without seeking ministerial approval from $1 million to $5 million, and I think that probably pretty simply reflects the cost of everything today, quite frankly. But we should. I mean, after all, we speak about self-determination, and we have to entrust these bodies to make decisions that are intelligent on their behalf. I think in that, though, it is implicit that these corporations, this new body, should meet the same accounting standards as, say, a local council or a medium-sized large business. And that is not the case at the moment, certainly on my patch at least, where the accounting standards for the NGOs as well are not held at the same standard. And I think that in itself is a sort of it's a racist condescension, if you like, to sort of send this message that Aboriginal people aren't capable of meeting the same standards as a local council. I think is an insult, and so those types of things should not be tolerated. We need to step up to the plate, and there's one. In that sense, there's one set of rules for all, and when you're dealing with other people's money, you need to meet the same kind of criteria as we would in any other enterprise in Australia. So that's what this new organisation will have to be up to. The bill repeals some delegation provisions, as I said before, which will further simplify land administration and certainly, as I said, allow the entities to engage in the leasing of townships and for them to enable an income stream from that. It's probably abridged my comments a little bit, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I fully realise I've got a full 5 seconds left, so I think I'll leave it at that.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Grey. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. This morning, the Petitions Committee tabled a petition circulated in Brisbane calling on the House to free Air Services Australia from regulatory capture and also to review Malcolm Turnbull's 2007 decision to approve the new Brisbane runway. For the whole of my time as an MP, aircraft noise has been an issue for many locals. And since mid-2020, an additional cohort of locals has been affected with the opening of the new runway at Brisbane Airport. As the local member, I will not be advocating for any changes that leave any locals worse off. There are a number of things the Morrison-Joyce government should do in the interests of everyone in Brisbane. Mr Deputy Speaker, firstly, locals have felt blindsided and they've got a lot of questions. The Morrison-Joyce government should hold a public meeting involving the relevant regulators, the Brisbane Airport Corporation and a representative from the government to answer questions and avoid any buck passing. The government should also establish a strong, independent, permanent airport community forum for Brisbane residents. We need supervision from a well-informed body that is free from regulatory capture. The government should respond in plain English to the suggestions for noise mitigation advanced by the local community, including the suggestions in the petition tabled today. And the government should make sure noise monitoring is improved so the community has an accurate measure of noise in all of the affected areas. Deputy Speaker, this is a really important issue for my constituents.
I call the honourable member for Wide Bay and I welcome him back to the parliament.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to share a message from Tristan Sick, a 17-year-old from Rainbow Beach in Wide Bay. His message is make your days count. That's something Tristan lives up to every day. The mask I'm wearing in Parliament today is part of his clothing line, Sick Lads, which he launched in April, nearly 4 years after an accident that nearly killed him. Tristan was hit by a four-wheel drive while riding his push bike. It left him in a coma with a serious brain injury, broken legs, hip and collarbone and 6 fractures in his skull. Doctors told his mum Carolyn that he was in a vegetative state and to turn off his life support. However, his mother's intuition told her to give him more time, and this mother's love and determination helped him regain his speech and cognitive function against all odds. Young Tristan has inherited that drive, returning to school at Victory College just 1 year after his accident. His injuries prevented him from fulfilling his dream of becoming a diesel mechanic, but with remarkable resilience, he came up with this new dream of his Sick Lads clothing line. Tristan, your community and your family can be proud of what you have achieved. You are an absolute inspiration.
Order. I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. As a part of the Raise Our Voice Youth Voice in Parliament Week, the future leaders of tomorrow submitted speeches to their local members in the hope that their words would be read in Parliament. My speech today was written by 16-year-old Ella Marshall, who lives in Moreton. In 20 years, I want to see the colours of the Great Barrier Reef. In 20 years, I want to see the biodiversity of the Kakadu National Park. In 20 years, I want to see the penguins on Macquarie Island. With Australia ranking last in climate change action among the UN members, I'm scared. I'm scared that my dreams and many other young people's dreams of seeing the wonders of Australia may end up becoming just a story told around the dinner table. That our dreams of a future with these places unaffected by climate change will be as unreachable as a 6-year-old wanting to be an astronaut. Climate change is impacting every Australian's life, from summer school uniforms being modified to combat the unnatural temperatures and heat waves, to farmers struggling financially, mentally and physically as they wake up each morning with dying land. It's heartbreaking watching good, hard-working Australians face the impacts that are a result of profit over people. It needs to stop. The disbelief and the disregard of climate change-induced weather events needs to stop. I do not want our country to spend another year with television screens around streaming red skies and dying koalas. You can pass the bills to make the change and help me see these wonders in 20 years. Thanks for those words, Ella. I hope the Deputy Prime Minister has heard Ella's
The member's time
today.
has expired. I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The North Shore Estate in Callaroo was developed 40 years ago. At the heart of the suburb is a small community facility built around a clubhouse, including tennis courts, catering for a thriving local community. The facility has long since outgrown its capacity, and the local Residents Association has advanced a proposal to extend and redevelop the ageing facilities to create a new not-for-profit community hub. Extensive research has been undertaken to ascertain community needs, culminating in a strategic plan for the next 5 years, including indicative building plans for the redevelopment of the existing facility. The North Shore Community Hub will be run by the community for the community. The hub will be built on the existing community base of more than 600 local residents through a program of community activities and events, including health and well-being programs, tennis, pickleball, fitness, Tai Chi and yoga. With strong support and funding commitments from both the City of Joondalup and the WA State Government, a funding contribution from the Federal Government is necessary to make this landmark project a reality. The North Shore Community Hub redevelopment has significant merit, and I wish to formally place on record my strong support for this project. Thank you.
I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, unlike a growing number of people, I don't believe that Facebook is evil. But like Tom and Daisy in The Great Gatsby, they are a careless company. It smashes things up, democracy and social cohesion, and then retreats back into its money-making business and lets other people clean up the mess they've made. All too often, Facebook has refused to act to prevent imminent harms until it's too late, and it's doing so again today. I recently wrote to Facebook asking how, after the member for Hughes was banned from Facebook for spreading COVID-19 misinformation, he's back on the platform as the leader of the United Australia Party. Facebook has previously said that it will take down new pages, quote, in the voice of the previously banned individual. Well, of the 19 videos on the UAP Facebook page, 14 are of the member for Hughes. He voices them, he authorises them under Australian electoral law, and he's spending tens of thousands of dollars advertising them, including a video citing incomplete extracts from the TGA's adverse event report of COVID-19 vaccinations that the TGA has described as seriously misleading. This video has been viewed 220,000 times. Facebook's response is that all of this is fine because the UAP Facebook page is, quote, a different purpose. This position is a joke. It can't be taken seriously. The member for Hughes can say whatever he likes in here, but he's not entitled to the algorithmic amplification that advantages the divisive and the outrageous. I'm sick of long statements from Facebook that say a lot but ultimately do nothing. It's time they enforce their community standards transparently and proactively.
I call the member for Groom. Mr Speaker, Highfields is finally on the way to having a new library, thanks to the Morrison government. After years of planning and deliberation by the Toowoomba Regional Council, I was honoured last week to turn the first sod on this vibrant community project. I'm very proud that the government was able to support this project through the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, contributing $5 million out of a $7.5 million total project cost. It's exciting to see a new vision for Highfields taking shape. It has a unique local identity that's only growing stronger as more people move to the area. And it is growing. Highfields is now a comparable-sized town to Warwick, not bad for an outer suburb. Young families particularly making the move to the Leafy area for its affordable housing and community amenities like the wonderful new Highfield Sport and Recreation Park. The new library will only add to this, providing a central meeting place for the community to come together and access crucial services. It will include a customer service centre, community meeting rooms, a dedicated junior meeting area and computer facilities and photocopying services. It's great to see the Toowoomba-based company McNabb Developments awarded the tender for the design and construction. And as our economy recovers from COVID-19, it's important we keep as much work like this local, supporting local jobs and suppliers. I look forward to seeing the finished product early next year. Mr Speaker, I'd particularly like to thank the hard work of Mayor Paul Antonio, Councillor Tim McMahon and the previous councillors Chris Tate and Joe Ramia, who did so much in bringing this project to fruition. I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wonder whether the Prime Minister will be taking his lump of coal to Glasgow. If not, what stunt has he got in store for the Glaswegians and the international community at COP26? Will it be some technological marvel? Could it be a flying car run on plutonium like the Back to the Future DeLorean, or perhaps something more old school? Has the Prime Minister been tinkering in the garage at the lodge on Menzies' old Bentley to make it a flying car? Not chitty chitty bang bang, Scotty Scotty bang bang. And it's going to be fuelled, the genius, it's going to be fuelled by the hot air and
the member will
bile.
pause for a moment. The member will withdraw the Scotty.
I withdraw,
bang,
Deputy Speaker. It's going to be fuelled by the hot air and the bile that's spilling out of the Nationals party room. Genius. Emissions free. Now, the Prime Minister has 2 weeks left for Glasgow. He may as well revert to type. He doesn't have any ideas of his own, so what about stealing some of our ideas? Because unlike the Morrison government, we in Labor have not only committed to net zero emissions by 2050, we've announced $20 billion for renewable energy infrastructure, $200 million for 400 community solar batteries, $100 million for 10,000 energy apprenticeships, and a plan for cheaper electrical cars. So while the Prime Minister does nothing, only Labor and a Labor Party in government will deliver net zero by 2050, will make Australia a renewable energy superpower and take real action on climate change.
I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Speaker. This speech is written by Noah Block, 19 years from my electorate as part of Raise Our Voice. Consent, a word which has caused so much debate, conflict and division in recent times, a word which is so important yet so undervalued and is so often misunderstood. As young people, we have had enough. Enough debating, enough conflict and enough division. What we want instead are answers. So in that spirit, this speech was written not to provoke problems but to invoke answers. These answers may seem hard to find, but if you listen to the young people of today, they are a lot simpler than what may seem. All we ask for is clear, specific and honest education when it comes to consent and sexual health. This education must be inclusive, diverse and reflective of all identities in our country. These issues won't go away unless something is done, unless nationwide consent education programs are introduced to senior schools, universities, workplaces and to all in our country who are responsible for raising the next generation of youth. The impact programs like these could have, if done right, would be far greater than what may initially seem. Healthy conversations around sex and consent can develop our country into a far more inclusive, accepting and safe place. A place that my generation would be proud to live in 20 years' time. Thank you, Noah.
I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Indi Youth Advisory Panel has asked me to deliver this speech also as part of the Raise Our Voice Australia campaign. Young people in Indi face various barriers to education. We need more resources, funding, support. We need more help. This is just one of the ways we fear our future is challenged, and government inaction on climate change is only exacerbating those fears. During the Black Summer bushfires, Ria, at 16 years old, travelled back and forth to school in Mount Beauty, wondering if their home would still be standing at the end of the day. As young people, some of our earliest memories surround the impacts of climate change, with extreme temperatures provoking catastrophic weather events. We are facing yet another summer, scared of a day when the wind is in the wrong direction or the temperature is 1 degree too high. We need to reach net zero emissions yesterday. We need ambitious policies that give us hope. We are grieving a future that you are dismantling before our eyes. We are angry. We are sick and tired of empty gestures and reckless policy. You say it is too complex for us to understand, but it is simple. We need policy changes, and we need them now, because we are staring down the barrel of our future. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are the voices of some young people from my electorate.
I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of great concern is the slow vaccine rollout in Queensland and WA, the two states most reluctant to join the national plan to reopen. The rhetoric, of course, in Queensland of Pfizer days, Pfizer 2.0 and Bunnings bonanzas belies the fact that only about 0.4% of our population is getting vaccinated in Queensland each day compared to 1% in New South Wales, whose double dose percentage passed Queensland's single dose percentage 10 days ago, and now they are 8% ahead of us, having already lapped us. This is not due to being in lockdown. Tasmania, that's not locked down, is doing way better than Queensland as well. We don't want low vaccination rates in Queensland becoming a plausible excuse to remain closed. My great concern is that the per capita performance by state hubs around the nation shows Queensland, WA, particularly low. Meantime, the Commonwealth rollout, of course, is speeding ahead. We need to stop blaming the customer. You don't need to keep encouraging them to get jabbed because they're voting with their feet and seeking out a jab. We need more FTEs performing vaccinations in the hubs. There simply aren't enough at the moment. We don't want this to be an excuse to remain closed. We don't want community spread coming to any state, but in New South Wales' case, my modelling shows that by the end of this month, October, they'll have new cases under control. We then have a 14 to 28-day period of waiting before we reopen. Hopefully, data will tell us that 14 days is okay. Let's save tourism, hospitality, major events and get the Christmas break happening in Queensland.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, what is the point of this Liberal National Government if it can't grasp the environmental and economic importance of acting on climate change? What's the point after 8 years and 3 Prime Ministers who've blown the better part of a decade, who've wasted 3 terms doing 3/5 of nothing, with no idea how to secure Australia's job creation and export destiny as a renewable energy superpower? We simply cannot, in Australia, bear another incapacitating dose of this useless and self-serving government. We can't afford to keep drifting backward into disaster while the coalition fights itself to a deeply nutty standstill. We've already missed opportunities to be at the forefront of new technology and investment. We've already suffered the environmental and community devastation of unprecedented bushfires and bleaching reefs, yet we have a coal-waving Prime Minister who can barely muster the courage to go to Glasgow and can't find the leadership to take a meaningful policy with him. We've got a Deputy PM who says that after 8 long years in government, the Nationals won't be rushed. Never mind the fact that rural and regional Australia is bearing the brunt of his climate hopelessness. Deputy Speaker, the world is moving and we're being left behind. Our social and economic and public health and environmental well-being is at risk, and Australia cannot bear, cannot afford and shouldn't have to put up with another pointless spin on the merry-go-round of the Morrison-Joyce government.
I call the member for Berowra. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to one of my most admired constituents, John Bull, who died at the age of 70 last month. John was a vital member of the Berowra Lions Club. He served 2 terms as president in 2017 and 2019, despite battling an illness at the time. As president, John welcomed me to the club when I joined. He led the club with distinction through some difficult times and was a mentor and inspiration to all. He initiated many projects, including the Warina Street Exercise Equipment Project in Berowra, and he worked tirelessly for years to make it a reality, and was fitting that he was present at the opening of the Stage 1 part of that development last year, despite being gravely ill. John's been a regular at Lions barbecues and other public functions and could often be found at the Berowra Lions op shop when it was operating. He became affectionately known in the club as the Man of Steel, or just simply our Superman. Last year, John was awarded the Melvin Jones Fellowship, the highest honour that a Lions club can bestow, in recognition of his leadership and his dedicated work for the Berowra community. Completely lost for words, John was surprised and humbled when he was presented with the award. For many years, he proved his doctors wrong. They would repeatedly tell him he wouldn't survive till Christmas, and yet year after year he did. John Bull was a vital part of our community. He inspired all those around him, particularly those members of the Berowra Lions Club. To his wife Jen and his broader family, may John's memory bear blessing and may he rest in peace. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in recent weeks we've seen the Prime Minister desperate to rebadge himself as a climate hero, trying his hardest but being held back by his coalition partners, the Nationals. We've all seen this movie before. Every problem is someone else's fault, every crisis is someone else's responsibility. But the truth is, this Prime Minister has been at the centre of a furious scare campaign against any action on climate change or investment in new energy jobs for years. The trouble for the Prime Minister now is that the world has moved on. Mr Morrison's leaving Australia, and carbon-intensive regions like Newcastle and the Hunter increasingly isolated and vulnerable on the world stage. If the Prime Minister was serious about climate change and not leaving regions like mine hanging out to dry, he wouldn't have spent the last 8 years doing nothing. But here we are on the eve of the Glasgow Climate Conference, with the Morrison-Joyce government as divided as ever on even the most basic science of climate change. We're in a race to seize the new economic opportunities for regions like Newcastle and the Hunter, but this Prime Minister can't even find the starting line. It's time to step up and show some real leadership, Prime Minister. Otherwise, seriously, what is the point of being in government? You might as well step aside and let an Anthony Albanese-led Labor government show the way on real action on climate change and real jobs for our regions.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today, for Youth Voice in Parliament Week, I will be reading a speech written by a young Chisholm local. Her name is Mahi Verma. When asked, what is your vision for Australia in 20 years? Mahi said, I was born in Australia. I call Australia my home. My mummy and daddy call Australia their home. My grandma and grandpa call Australia their home. But I am a bit confused. When I watch TV, why don't I see many people that look like me or my mummy and daddy? I know that people who are on TV are really important people. So why don't really important people look like me? My mummy says that people who come on TV make decisions about my life. They decide what my future is going to be like. So if that's true, I want people who look like me to make decisions about me. I also want to feel important. I also want to be heard. That this is about my future. This is about the future of my country. In 20 years, I want Australia to value all of its people. And I say to Miha, we hear you, and I look forward to seeing you on TV and perhaps
The
here in
member's
Parliament.
time has expired. I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Deputy Speaker, the Morrison-Joyce's government's entire way of operating is to sit back while events unfold around them and pretend they have absolutely no control over them, other than coming up with a political slogan and pulling a stunt. That's why we have a Prime Minister who showed up in this place fondling a piece of coal and who is now flailing around trying to land a credible policy to take to Glasgow. That's why we have a Deputy Prime Minister who pretends he's some kind of radical outsider who's only had 4 hours to consider what climate action should look like in this country, instead of having 8 years as a senior government member. That's why we have so-called modern Liberals who talk about the need for climate action but who are unable or unwilling to overcome the Nationals in their coalition to get action. This has to be called for what it is, a catastrophic failure of leadership. We are beyond fed up with the climate wars. After 8 years in power, after 3 Prime Ministers and just a week before the Glasgow Climate Conference, this country does not have a credible climate policy. The consequences of the Morrison-Joyce government's failures are that we will miss out on the jobs and the industries we should be building as part of the transition to a clean energy future. We are missing the window to take action before catastrophic climate change gets baked in. We need a commitment to net zero and we need it legislated. We need a serious medium-term target and we need a change of government.
I call the member for Reid.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Raise Our Voice Australia helps young diverse voices join the public policy-making process. Their Youth Voice in Parliament initiative invites young students to write a speech and have it read in Parliament, and this year the theme is Where I Want Australia to Be in 20 Years. A young woman from Reid has written of her first-hand experience of Australia's mental health system. She writes, and I protect her privacy, she's under 18, I am 17 years old and I go to school in the Reid electorate. Are You OK Day has come and gone, and it has made me realise something about the country in which I live in. Everyone is all for mental health advocacy until it means having to pay for more services. It's easier to ask a question, are you OK, than to cough up extra dollars. My young constituent goes on to state that she's someone who has been in hospital several times due to suicide attempts, that the mental health system has failed so many people, and she says that every politician, regardless of party, needs to be doing more. She says she was discharged from the public mental health system when she was still at risk because her time to get better had expired. She says that they couldn't afford to treat her anymore and she felt like they'd given up. She says it's people who are most disadvantaged that need mental health services, yet they are the ones denied it. Well, I'd like to thank my young constituent for sharing her personal experience and powerful message of change, and I hope to instil hope in her as her member, as a psychologist and as the chair of the Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Committee, that I'll be able to create the change that's needed in Australia to improve our mental health system. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Call the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, wonder of wonders, the Prime Minister has decided to grace the UN Council of the Parties on Climate Change conference with his presence. Lucky them. And with the Prime Minister's late RSVP, which Prince Charles and the Queen were left to chase up, the government is now scrambling for a plan. They've got 2 weeks to come up with something, anything to take to Glasgow, and boy oh boy are they struggling with it. They can't bring themselves to pull their own heads out of their own, well, party rooms to see what the rest of the world can see, what our young people and the vast majority of Australians can see, even what our captains of industry can see, the drastic need for climate action. And we know that action on the climate emergency presents Australia with massive opportunities. We on this side know Australia can become a renewable superpower, exporting clean energy to the world and taking advantage of all the jobs and prosperity that would bring. An Albanese Labor government will lead the country to its future, a bright future for the regions, for workers and for all our communities, including those wonderful communities who have kept our country's lights on for centuries. Oh, we on this side have a plan, and I guarantee it's a better plan than they have, because it seems all the Prime Minister will have is a briefcase with a lump of coal in it that he'll take out and brandish to the world. Sorry, Prime Minister, that ain't going to cut it. It's just plain embarrassing.
The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We need to stop the drownings before they happen, and right now we're losing the fight. Drownings are up 108% in the 0 to 4 age group. and this is just not good enough. We fought so hard to get indoor pools open when the New South Wales government had them closed during lockdown until December 1. From swim schools across New South Wales to local families, we made our voices heard. This issue is so important, and now our swim schools are open because of the fight our community took to the government. Local swim schools like Dive and Swim Academy and the Nepean Aquatic Centre have welcomed local kids back through their doors, and it was a delight to see them get a head start they desperately needed on their swimming lessons, having been interrupted over 2 years. But the fight is not over. As we approach summer, families in Western Sydney are going to be heading to the beaches we've been locked out of, and also to the rivers, to the lakes and to the pools. Our kids have missed out on too much time in the water, and I'm calling on the Commonwealth and the lockdown states to support an intensive back-to-swim program because our Aussie kids need it.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. In August, I spoke in this House about my friend and constituent Khalil Ibrahim, who lost both his parents to COVID just a few days apart. The deaths of Kaukab and Hashim cast a profound sorrow over their entire extended family. Since Parliament last met, so many more families have come to know this sorrow. More than 500 Australians have died in that time. Every one of them is now in absence. An empty chair at a table, a favourite jacket in a cupboard unworn, a hug that never comes, a phone number that stays in the contact list because deleting it would be the final acknowledgement that they are never going to walk through the door again. When a loved one dies, it feels like some of the light of the universe goes out with them. But what makes it harder is the sense that they have been lost when we are much closer to the end of the pandemic than the start. Now that they are equipped to do so, Australians are working magnificently to put the pandemic behind us. But for some, our emergence is going to be more bittersweet. I say to those who have lost loved ones, no words spoken here can soften the grief. Only time can do that. But I do want you to know that you are very much in the hearts of us, as well as your family and your local communities.
I call the member for Riverina for about a minute.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of, if not the largest sheep meat exporters in this country, Roger Fletcher, has this morning again hit out at the bottleneck that is the port standoff, particularly at Botany in Sydney. He is annoyed by the situation which sees exports held up by disappointing and unnecessary delays between Patrick Corporation and the Maritime Union of Australia. And this needs to be sorted, and soon. Mr Fletcher sends up to 600 20-foot equivalent units of chilled sheep meat overseas a week, or at least that's what he'd like to be able to do. However, as he says, that and so much else is being waylaid by the actions of a tiny group of people, and this must end, Mr Speaker. It is just so frustrating, Mr Fletcher said. He fears industry will not be game, his words, to do chilled meat anymore because of the risks associated with the port activities or lack thereof. Here is someone who, across his network, employs as many as 1,300 people, being thwarted in his endeavours to grow his business and hire more people. Mr Speaker, he even runs his own train, such as his commitment to logistics and the supply chain. His Dubbo operations process 8,000 sheep a day, Monday to Friday, and he has the capacity to kill 2,000 more per day if there was the available labour and indeed the port problems were resolved. And ultimately the biggest losers in all of this are the farmers. Sheep producers have endured drought and so much more, and they do not need this. I've taken this up with the member for New England in his capacity as the Minister for Transport, as well as the opposition leader.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. The Prime Minister with ministerial arrangements.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present a revised ministry list reflecting changes to the ministry and the changes to representative arrangements. Thank you, Mr.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment will be absent from question time today and for the remainder of the week. He is in quarantine. The Treasurer will answer questions on his behalf in the Trade, Tourism and Investment portfolio, and I'll answer questions on his behalf in the Foreign Affairs portfolio. The Minister for Indigenous Australians will also be absent for question time today. The Minister for Health and Aged Care will answer questions on his behalf. And the Minister for the Public Service and Special Minister of State will be absent for question time today, and the Treasurer will answer questions on his behalf in the Special Minister of State portfolio, and I will answer questions on his behalf in the Minister of the Public Service portfolio.
Questions without notice. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On bushfires, the Prime Minister said he didn't hold a hose. On vaccines, the Prime Minister said it wasn't a race. Now the Prime Minister isn't even in the room while the government's climate change policy is being determined by the National Party. Why does the Prime Minister always go missing when leadership is required and never take responsibility for anything?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thought this was question time, not sledge time, Mr Speaker, but if that's how the Leader of the Opposition wants to kick off the week, well, that's up to him, Mr Speaker. What I know, Mr Speaker, is that under this government we have been coming through this pandemic, saving lives and saving livelihoods, and, Mr Speaker, Australia is reopening now. Australians can see their future as the days get warmer. Their future's getting brighter, Mr Speaker, and their future's not only getting brighter because we're coming through this pandemic, because they know that this government has the economic plans to ensure that they can look forward to the future, that they can plan for their future with confidence, that they know they'll be paying lower taxes under our government, Mr Speaker, that we're investing in the infrastructure that is needed to boost regions right across this country, that our agricultural sector now, Mr Speaker, is realising some long, hard-fought gains, Mr Speaker, as they've seen an improvement in their crops and they're seeing some prosperity return to the regions and the rural parts of this country. They know, Mr Speaker, they know that under this government they can be more secure, they can be more safe, Mr Speaker, whether it's taking the decisions that we need to take in our national defence interests, working with our partners around the world, particularly the United States, to ensure that in a highly unstable region, Mr Speaker, we can provide that stability through the strong leadership we've shown on national security and defence. And when it comes to protecting our borders, ensuring that we're taking the right decisions to ensure Australians are protected from a terrorist threat, Mr Speaker, we're doing the right thing when it comes to our Home Affairs portfolio as well. Mr Speaker, under our government we're taking the decisions that are necessary to ensure that Australians can be more prosperous, that Australians can be more secure, Mr Speaker, and that we're bringing Australia together around the big challenges that this country faces. And we're doing it together, Mr Speaker, because that's the way, listening to all of those across this country, whether it's in our rural and regional areas, Mr Speaker, as they're dealing with the challenges that we're facing in the global economy. And I can assure you this government will stand up for rural and regional Australia every single time, Mr Speaker. With the challenges that we face, this government, Mr Speaker, will understand those concerns, we will respond to those concerns, and we will ensure that we have the plans to ensure that they can look forward to a future with confidence. Those opposite, Mr Speaker, they have a different set of priorities. They have a different set of plans, Mr Speaker, plans that aren't for Australia's economic prosperity, plans for higher taxes, Mr Speaker, and plans for leaving rural and regional Australia behind.
The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Australians are responding magnificently to the calls to get vaccinated against COVID-19, and like others nationwide, my community is looking forward to life safely returning to normal. Will the Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison government is supporting our safe reopening and economic recovery?
The Prime Minister has the call.
And I thank the member for Sturt for his question. I thank him, Mr Speaker, because he knows, like the rest of us, that Australia is now emerging from what has been a very long COVID winter. Not just one that's gone past the winter months, Mr Speaker, but this has been a very difficult last 18 months to almost 2 years for our country as we've been working our way through this pandemic. And Australia now, Mr Speaker, is opening up safely so we can remain safely open. This is the time we have been working towards. This has been the goal that we've been pressing towards, Mr Speaker. And Australians have rolled up their sleeves. They have rolled up their sleeves, not just in terms of getting the vaccines, Mr Speaker, but they've rolled up their sleeves ensuring that they can take themselves with the decisions they've made, with the resilience that they've demonstrated. And we always believed they would. We never doubted that Australians would roll up their sleeves, Mr Speaker. We never doubted that they would come forward for what they needed to do in the national interest, and they have done that. We have now, Mr Speaker, reached this week we will reach 70% double-dose vaccination around the country, meeting one of those critical early marks of the national plan. We have, Mr Speaker, seeing Australians around the country starting to reclaim their lives. 85% first-dose vaccinations now across the country. That is now higher than the United States. It's higher than Germany, Mr Speaker. It's higher than Israel, Mr Speaker, and it is higher than the OECD average on those first-dose vaccination rates. And thank you to all those parents and those kids, Mr Speaker. Now 60% first dose for 12 to 15-year-olds responding to that same challenge. Now, Mr Speaker, this effort by Australians is now paying the dividends. Businesses reopening, families and friends reconnecting, children going back to school, planes getting ready for takeoff again, Mr Speaker, all being achieved by following the national plan, Australians getting vaccinated, Mr Speaker, at these record rates that we've seen. And, Mr Speaker, in those other states which have not had the same experience of COVID as we've seen in New South Wales and Victoria and the ACT, with Victoria and ACT soon to follow the road that New South Wales is already on, Mr Speaker. In those other states, the rising vaccination rates there in Western Australia and Queensland, as we've just learnt from the Queensland government before coming here today, they soon also will be opening up, Mr Speaker. They also soon will be able to be welcoming Australians back from overseas and going into home quarantine and indeed up to no quarantine, Mr Speaker, as those vax rates rise. But it means that in those states where they have been largely open, they will be able to remain safely open by those vaccination rates rising. Mr Speaker, the government rolled up our sleeves with record economic support. We've saved lives and livelihoods through the Australian way, and now Australians are reclaiming their Australian way of life.
Has concluded. And the Shadow Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Coalition has been in office for nearly a decade. With just 2 weeks to go until the COP26 conference in Glasgow, why can't the government tell Australians what its climate change policy is? Why is it always too little too late from this Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm invited by the member opposite on these issues. I can refer him to the comments by the member for Hunter, where he said, after 14 years of trying, the Labor Party has made not one contribution
Prime Minister, if you could
to
just
the
pause
reduction.
for a second. Prime Minister, your microphone's off. The Manager of Opposition Business can resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business can resume his seat. I'm making a ruling. The question did not refer to anything other than the government's policy. And just to be very clear, the capacity to speak about opposition policy simply doesn't exist. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm well chastised on that matter. Mr Speaker.
I haven't even started yet.
I'm sure. Mr Speaker, we have set out very clearly as a government our goals and our targets, and we've met and we've beaten them.
Member for Isaacs.
We've beaten Kyoto 1 and Kyoto 2, Mr Speaker, and we are going to meet and beat the Paris emissions reduction targets that we took to the last election. At the last election, Mr Speaker, we went to that election and we said that we would reduce emissions by 2030 by 26 to 28%. As of right now, Mr Speaker, those emissions are down by more than 20%, Mr Speaker. Australia has one of the highest, if not the highest, rates of rooftop solar take-up anywhere in the world. Mr Speaker, we are seeing a flow, a waterfall, Mr Speaker, of investment into lower emissions technologies and renewable technologies in this country like we've never seen before. These are the results, Mr Speaker, of the policies that the government has been putting in place, driving down emissions but also taking down electricity prices at the same time and investing in the reliability of our grid as we go forward, because we understand on this side of the House that it's about getting the balance right. You've got to get the balance of affordability and reliability accountability, and you're getting your emissions reductions down, as we are achieving. The Minister for Energy, Mr Speaker, has led the way here with the reforms to the national energy market. He's led the way, Mr Speaker, with the lower emissions technology roadmap. He's led the way, together myself and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr Speaker, securing technology partnerships with Germany, Mr Speaker, and many other countries to ensure we're working together to get the technology that Australia needs to ensure that we can meet our emissions reductions targets and prepare our economy for the global challenges ahead. Our policy is pretty straightforward, Mr Speaker. Technology, not taxes, to reduce emissions, Mr Speaker. That's our policy.
Minister
Technology, not
Isaacs
taxes, to reduce emissions. Those opposite, Mr Speaker, when they got the chance, it was tax, tax, tax. Every time you hear the Leader of the Opposition say he wants to reduce his emissions, he wants to increase your taxes, Mr Speaker.
The member for Wide Bay.
My question's to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is ensuring our strong economic recovery by investing in infrastructure projects and creating jobs in regional Australia?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Wide Bay for his question. I note, Mr Speaker, the great work the member for Wide Bay has done, especially in regards to road safety, and part of the process of road safety was the upgrade of the Tyro bypass. I remember, Mr Speaker, that he worked with the member for Riverina to make sure that that was the safest possible outcome, because he was very aware of what is most precious in the work that he has done, especially as a policeman, and that's the saving of lives. And infrastructure, Mr Speaker, has been part and parcel of what this coalition government has done and what the Nationals with the Liberals have done, because, Mr Speaker, of the 7.7 million square kilometres that make up this nation, over 5 million square kilometres is held by coalition seats. And there's about 1.5 million square kilometres held by Labor Party seats, and the balance by independents. Mind you, 1.35 million square kilometres is one seat. So we have to be very mindful of the length and breadth of this nation and how it does not just reside in capital cities. That's what makes us a coalition government looking after the nation, rather than a Labor government that has forgotten about their regional areas and has retreated back predominantly to the inner suburbs. Now, part of that process of looking after that huge expanse of our nation is the Building Better Regions Fund, and I'd like to thank the Expenditure Review Committee and all those who fought for a further $100 million so that we could look after that disparity of what has happened in regards to investments in the capital and investments out in the regions. Mr Speaker, the state coalition government have now invested close to $500 million in one project in the member for Sydney seat. One project, which is an art gallery. But what we have been doing in the coalition is making sure such things as the Hunter Short in the seat of the Hunter Sports Centre at Lake Macquarie, and it was great to go to Lake Macquarie in the seat of Hunter to make sure that they got $10 million so that they could build that facility for what was at $25.7 million. A facility, Mr Speaker, that my daughters ran out in the state championships and what Odette did. And it also allowed us to put $5 million to the Swimming, Wellness and Leisure Centre at Palmerston in the Northern Territory. I know the member for Solomon was a great advocate for that project, and also commend the member for Lingiari, who also wrote a letter of support for that project. Or the Barruby Point Aboriginal Place and Tourism Centre in the Labor Party member seat of Patterson, and how important that was. This goes to show that we are focusing on regional Australia, making sure we grow this nation, not in just pockets, but the length and breadth of this great country.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that his record on climate change includes claiming electric vehicles will end the weekend, saying the world's biggest battery to store renewable energy is as useful as a big banana, and describing renewable energy targets as, quote, nuts? Why should Australians trust anything this Prime Minister says on climate change and emissions reduction?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, when I give a commitment to the Australian people about what we're going to do on emissions reduction targets, we keep it. That's right. We keep
Members on my left.
Mr Speaker, we said we would meet our Kyoto targets, and we did, Mr Speaker. We said we will meet and beat our emissions reduction targets for Paris and that we would stay in the Paris Agreement, Mr Speaker, and we took that to the last election. Those opposite took a policy to the last election saying that they wanted to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030. We said that was the wrong policy, Mr Speaker. It is still the wrong policy, Mr Speaker. It is not something we support, Mr Speaker. Those opposite, I'm sure, have a myriad of views about this, but our view has not changed. We will meet and beat our targets, Mr Speaker, and we will do it by ensuring that Australia invests right across the regional areas of this country in particular in the changes in energy technology that is needed to ensure that Australia remains prosperous over the next 30 years, Mr Speaker, over the next 50 years, because to meet the global challenge of climate change, to ensure we understand that is what is occurring as a result of the world's response to climate change, we have to be honest to understand that in this country that means there will be impacts in this country. There will be economic impacts across the regions in particular of this country, and those challenges need to be confronted and met and ensure that our regions emerge stronger. To deal with climate change, Mr Speaker, yes, you need an emissions reduction plan. Yes, you need an environmental plan, Mr Speaker, but most importantly, to secure the livelihoods of Australians, you need an economic plan, Mr Speaker. And the Australian people know they can trust the Liberal and Nationals when it comes to managing the economy. And if you're going to rely on the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, on an economic plan to secure your job or save your job, Mr Speaker, in this rapidly changing global climate, Mr Speaker, you're relying on the wrong party, because Labor do not have the record of managing, Mr Speaker, under the leadership of both this leader and those that came before him, Mr Speaker, in opposition, who did not have an economic plan to deal with the global challenges of climate change. When asked what it would cost at the last election, they couldn't say, Mr Speaker. They have a target at the moment with no plan. They have a target which is a blank cheque. The Labor Party wants to write a blank cheque which they want Australians to pay for when it comes to this issue, Mr Speaker. Well, not from the Liberals and the Nationals. The Liberals and the Nationals will always have an economic plan to deal with the big challenges facing our country. That's what we're doing, Mr Speaker. Those opposite have learned nothing.
The member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. The government is reportedly offering tens of billions of dollars for regional Australia as part of a climate policy deal with the Nationals. A smart regional climate plan would put solar panels on the roof of every country hospital and school to lower their power bills. It would install a community battery in every bushfire-prone town to secure their power next fire season. It would invest in our manufacturing capability to grow new export industries and high-paid jobs in renewables, and it would guarantee that regional people share in the profits of regional renewables. Will the Nationals secure any of this, or will you squander this once-in-a-generation opportunity for us?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the member for Indi, and I note her passion for making sure that we look after regional areas, and that's the same passion that's shared by my colleagues in the Nationals, and I'm certain shared by many colleagues in regional Liberals. Of course, we are always mindful of making sure that we reach into national seats, into independent seats, into regional Liberal seats, dare I say, also into regional Labor seats, to look after these people, because they're part of our nation. And whether that's in the form of investment in energy projects or investments in medicine, in medical issues, investments in education, investments in infrastructure that drive those economies forward. You've talked about investments to take the standard of living ahead. And that's why the biggest investment project in this nation is the Inland Rail, which is taking the lives of people ahead. And I also note in your question how you talked about a number. There is no number that we have in any package. I want to dispel this notion that there's some magical number running around. There is not. And what, as you know, Member for Indi, we've both been here for a little while, is just because you read it didn't mean they said it. If you hear them say it, they said it. If you see them say it, they said it. But by gosh, we've all had the experience in this place of reading things which later on turned out to be complete and utter tripe. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to make sure that, mindful of all issues, and not just on this issue, but in our process of being in government. Our process of being in government is to serve the people of regional Australia, is to make sure we make the lives of people in regional Australia better, is to create opportunities so that not only themselves but their children and their grandchildren can have jobs in regional Australia. Our job is to make sure we stand behind the industries and the wealth of regional Australia, because, as the member for Indi knows, it is the terms of trade that is generated by regional Australia, the people who put the product on the boat that gives wealth to our currency and terms to our currency, because so much of our lives is determined by what we take off a boat coming in the other direction. And the people who put product on the boat, the iron ore miners, the coal miners, the gas, the cattle, the live sheep, the cotton, the grain, all these products come from regional Australia. And if we don't protect regional Australia, we don't protect our nation. And if we don't protect the strength of our currency, that there is a reason for other people to demand our products, so give wealth to our currency, we will become a poorer nation.
The member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer please update the House on what the Morrison government is doing to support Australians during lockdown, and how we are ensuring that our economy bounces back stronger as the lockdown restrictions are eased?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mackellar for his question, acknowledge his time as a local councillor in small business and as chair of the Tax and Revenue Committee in the House. And the good news for the people of the Northern Beaches is now, with restrictions having been eased in New South Wales, they can go to the gym or for a swim, Mr Speaker. They can go for a meal or a movie, or indeed they can have people now over to their own homes. This is the dividend for the work of the people of New South Wales in getting the jab in record numbers, now at 80% double-dose vaccinations. And we will see in Victoria, the great state of Victoria, will see that target reached before too long and restrictions eased in Victoria too. Now, every step of the way through this Delta variant lockdown, we have been, as a government, supporting households and businesses in New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT. Some $17 billion is already out the door, $11.5 billion in COVID disaster payments and $5.5 billion in our share of the 50-50 business support payments. And this has helped support households and businesses in their hour of need and ensure that our economy is primed for a strong recovery. And we're already seeing some positive data out of the easing of restrictions in New South Wales. The National Australia Bank credit data for the first week after lockdown has seen $825 million spent. That's a 54% increase on the spending in New South Wales the week prior, and a nearly 10% increase on the spending in New South Wales at the same time last year when they weren't in actual lockdown. We've seen a more than 500% increase in New South Wales in spending at beauty shops, more than a 300% increase in spending at clothing shops, and more than a 50% increase spending across New South Wales in pubs, clubs and restaurants. And we know that as the restrictions are eased, our economy will continue to strengthen and the jobs will come back. There is now $330 billion on household and business balance sheets that was not there this time last year. We know that job ads are 21% higher today than they were at the start of the pandemic. We know that business and consumer confidence were both up last week, and we know that last week Australia had its outlook upgraded by Fitch that reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker. So Australians can look forward to a bright summer. Australians know that their economy is resilient in the face of this big economic shock.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. And I refer to the Prime Minister's comments in the House last November, less than a year ago, that a net zero target by 2050 would, to quote the Prime Minister, would require a 43% emissions reduction target in 2030. Is that still the case?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, that was in relation to what was being put at the time, if I recall correctly,
Members on my left,
about some sort of linear trajectory, Mr Speaker. And there is no such linear trajectory to 2050, and that's not what our plan relies on, Mr Speaker. Those opposite might think a linear trajectory is how it works, but not on this side of the House. On this side of the House, Mr Speaker, we know that you have to invest in the technologies, many of which will have long lead times, which will ensure, Mr Speaker, that the 2030 targets that we have set out, that we will not only meet, Mr Speaker, but we will beat them as well, will set us up well for the future in further reducing emissions. Now, Mr Speaker, you need to follow the technology path here. You've got one of two paths. You can go down the path of ensuring that technologies become more affordable and we invest in them, providing more choices to consumers, Mr Speaker, so they can lead this process, or you can follow the path that the Labor Party tried to follow last time they were in government, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The member for Shortland is now warned. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. This was a very precise question. It went to the Prime Minister's own comments, saying that a net zero by 2050 target would require a 43% emissions reduction target in 2030, and I asked, is that still the case?
Yes, I just say to the Prime Minister that the question was very tight. It didn't ask for anything about the opposition's approach. The Prime Minister has the call.
Understand that, Mr Speaker. I'm simply drawing the parallel, whether it's the Labor Party's policy or anyone else's, Mr Speaker, that you can go down the path of pursuing a technology investment roadmap, which is what the government's policy is, which appreciates, Mr Speaker, that over time the returns on that investment and the acceleration in the emissions reductions that occur because of that investment, then you're able to achieve much greater emissions reductions over the longer term. If you're seeking to do that by forcing higher emissions reduction targets by 2030, Mr Speaker, you will force choices that cost jobs. And that is not what the government's policy is. It has never been our policy. At the last election, we rejected a 45% emissions reduction target put forward by those opposite, and it wasn't just us who rejected it, Mr Speaker. The Australian people rejected it. They supported our policy of 26 to 28% to meet that target and beat that target. That's what we took to the last election, Mr Speaker. That's what we've honoured in government. That's what we're delivering on, with more than 20% reduction in emissions, Mr Speaker, on 2005 levels, much greater than New Zealand, much greater than Canada, countries that also have a very large proportion of their emissions taken up in their export sector. But here in Australia, while at the same time that we have seen one of the largest expansions of our LNG industry, we have been, as a country, able to reduce our emissions by over 20% on 2005 levels. That's what success looks like, Mr Speaker.
The member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on the progress of Australia's COVID-19 vaccine rollout?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Higgins for her work and her support as a health leader across this nation. Around the world, we know that the pandemic continues. It was said, perhaps at the dispatch box just opposite, that the pandemic is coming to an end. It's not. We are at 240 million cases around the world. We're at 4.9 million lives lost. The number of cases this year is almost double the number last year. At the same time, however, what is changing is how we live. with the virus. And one of the fundamental things is, whilst we relied last year on our borders and testing, tracing and distancing, the vaccination program is allowing us to change that in Australia. Already we're at 32.6 million doses. Already we see that in the last week alone, in the last 7 days, over 1.9 million vaccinations were delivered in Australia. In the last 14 days, over 3.8 million vaccinations, and in the last 28 days, over 7.8 million vaccinations. These are Australians coming forward to protect themselves, their friends, their families, or just to do the right thing by the community. And these Australians are leading to extraordinary outcomes. What we see is 93% of our over 50s who've come forward for a first dose. We see that it's now at an extraordinary 97% of our over 70s, our most vulnerable demographic. And then, extraordinarily, 99.8% of our aged care workers have come forward for vaccinations. And that is a testament to all involved, and we thank them and we honour them. And all of this is about saving lives and protecting lives. And yes, there has been hardship here, as there has been in all nations of the world. But what we know is that the actions we've taken over the last 2 years and have now seen through the vaccination program has meant that Australia has one of the 3 lowest rates of lives lost across the OECD, the 38 nations this year, and across the entire pandemic. That means we have saved over 30,000 lives compared with the OECD average, 45,000 lives if we were to compare with the United Kingdom or the United States. And each one of those is a life to be celebrated, is a family that will be whole. Each one of those comes from the actions of Australians over the last 2 years, but in particular, all of those Australians who have come forward, and as the Prime Minister said, we'll pass the 85% first dose and the 70% second dose mark in the coming days.
The member for Richmond.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Why has the Prime Minister given the Deputy Prime Minister and the National Party a veto on whether Australia takes action on climate change? And why is the Prime Minister not in the room where Australia's climate change policy is being decided?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government's decision on the government's commitments for Australia in relation to COP26 will be made by the government in Cabinet, Mr Speaker, in Cabinet. That's where it will be made. That's where these decisions are made. All members of the government understand that. All members of the government do the right thing by consulting Mr Speaker far and wide and forming their views when they come together, Mr Speaker, to make decisions in the best interest of Australia. And the government, Mr Speaker, a coalition government, a strong coalition government, Mr Speaker, working closely together as we've been leading Australia through one of the greatest crises we've seen since the Second World War, Mr Speaker, working together constructively to find the right solution, sensibly, responsibly and cautiously, Mr Speaker. This government hasn't gone off and signed a blank cheque commitment. We haven't gone off and stated a target without a plan, Mr Speaker. That's what those opposite have done. What we are doing is carefully considering the implications of these very serious issues for Australians right across the country. The Labor Party has signed up to a target without a plan, a blank cheque that they will expect Australians to pay for, Mr Speaker. That's the Labor Party's policy. On this side of the House, Mr Speaker, the Liberals and the Nationals are working together to ensure that Australia succeeds over the next 30 years in a world economy that is going to be challenged by the world's response to climate change, that is going to have very real impacts in rural and regional communities. We're not oblivious to that like those opposite, Mr Speaker, who will cavalier go and commit Australia to all sorts of things without thinking through the consequences. We are thinking through the plans that are necessary to protect jobs in this country from the challenges that are coming, but also to secure the opportunities. Our policies aren't about shutting anything down, Mr Speaker, but opening up new opportunities. opportunities. Those offers would seek to impose choices on Australians. We're going to let Australians make their own choices. We're going to ensure, Mr Speaker, that we keep the lights on and prices down.
The member for Barker has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Minister, can you outline to the House the importance of a technology-led approach to reducing emissions? How does this ensure that we can create jobs, support Australian industry and manufacturing as we reduce those emissions?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Barker for his question and for his relentless focus on jobs in his electorate and across Australia, and a technology-led approach to reducing emissions. That's his focus, Mr Speaker, and that's the focus of all us on this side of this place, creating jobs, Mr Speaker, creating opportunity for Australians. And of course in the manufacturing sector, which is strong in his electorate, we've seen in the last 3 months alone another 91,000 jobs added in the manufacturing sector, Mr Speaker. That's more than 80,000 jobs more than before the pandemic. We now have over 1 million people working in manufacturing again, and we haven't seen that, Mr Speaker, since Labor put in place their carbon tax, Mr Speaker. Now, local manufacturers are going from strength to strength, and that includes businesses like in the members for electorate like Mondelez, which is one of Australia's largest food manufacturers with more than 100 years of experience in manufacturing behind them. 2,000 local employees, Mr Speaker. They research, they develop, they manufacture and they sell great products. And they're investigating ways, they're working on ways now to drive energy efficiency, 50% energy efficiency across their operations. And one of the ways they're doing that is installing solar, Mr Speaker, and we are a world leader, a world beater in solar in this country. And that's technology, not taxes at work, Mr Speaker. Now, we know from the latest data that Australia's emissions are over 20% down since 2005. And we're reducing emissions while we're creating jobs and driving investment, and that's because we're taking a technology, not taxes approach, Mr Speaker. And it's technology, not taxes, that strengthens our regions, that strengthens our traditional industries like agriculture, resources and heavy manufacturing, Mr Speaker. And it's that technology-led approach that will ensure that we can continue to bring down emissions whilst creating jobs and continuing to drive that investment, including export opportunities, for Mr Speaker, for our world-beating export sectors. Now, technologies that are crucial to achieving that are technologies like hydrogen, soil carbon, carbon capture and storage, stored energy, Mr Speaker, clean steel and aluminium, all in our technology investment roadmap, and all focused in each case on getting those costs down to a point where we see rapid uptake. Now, Mr Speaker, just a few weeks ago we opened our $464 million Clean Hydrogen Hubs program to support the development of up to 7 hydrogen hubs across Australia. That makes the total investment in hydrogen $1.2 billion of the total $20 billion we're spending on emerging technologies. We're backing technology, Mr Speaker. Those opposite will always back taxes.
The member for Whitlam.
Speaker, my question's to the Treasurer. He says that a failure to adopt net zero by 2050 will cost jobs in the economy. Treasurer, what has been the cost to the economy of nearly a decade of climate change inaction?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, the first thing to state for the record is that our emissions are down by more than 20% on 2005 levels. That's consistent with meeting and beating our 2030 targets that we agreed at Paris. When it comes to the economy and it comes to jobs, I point out to the honourable member that when we came to government, so therefore under Labor, the unemployment rate was at 5.7%, Mr Speaker. Before this pandemic, before the first recession in nearly 3 decades, the unemployment rate was 5.1%, Mr Speaker. And today, the unemployment rate is 4.6%, Mr Speaker. The unemployment rate is under 5% for the first time in a decade, Mr Speaker. And I tell you what leads to more jobs. It's lower taxes, Mr Speaker. And on this side of the House, we have legislated through the parliament more than $300 billion of tax cuts for Australian families, Mr Speaker. We have introduced in successive budgets some of the biggest tax incentives for investment that, for example, has led to a 20% increase in machinery, capital and equipment purchases over the course of the last year, Mr Speaker, through the incentives and the immediate expensing provisions that we've put in place in the budget. And whether it's our patent box, Mr Speaker, whether it's cutting taxes for small business down to 25%, Mr Speaker, whether it's the work that we're—
The member for Whitlam on a point of order.
Relevance, Speaker. The question was about the cost of climate change in action. He hasn't addressed that issue yet. He's gone off on a completely different tangent.
Well, I think it was a fairly broad question. The member for Whitlam would have to admit he's talking about the economy. The Treasurer has the call.
It's the economy. Don't say. Mr Speaker, the reality is that under the economic stewardship of those on this side of the House, we've seen more jobs created. Mr Speaker, we've seen the unemployment rate fall to a more than decade low, and we have the plan in place to see a strong economic recovery from the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression. Those opposite, their only solution—
Just say the Treasurer wasn't asked about those opposite.
Mr Speaker, the fact is, on this side of the House, we are driving the creation of more jobs. We're going to drive a stronger economic growth into next year. We've seen our AAA credit rating reaffirmed by the Fitch rating agency. We're one of only 9 countries in the world to have a AAA credit rating from the 3 leading credit rating agencies. We're getting on with the job of lowering emissions, lowering electricity prices and creating more jobs.
The member for Fisher.
My question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the minister update the House on how the recent Morrison government announcement to strengthen our relationship with the United States and the United Kingdom through AUKUS will keep Australians safe?
The Minister for Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to say thank you to the member for Fisher, not just for his leadership on the Defence Committee and a very valuable role he plays there, but also, Mr Speaker, for standing up for veterans on the Sunshine Coast. I've met with veterans with the member for Fisher, and he has a deep and abiding passion to make sure that everything that we can do as a country for those veterans is an outcome that we can all be proud of, and he delivers on that, Mr Speaker, as this government does in terms of national security, of providing that safety and security for our country, not just for today, but into the coming decades. And I want to pay tribute to my counterparts in the United States and the United Kingdom, Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary Ben Wallace, for their support in bringing AUKUS together, their leadership even today as we meet as 3 countries to look at ways in which we can deliver on the agreement that we've entered into in the form of AUKUS. Mr Speaker, our Five Eyes Compact has been absolutely a very significant underpinning to our national security for many decades. And we know now that as we move into this new phase of great uncertainty in the Indo-Pacific, that Australians and people right across the world are worried about what the future holds for the Indo-Pacific. It's important that we not only re-bolster the support that we have between the Five Eyes partners in that very important relationship, but also, Mr Speaker, that we take our security to the next level as a country and on behalf of our region in the form of AUKUS. And AUKUS delivers us a technology which will replace the Collins class in time, Mr Speaker, which will be a— I hear some of those interjections opposite. You must be referring to your whole period in government when you didn't order 1 vessel, 1 boat, 1 submarine or 1 ship, and you cut money from defence and soldiers and sailors. You were hopeless in government.
The Minister for Defence will come back to the question.
Speaker. So what are we doing in contrast to that? We are putting a record amount, Mr Speaker, into defending this country and keeping Australians safe. And we have a nuclear submarine program now, which will be, I think, in this region, an absolutely superior boat. It will give us the ability to work with the Americans and to work with the Brits to keep our country safe and secure. And, Mr Speaker, out of AUKUS, there's obviously a lot more that we do in terms of cyber security, working on artificial intelligence, on quantum technologies, additional undersea capabilities. These are all areas of priority and many, many more. And we will work with our best allies in the world and with our dear friends in the region to make sure that we keep our country safe.
The member for Bendigo.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Regional Development. The Deputy Prime Minister said in July the likelihood of Joyce getting endorsement from his party room to agree to net zero is zero. That's where net zero lies. Is there still zero chance of the Minister for Regional Development supporting net zero? What is the impact of net zero by 2050 on the regions?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question and concur that we do concern ourselves with regional Australia and the Nationals. That's what we do. That's why we're here. We're a party that are exclusively of regional areas, and so of course we're going to be mindful of making sure that we understand the role of this parliament and how lives are affected in regional areas. That is our job. And it would be, I think people would think a lot less of us if we weren't diligent to the facts, if we didn't take a real sense of prudence to how we have oversight over discussions that could have huge ramifications in a regional area, especially by 2050. And that's
Leader of the
that
Opposition
leads me
can cease interjecting.
to where your own party is on this and the sort of diligence or lack of it that you have had in attention to exactly what happens in regional areas. And might I pose a question to the honourable member? Might I make a statement? Might I make a statement, Mr Speaker, that if we have got no idea beyond your statement exactly what the ramifications are to the people of Singleton, what the ramifications are to the people of Gladstone, what the ramifications are in Sale, what the ramifications are in Muswellbrook, what the ramifications are in Busselton, what the ramifications are in Longreach, what the ramifications are in Townsville and in Mount Isa and in the Hunter. Because, Mr Speaker, we don't just represent or have a heart for the inner suburbs and then drag regional areas along as something that is taken for granted. We take them to heart. We are totally and utterly focused on regional areas. So I concur that if you are asking, are we prudent, are we diligent, are we making sure we go through this, yes, then we are. And of course the member for Graymer doesn't agree with that.
Resume his seat. The Deputy Prime Minister has concluded his answer. I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's national plan will ensure that Australians overseas can come home and those who are here can travel to visit loved ones overseas as part of the reopening of our international borders?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and congratulate and thank him for the great work that he has done, particularly over the last 18 months, as he's been supporting the people in his electorate through what is clearly an incredibly difficult time. Now, it's very clear that the decision that was taken by the Morrison government to close our international borders has saved a significant number of lives. But we've always known that it's not in Australia's interests to keep the international border closed for any longer than is absolutely necessary. And vaccination is and always has been key to safely reopening Australia to the rest of the world. Now, Australians have absolutely rolled up their sleeves. They have very proactively got out there in a very remarkable way and chosen to be vaccinated. And across Australia, we have some of the highest vaccination rates across the world. So Australians deserve the opportunity to be able to freely travel again for holidays, for business purposes and, most importantly, so that they can be with their loved ones. So in November, the outbound travel requirements will be lifted for fully vaccinated Australians, and they will be able to travel in and out of Australia without restriction, subject to the quarantine requirements of the states and the territories that they fly back into. Now, we know that many Australians overseas have struggled to get home with flight limitations due to the quarantine caps that have been set by states and territories. Of course, New South Wales has facilitated a very large proportion of quarantines for return travellers throughout this pandemic, and they are leading the way again, announcing no quarantine for fully vaccinated travellers from November 1, and that is very welcome news. Now, there are a number of states and territories that are going through the process of trialling home quarantine, which will mean that vaccinated Australians can come in above the current caps. And I know that that is very welcomed by many Australians right across Australia. Now, we have announced that we will be extending travel exemption eligibility to include parents of Australians, so that mums and dads living overseas will be able to be reunited here on our shores, so that they can hug their grandkids once again. And it's absolutely appropriate that they should be amongst the first welcomed back here to Australia. And as soon as it's possible, we want to make sure that we can bring into this country the skilled workers, the international students that we so desperately need. And then, of course, we will be welcoming back international tourists, because they are most welcome here in Australia. We want to show them all that we have to offer here.
The member for Eden-Monaro.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister agree communities in rural and regional Australia bear the brunt of inaction on climate change through droughts, bushfires and floods? Does the Prime Minister recognise communities in rural and regional Australia want action on climate change and will be the biggest beneficiaries of net zero by 2050?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and I do agree. I do agree, Mr Speaker, that it is true that I believe regions can be the biggest beneficiaries of moving into a new global economy where decisions are being taken outside of this country that impact on our regions, and it's important that we take the opportunities that come with those new energy technologies, which can yield great opportunities for our regions, Mr Speaker. And as the world continues to take action together, Mr Speaker, that will have a positive impact on Australia's climate as well. But I would also say this. I would also say that it would be foolish to pretend that the economic changes that are occurring as a result of the world's response to climate change will not have negative consequences for rural and regional areas. That would also not be true, Mr Speaker. And we are not blind to that. And that is why the Liberal and the Nationals together will ensure that the policies that we have in place both seizes those opportunities that come from those technologies in rural and regional areas, but also enables them to deal with the negative impacts that will inevitably come because of the impacts on more traditional industries. Because we want to keep making steel in this country, Mr Speaker. We want to keep making aluminium in this country, Mr Speaker. We want to keep making ammonia in this country, Mr Speaker. We want to continue the manufacturing jobs in this country. And I note, Mr Speaker, there are now over 1 million Australians employed in our manufacturing sector as of the 21st of August this year. That is the first time manufacturing employment has been above $1 million. 1 million jobs, I should say, Mr Speaker, for over a decade. So, Mr Speaker, we know, Mr Speaker, I'll take the interjection, Mr Speaker, because when those in office Mr Speaker, came to office, there were over 1 million manufacturing jobs, and when they left office, there was just a bit over 900,000, Mr Speaker. Manufacturing jobs went down under Labor, Mr Speaker. They've gone up under the Liberals, Mr Speaker. Rural and regional areas will benefit from our plans for investing in technology and ensuring we work with the regions, whether it's in infrastructure or water infrastructure, Mr Speaker, or electricity transmission, or the big projects that we're pursuing like the Inland Rail, Mr Speaker, or Snowy Hydro, to ensure that rural and regional areas. The member opposite would know very much in her own electorate. The Snowy Hydro project, Mr Speaker, is a jobs boon for her electorate. written and authorised by the Liberals and Nationals, Mr Speaker. That's where that project came from, and that's the action we're taking. We will do this through technology, Mr Speaker, in dealing with these challenges, not taxes. And I note, Mr Speaker, I note that those opposite on the weekend, Senator Gallagher, is some sort of carbon price an option for Labor? Her answer, we are looking at everything, Mr Speaker. Every time you say they want to reduce emissions, they want to put...
The member for Reid.
For skills, small and family business. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government is using world-leading technology to ensure Australians have the tools they need to get their lives back? And will the minister explain why sticking with the national plan is so important to ensure Australian families can be reunited, Australian workers can travel in and out of our country, and we can work towards welcoming tourists back to our shores?
The Minister for Employment.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for her question and all the work she's been doing in her electorate to ensure her constituents are safe. Indeed, saving lives and saving livelihoods has been the hallmark of the Morrison government for the last 18 months. But it's Australians who've been doing the heavy lifting. They've been abiding by restrictions, getting vaccinated, practising physical distancing and good hygiene, and we should all be so thankful what our citizens have been doing. Now, of course, in New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT, we've got roadmaps out of lockdown, so the Morrison government is now moving to the next phase of the national plan. It's great to see Premier Palaszczuk also coming out before question time, giving confidence for small business about sticking to the national plan. So the Morrison government is now leading the reopening of Australia and Australians to the world. We've delivered a simple and very secure proof of vaccination that's been integrated now into state and territory contract tracing applications. It's very easy for an individual, where required under state or territory health orders, to confirm their vaccination status, and it's very easy for businesses to ensure the safety of their staff and customers. These simple and secure proof of vaccinations are very much underpinning New South Wales and Victoria opening up, and it's been a pleasure for the Commonwealth and all those states and territories to work cooperatively together. As of the 17th of October, over 19 million downloads of digital proof of vaccinations in New South Wales. Over 3.8 million of those proofs have been dropped into digital wallets. And in the first week of Victoria integrating it, over 1 million Victorians have linked their vaccination certificate with their new Service Victoria app. So whether you're going to the cafe in Coogee or down to the pub in Penrith at Tooheys from that great brewery in your electorate, Australians will be using technology built by the Morrison government. And we continue our progress with the national plan today, announcing that from tomorrow Australians will be able to, if vaccinated, download an international proof of vaccination via MyGov. With international travel now starting again, New South Wales leading the race as per the national plan from the 1st of November. This international proof of vaccination will enable fully vaccinated Australians to depart and return and travel internationally. It's simple, easy and built with the same security as your passport. It can be downloaded digitally, and this is an example of a copy. It's an internationally recognised copy with a standard set by ICAO, or it can be dropped digitally into your mobile phone. The launch of the proof of vaccination, it's a key step in safely reopening international borders, getting more Australians home and allowing Australians to visit loved ones overseas. It's the Morrison government continuing to support Australians through the pandemic and continuing to follow the national plan.
The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott said climate change is, and I quote, absolute crap. Can the Prime Minister confirm Australia's current 2030 emissions reduction target is the same 26 to 28% target set by Mr Abbott?
The Prime Minister has
Thank
the
you,
call.
Mr Speaker. It's the target that I, as Prime Minister, took to the last election, Mr Speaker, and was endorsed by the Australian people. That's what it is, Mr Speaker. That's what it is. It's a policy that was endorsed by the Australian people at the last election. And when I took that policy to the election, Mr Speaker, when Labor took a policy of 45% and it was rejected by the Australian people, I said that we wouldn't just meet this target, Mr Speaker, we would beat this target. And what we're seeing, Mr Speaker, is emissions reductions have fallen by more than 20% on 2005 levels, Mr Speaker, and we are making excellent progress towards that goal. And indeed, we will meet that target, and we will beat that target. And I'll be in a position to advise the COP26 about our success in meeting that and beating that target, Mr Speaker, when I'm there in a few weeks' time. Now, we've already heard, Mr Speaker, we'd already heard that our side of politics, the Liberal and Nationals, our way to addressing climate change is to ensure we do technology, not taxes. But we heard from the Labor senator on the weekend, Mr Speaker—
Prime Minister, this is not an opportunity to do what you're—
I'll take an opportunity elsewhere, Mr Speaker, not in
right.
here.
Just get asked a question about it and you can.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are pursuing that pathway, and that pathway has ensured that we've been delivering not only lower emissions, but we've been ensuring we've been able to put a brake on those electricity price hikes and ensure we get more gas into the system to provide the reliability that is necessary to keep that stability, Mr Speaker, in the system to ensure that industry and manufacturing in particular— 1 in 8 jobs lost in manufacturing under Labor, Mr Speaker, when they were last in power. And our modern manufacturing initiative is ensuring that we're putting Australians back into manufacturing jobs, Mr Speaker, with the figures that I've already referred to today in question time. And that is achieved because we're keeping energy prices under control, we're investing in the technology that is needed to reduce emissions, we're investing in the reliable energy sources such as gas as a transition fuel, Mr Speaker, to keep the lights on and to keep the prices down. Every time you hear Labor talking about cutting emissions, they're putting up your taxes.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture in Northern Australia. Will the minister please update the House on the Morrison-Joyce government's Ag 2030 plan and outline how this government's significant investment in agriculture has helped the industry reach record high levels of production?
The Minister for Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Mallee for her question. She knows better than anyone the important role that agriculture plays for the electorate of Mallee, but also for our nation. And I'm proud to say that for the first time in our nation's history, ABARES is predicting that we will exceed over $70 billion worth of agricultural production. That is in the face of fires and droughts and floods. Australian agriculture has still continued to get on with the job, and we are on our trajectory towards hitting that $100 billion goal. And we're doing that by supporting it with our Ag 2030 plan, with 7 key pillars, and that's being backed with cash. And the first pillar, and the most important, is around trade. We're a nation of 26 million people. We produce enough food for 80. So if we don't engage with the world, we don't trade with the world, we don't need the farmers or the communities to support them. And we've done that through making sure we're digitising our market platforms, our trading platforms, to make it easier for farmers to be able to export their goods around the world when we find them the new markets and the market access. Over $300 million put aside to achieve that. And that's also about putting boots on the ground. Agricultural councillors in 22 of our high commissions and embassies getting market access commodity by commodity, also more scientists to make sure we get through our risk assessments quicker so that we can tick off the biosecurity risks that those trading partners want from us to be remedied before we're able to send that product into them. We're also protecting our brand through our biosecurity. The second main pillar, nearly $1 billion over the last 2 budgets, has been committed to making sure we're protecting our brand with new technologies. 3-day X-ray scanners that'll go through into our postal services that'll scan over 140 million parcels that go through Australia Post every year. And we're trialling with New Zealand X-rays for baggage so that we will know what's in people's bags before they come to Australia. This is a world first. And in fact, if they don't declare, we will simply fine them. We've lifted the fines from $444 to $2,664, and we have cancelled 14 visas of those that have tried to breach our biosecurity. So it's not just technology, it's also fines. We're working through a stewardship program and rolling out pilots to reward farmers for the stewardship of their land, which is the third pillar. And we're moving into remnant vegetation to reward farmers who have had vegetation management laws placed upon them but can still be rewarded with a payment for that piece of work. We're looking at our supply chains through our modern manufacturing, making sure we go deeper through producing and promoting our products even more, and also our infrastructure, the $3.5 billion set aside to plumb the nation to make sure that we have the water infrastructure to grow Australian agriculture. But it's also the innovation, over $86 million in 8 innovation hubs to make sure our farmers have the tools of the 21st century to adapt. But it's the most important pillar is the last one, which is our people, our human capital. We are investing in reducing university courses in agriculture by 59%, so we are putting the environment infrastructure around Australian agriculture
concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House of Representatives supports a legislative target of net zero emissions by 2050.
Is leave granted? The Leader of the House.
For stunts, leave is not granted. No.
Leave is not granted. The Leader of the Opposition.
Parliamentary. I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition moving the following motion immediately. That the House of Representatives supports a legislative target of net zero emissions by 2050. Mr Speaker, this government is frozen in time while the world warms around it. The whole world is gathering in Glasgow, and this lot can't even come up with a policy.
The Leader of the House has the call.
Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The Leader of the House has moved that the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray tell us for the ayes. The honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler tell us for the noes.
This front is going from Rockhampton to Wollongong.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 53, noes 48. The question is therefore decided in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for McMahon.
I second the motion, Mr Speaker. 8 years of denial and delay must end
member
now.
for McMahon will resume his seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
Question is the member for McMahon be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Being a successive division, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or leaving the chamber, in which case they must report to the tellers. Lock the doors. Question is the member for McMahon be no further heard. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or did not vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 53, noes 48. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Again, in this successive division, members need to remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or leaving the chamber, in which case they need to tell the tellers. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Again, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they need to inform the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 53, noes 48. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. The call alternates, so I'm going to go to the member for Robertson. We're in question time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government is supporting victims, survivors of domestic and family violence, including through the new Escaping Violence payment?
The Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the member for Robertson for her question and commend her on all the incredible work she does in her electorate and has done during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, keeping women and children safe is at the heart of the Morrison government's women's policy agenda. Safer in the community, safer online, safer at home. In this year's budget, we announced $1.1 billion to dedicate to women's safety, just a down payment on the next National Action Plan. And I say a down payment in spite of the fact this was the most significant amount, because there's always more work to be done to rise to the challenge of keeping women and families from all walks of life safe, to ensure that every person has the opportunity to live life free of violence, coercion and abuse in all their pernicious forms. Anyone escaping violence, no matter their prior circumstances, faces real anxiety and real challenges. Accommodation, schooling, how do you pay the bills, genuine fears for your personal safety. These are some of the critical areas where help is required, and that's why part of our investment in women's safety is a new $144.8 million Escaping Violence payment, the first of its kind. As of tomorrow, October 19, the Escaping Violence payment will be available to any person escaping domestic, family and sexual violence. Through our service partners, Uniting Care, the payment, worth up to $5,000, will be provided as both cash and direct payments for goods and services, ensuring the financial security of individuals and families as they escape violence and re-establish their lives with appropriate wrap-up support services. Mr Speaker, the payments are not taxable or reportable, and they help with essential needs: bond payments for accommodation, school fees and uniforms, furniture and appliances, the things that people need for safety and stability as they navigate their path away from violence. And while this payment is a critical new initiative, it is only part of this government's response to family and domestic violence, as we work towards the final stages of consultation on the next National Action Plan to prevent violence against women and their children. Frontline workers, our state and territory partners and non-government organisations are continuing to deliver life-saving circumstances. The safety of women and children in our communities, workplaces and homes is everyone's business, and I know this government and this House are resolute in continuing the work we must do to protect families, women and children in all corners of the country.
You want to say something? Are you raising on indulgence? Oh, sorry.
The
Mr Speaker, I ask that
Minister.
further questions be placed on the notice paper. I'm not finished yet. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And on indulgence, can I just commend WA Telethon? 62 million raised, a record amount in WA Telethon. The Commonwealth was obviously pleased to provide $5 million to the WA Telethon, more than 400 million raised for WA Telethon over its history. Congratulations to all those who participated. I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition would join me in congratulating them.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I join with the Prime Minister in congratulating all those involved in the WA Telethon, including, of course, the West Australian newspaper and Kerry Stokes, who always makes a major contribution, and the Mark McGowan government, who donated $10 million. And I know that people like all of the members on this side, and I'm sure on that side as well, were very supportive of the telethon, which has become an institution in WA. Seeking the call.
The Leader of the Opposition is seeking the call.
Yes, Mr Speaker. I move that so much as standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition moving the following motion immediately. That the House 1 notes A. The government has failed to back a legislated target of net zero emissions by 2050. B. The Prime Minister always does too little too late, saying he didn't hold a hose during the bushfire crisis, saying it wasn't a race on COVID vaccines, and saying hospital capacity is the responsibility of the states. C. The Prime Minister prefers slogans to leadership, with the Prime Minister claiming electric vehicles will end the weekend, saying the world's biggest battery to store renewable energy is as useful as a big banana, and describing renewable energy targets as nuts. D. So great is the dysfunction inside the government, the Prime Minister is allowing climate policy to be set by his Deputy Prime Minister and the National Party. And E. Government members who claim they support a net zero by 2050 target voted against one today, including the Treasurer, the member for Higgins, the member for North Sydney, the member for Mackellar, the member for Wentworth, the member for Reid, the member for Leichhardt, the member for Riverina and the member for Gippsland. And 2. Therefore condemns the government for voting against the legislated target of net zero emissions by 2050. Mr Speaker, this is no longer a government, it's a shambles. It's a shambles whereby we're waiting
the Leader of the
for the
Opposition
National
will
Party
resume his seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The Leader of the House has moved the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Point the honourable member for Nichols and Grey tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Lawler and Werriwa tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 50, noes 48. The question was therefore decided in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for McMahon.
I second the motion, Mr Speaker. The government has given up even trying to act in the national interest.
The member for McMahon will resume his seat. The Leader of the House has the call. The Leader of the House has the call.
I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the member for McMahon be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote, or if they did not vote in the previous division, they need to report to the tellers. Lock the doors. They're already locked. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 48. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Again, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or leaving the chamber, in which case they must report to the tellers. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or did not vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 53, noes 45. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much.
Members could just perhaps remain in their seats for a second. Just
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask leave to move the motion relating to the murder of Sir David Amess.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Leave granted. The Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House 1. Condemn the murder of Sir David Amess, Member of Parliament in the House of Commons for the constituency of Southend West, killed in the course of performing his responsibilities to his constituents. 2. Expresses its deepest sympathies to Sir David's family, colleagues and to all who knew him. 3. Pay tribute to Sir David's lengthy contribution to public life. And 4. Convey the terms of this resolution to the Speaker of the House of Commons.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. No. Oh, okay, that too. Yes, so the question is that the motion be agreed to. The Leader of the House. Yes.
I move the debate be adjourned. Should be the process.
Yes.
That happens.
Okay, well, the Leader of the Opposition can move that. Question is the debate be adjourned. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. And then the Leader of the House is going to make a declaration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I declare that the resumption of debate on the motion relating to the murder of Sir David Amess to be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I thank the Leader of the House and the House. Can I just say to members before they leave, I can advise that I spoke with the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, on Saturday afternoon, and on behalf of all members of this House, offered our sincere condolences on the shocking news of the murder of Sir David Amess. And the Manager of Opposition Business indicated he wished to seek the call.
Mr Speaker, I rise to make a personal explanation.
Does the Manager of Opposition Business claim to have been misrepresented?
I do. On September 24, the Minister for the Arts issued a media release entitled "Record $10 billion in government support for the creative sector." In that release, the Minister claimed that I, along with the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, were dead wrong when I accused him of massively overstating his government support for the arts sector during the early part of the pandemic in October 2020. Mr Speaker, you will not be surprised to hear that in his scramble to justify the claim of $10 billion in support for the arts, it is in fact the Minister who is dead wrong. The Minister claims analysis published by the Bureau of Communications, the Arts and Regional Research backs him up. But if you look at the research he provided, the $10 billion figure that he says was from the arts includes the following occupations: clothing retailing, footwear retailing, watch and jewellery retailing, architectural services, advertising services and zoological and botanical gardens operation. These workers would be surprised to learn that they had the attention of the Arts Minister. It would be good if arts workers received his attention at some point.
And the member for Bowman has indicated to me he wishes to have the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I do seek to make a personal explanation.
Does the member for Bowman claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Speaker.
You
Look,
may
over the
proceed.
last 6 months, I've been misrepresented by opposition members, and apologies for doing this as a batch. On 11 May, the member for Watson said that I was not fit to be a member of the House and referred to my vote as being tainted because I was trolling and abusing constituents. On 12 May, Senator McAllister extensively quoted political opponents without any substantiation nor formal complaint to answer either then or now. On the 13th of May, the member for Dunkley referred to me as disgraced and disgraceful with neither substantiation or a single complaint to answer. And on May 27, the member for Jagga referred to inappropriate behaviour, again without any substantiated material. On the 16th of June, Senator Walsh referred to me as a known miscreant who harasses women in his community.
Members on my left.
And then the following day stated that I have a history of trolling and abusing constituents on Facebook. On the 16th of June, Senator Green referred to a long and proven track record of trolling and abusing constituents online, but no substantiation, then claimed that a political opponent of mine was forced to install CCTV cameras and an electronic security gate on her home because of me. On the 16th of June, Senator Polley referred to a long history of trolling and abusing constituents on Facebook, which has undermined the safety and mental health of an individual. On the 23rd of June, the member for Brand referred to me treating women badly, trolling people on Facebook and continuing to behave badly. On the 23rd of June, also, the member for Gellibrand said that I had the hide to blame appalling trolling, bullying and harassment campaigns online on ADHD. In June 23, the member for Griffith referred to me subjecting locals to false claims and social media abuse. On the 23rd of June, also, the member for Macquarie said that my conduct diminishes the committee, the House and the Parliament. On the 23rd of June, the member for Corangamite said that it establishes beyond question a character unfit to represent and the kind of person that the member for Bowman was long before he entered this House. He viciously attacked female constituents from behind a computer screen. And on 23rd of June, the member for Laylaw said he has a track record of showing an absolute lack of empathy for the people he represents. And then this: good men who respect women, good men with integrity, good men with empathy and good men who would like to see the member for Bowman removed from this parliament. And then on the 23rd of June, again, the member for Cooper. The member for Bowman thinks he's entitled to be here in this House. Now, Speaker, briefly, while there's no mechanism to prevent this hearsay and opinion, I note not a single element this communication has, or is ever likely to amount to a formal complaint for assessment. And I simply ask that these members reflect on this commentary, given evidence which is now publicly available on those matters that lack any form of independent substantiation.
Order. Could members quietly leave the chamber if they're planning to do so? And I call the honourable member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report number 8, 2021, referrals made June 2021, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
The member for Greenway. Leave is granted. The honourable member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 8th report for 2021, Report 8 of 2021, considers 2 proposals referred to the committee in June 2021. The total value of the proposed works for the 2 projects totalled $87.29 million, with the 2 projects being undertaken in Townsville and Sydney. The first is the expansion of the National Sea Simulator at the Australian Institute of Marine Science, Townsville, with an estimated cost of $27.49 million. The National Sea Simulator is a unique, world-class research aquarium facility for tropical marine research, and since its establishment in 2014 has facilitated a significant volume of large-scale, multi-generational studies. The expansion of the National Sea Simulator aims to increase the research capabilities of the Sea Simulator, directly supporting significant research into the long-term sustainability and restoration of the Great Barrier Reef. The second project is the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation Intermediate-Level Solid Waste Storage Facility at Lucas Heights in New South Wales. The project has an estimated cost of $59.8 million. ANSTO's existing intermediate-level solid radioactive waste storage facilities at Lucas Heights is forecast to reach capacity at 2027. This project will allow ANSTO to expand its storage capacity by at least 10 years up to 2037 and enable ANSTO to continue its nuclear medicine production without disruption. The committee would like to extend its thanks to all who gave both written and oral evidence to the inquiry. The passion of many Australians who gave evidence was clear, and the committee acknowledges their contribution to the ongoing debate surrounding the storage of radioactive waste in Australia. I would also like to thank both the Australian Institute of Marine Science and the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation for their comprehensive presentations. Although the committee was unable to travel to either site to inspect the proposed works, both entities provided sufficient detail in their presentation and briefing to ensure that the committee was able to appreciate the importance and nature of the work. In both cases, the committee recommended that it is expedient that the works are carried out. Deputy Speaker, since the last speaking in this House on the work of the committee, one of our longest-serving members has passed away. Senator Alex Gallacher, who, as you are aware, passed away on Sunday the 29th of August after a long battle with lung cancer. The Public Works Committee would like to extend its deep regret at the death of Senator Gallacher, who remained a valuable member of this committee until the very day of his passing. The committee would like to place on the record its appreciation of his service to the work of the committee and to offer its heartfelt sympathy to his family and his wife Paola and their 4 children and grandchildren in their bereavement. Deputy Speaker, finally I'd also like to mention the fantastic work of Ms Pauline Cullen, who has served the Public Works Committee for almost 5 years. She's not leaving us. She is moving on to a position as the Director at the Clerk's Office, and I wish her all the best for the future and all the success going forward. Thank you very much.
Well, I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip that he has nominated Ms Ryan to be a member of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests in place of Mr Byrne. The Assistant Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member of the Committee of Privileges and a member's interest.
Member for Greenway.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Minister.
I move that Mrs Byrne be discharged from the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest, and then that, in their place, Ms Ryan be appointed as a member of the committee.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I present a report on the Commonwealth Ombudsman's activities under Section 65(6) of the Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Act 2016 for the period 1st of October to the 31st of December 2020, and pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Services Act 1999, I present the annual report of the Parliamentary Budget Office for 2020-21. And I also present the Auditor-General's Audit Reports number 2 to 6 for 2021-22. Details of the reports were recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Economic Empowerment Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak briefly in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment 2021 Measures No. 7 bill. This bill has 3 schedules which, among other things, implement changes to enhance compliance with tax obligations, further clarify the role of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority and simplify the tax return experience for our hard-working Australians. Schedule 1 of the bill relates to the reporting regime for the sharing economy and extends existing third-party reporting requirements to operators of electronic platforms. The sharing economy includes ride-sharing applications such as Uber, food delivery services such as Menulog, DoorDash, Uber Eats and Deliveroo, and accommodation services such as Airbnb and Stays. As a tourist hotspot, many Central Coast residents take advantage.
Member for Robertson, I think there's some confusion. We're on the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment. I suspect you're speaking on the Treasury.
Thank you.
bill.
Yes, I'm speaking on the Treasury Laws Amendment.
Yes, we're not on that one at the moment,
you.
so we'll come back to your contribution when we reach that bill. So the question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. Deputy Speaker, after some 3 years of consultation and achieving the support of key Aboriginal land councils, it would appear that this bill is okay, that it's worth supporting. However, Deputy Speaker, what I think about this bill, and in fact what anyone in the House who is not of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander heritage, what we think is in some ways quite irrelevant. Because the only thing that really matters is what Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people think of this bill, because it is up to them to decide what is good policy and what their needs are. Teasing that point out a little more, Deputy Speaker, I mean, it's been the paternalism of what I might call old white men over 233 years that is at the heart of the problems with public policy and decision-making regarding our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. When you drill down to all of the problems, deficiencies, the enduring and chronic disadvantage that is suffered by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in our country, so much of it goes to that paternalism over hundreds of years, which helps to explain why so many of the indicators remain so bad and so unaddressed, why year after year in the Parliament, when we have the closing the gap speeches and lots of hand-wringing, the indicators haven't changed that much. Now,
we're in the practice once a year of looking at those indicators, whether it be education, employment, health and so on, and then we forget about them for another year, and so many of the problems go unaddressed. Well, I think we should be talking about those stats every day of the year until they get better. We should, people like me, my colleague, we should be ashamed of these indicators every day of the year until they markedly improve, until we can finally stand in the parliament and have a closing the gap speech that we can be so proud of and say, we have finally working together ensured that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are the equal of the rest of the community of newer Australians in every other way. That we won't have to be ashamed of the fact that, for example, on the life expectancy front, that the life expectancy of kids up to 4 years old in our Indigenous population, that they're twice as likely to die as non-Indigenous children in this country. That we won't have to talk about every year and be ashamed of the fact that Indigenous Australians on average die about 10 years earlier than non-Indigenous Australians in this country. We won't have to talk about every year, it seems, that when it comes to all chronic diseases, with I think the only exception of cancer, that Indigenous Australians are so much sicker that the likelihood of circulatory disease for Indigenous Australians is twice that for non-Indigenous Australians. The fact that among Indigenous Australians the likelihood of kidney disease is 11 times higher than being experienced by non-Indigenous Australians. The fact that the suicide rate for Indigenous Australians is double that of the general population. When it comes to education, Deputy Speaker, the fact that only about 60% of Indigenous students finish Year 12 in this country, compared to about or almost 90% of non-Indigenous Australians finish Year 12. The fact that the employment to population rate for Indigenous Australians, youth through to retiring age at around mid-60s, is about half compared to an employment to population rate for non-Indigenous Australians of about 3/4. The fact that the median weekly income for Indigenous Australians is about 2/3 of the median weekly income for non-Indigenous Australians. The fact that Indigenous children are about 10 times more likely to be placed in out-of-home care in this country compared to non-Indigenous kids. And of course, so much has been said about justice and incarceration for as long as anyone can remember, and frankly, things haven't got any better. The fact that the Indigenous Indigenous inmates comprise about 1/4 of Australia's prison population, even though only about 2% of Australia's adult population are Indigenous adults. I'll say that again, that the Indigenous prisoner population throughout all of the jurisdictions in this country is about 1/4 of the entire prison population, out of an adult population of about 2% are Indigenous. And of course, equally horrific, the fact that children 10 to 17 years old, for them the detention rate in the justice system is 26 times the detention rate for non-Indigenous children. And Deputy Speaker, who's to blame for this? Who's responsible for this? Well, it is not our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It's not their fault. It's entirely the responsibility of the paternalistic, often old white men, to use that term again, who for 233 years, normally thinking they're doing the right thing, but just as normally completely missing the mark, not actually sitting down with First Nations people and saying, how can we help? What do you need? Please design it for us and we will support you in every possible way to eventually end the enduring and endemic disadvantage that's experienced in this country. And Deputy Speaker, it's not as though we haven't had the answers at our fingertips over the years. I mean, decades ago now, the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody a very thorough examination of that particular issue, which laid out dozens of strong recommendations to start to wind back the shocking prevalence of Aboriginal deaths in custody. But yet, to this day, none of the significant recommendations have been implemented. And we know about justice reinvestment. There are so many clever people out there researching it at the moment and coming up with blueprints for effective justice reinvestment to keep people out of the justice system, to improve the lives and to keep them out of prison, keep them out of being in custody. We know the answers, but yet we ignore them. We know for a fact that raising the age of criminal responsibility would go quite some way to dealing with the incarceration and detention rate for youth, and the way in which that sets those unfortunate young kids on a pathway, of bad outcomes. So, Deputy Speaker, when I lament over 200 years of paternalism from people like me telling our First Nations people, what they need, instead of asking them, what do you need and how can we support you? It's in this context that the 2017 First Nations National Constitutional Convention was so important, and so important that the government, the opposition, all members of the House would get behind the Uluru Statement from the Heart, because there was a wonderful opportunity to listen to First Australians and to find out finally what is needed and how can we help. So it is it's obviously a terrible thing that the government is yet to sign up to a voice to Parliament. It's a terrible thing that the Makarrata Commission has not been implemented. These are the sorts of reforms that are needed in this country. We need the speedy and full implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, including, just to be very clear here, including a constitutionally enshrined voice to Parliament. And what that looks like should be what First Nations people want it to look like. If they want it to look like what we have in the New Zealand Parliament, where seats are reserved for the Maori, well, then I'll support that. I'll support whatever they want that will turn around over 200 years of persecution and disadvantage and shocking policy making. Regrettably, though, Deputy Speaker, the Uluru Statement from the Heart remains stalled. I mean, there is some work, there's some talk. I note the Minister, he's a good person, he's trying to do good things, but the whole thing is stalled. So I call again on the government, in the last days of this Parliament, let's lay down some clear markers about what the future looks like. Let's have a constitutionally enshrined voice to Parliament. Let's have a Makarrata Commission. Let's do whatever else we can do. And if we don't have the time to implement the changes, in the next maybe a couple of months, maybe 6 months, then at least lay down the markers and have bilateral support for that pathway forward, so the next Parliament and the next government, whoever it is, knows that they have bilateral support, unanimous support in the House to bring about the reforms that are necessary. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I make the point this is a good bill, 3 years in the making, does have the support of the big land councils, and that's good, and I think it's a credit to everyone who's been involved. Sure, we can always do things better, and in fact I've heard from some constituents that they regret that this matter will be dealt with with such little time today. I assume that there couldn't be more people involved in the debate, but generally a good job. But I do take this opportunity to emphasise what I think is a central part of the explanation for the continuing chronic and entrenched disadvantage for First Nations people in this country, and that's the paternalism that's characterised it up until now. Too many old white men making decisions for our First Nations people instead of sitting down with our wonderful First Nations people and working with them to deliver what they want and what they need. And what an important step in that direction would be sitting down and saying, right, how do we deliver the Uluru Statement from the Heart? How do we have a constitutionally enshrined permanent and powerful voice in the parliament? And how do we have a commission of some kind to oversee agreement making and truth telling? I call on the government. I call on the opposition. I know the opposition's on side on this. We just need the government to get on side, and then we can go into the next parliament with a unanimous response and maybe start turning these things around. And maybe we won't have to, for the next, who knows how many years, put up with more and more of these completely unsatisfactory, shameful reports on closing the gap. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In speaking to the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Bill 2021, I want to acknowledge the First Nations traditional owners of this country and pay respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and make a few brief comments about this bill and substantial carriage of this bill on behalf of the Greens will be taken up in the Senate by Senator Lydia Thorpe, our First Nations spokesperson and a strong and proud Gunai Mara and Jabberong woman. And one of the key principles that has to be applied to this bill and indeed to any piece of legislation in this parliament that has been reinforced and strengthened as a key pillar of Greens policy is that everything has to be driven by genuine self-determination of our First Nations people. For too long, as many people in this place have said, there have been decisions made about First Nations people, usually almost always to their detriment, because this country has a history of oppression and racism that we still have not had the courage to be honest enough to face. And one of the things that we've got to start doing is understanding, especially when we're dealing with land rights legislation, like this legislation is that genuine self-determination must be at the heart of everything we do. We need to begin by telling the truth about the history of violence and dispossession that lies at the heart of this country that we call Australia. And it's only when we've begun telling the truth and acknowledged it that we can move forward to genuine reconciliation and then strike a treaty or treaties with our First Nations people. And we need that process. We need that process because otherwise we're never going to be able to move forward as a country. And we've got a lot of challenges that we've got to deal with, including dealing with the climate crisis. And one of the things that we are hearing very clearly and that we need to understand as a country is that to have true justice in this country, to have true climate justice, we need First Nations justice. And so in dealing with a land rights bill, which is what this is, especially the most comprehensive change to the set of changes, in fact complex set of changes to the Land Rights Act since it first came into force, we need to have self-determination and we need to be driven by a response that listens to First Nations communities and First Nations peoples and the amazing and incredible diversity of opinion that exists there, rather than just presuming that there's one single voice, because it's a community. It's diverse communities. Of course there's going to be differences of views. One of the things that is concerning about this bill is that it hasn't been through a committee process. And it's not clear why. But when you consider that this government, during this whole term, the government has not done that much to progress cause of treaty and truth and justice for First Nations peoples. In fact, it's arguably taken it backwards and slowed down progress towards that. When the government introduces a comprehensive bill to amend land rights legislation, First Nations communities have a right to be heard. And one of the ways that could happen is through a committee process. Especially, and that's why and this parliament has a good history of using the committee processes to find out if there's unintended problems with bills and if amendments are required. And that's something that we should be doing here, because Senator Thorpe will make the point more fully in the Senate that there's differences of views, including about some of the provisions in this bill. And maybe that could be dealt with through a proper, comprehensive consultation process. But they need to be addressed if reforms are going to have support, because we can't just mouth self-determination and consultation. We've actually got to put it into practice. Now, this bill does a number of significant things. There's the establishment of the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation. There's the streamlining of exploration and mining provisions in the Land Rights Act, something that many First Nations communities feel like they are not heard on and they want to be heard on. It's a changing of land administration provisions. And there's the aligning of the Aboriginal benefits accounts with the Commonwealth Financial Framework. One of the things that has become crystal clear to so many people over the last period of this parliament, especially as this week we look at the report that will be handed down with respect to the Juukan Gorge, and we see the systemic and systematic destruction of First Nations heritage and culture by big mining corporations, is that when it comes to changes around nomination and approval process, but also in particular changes around exploration and mining provisions in the Land Rights Act, and we need to make sure everyone gets their say. We need to make sure everyone gets their say. And so the question here is whether or not this bill should go to a committee process. Should go to a committee process.
Order.
That's the simple point that is being made here, is that this bill deserves to go through a committee process. And as I said, Senator Thorpe will be making further contributions about this in the Senate, including we may need to move amendments to this to deal with issues that are raised. But it is not objectionable to ask, especially given this government's history, it is not objectionable to ask for the processes of the parliament to be followed. And just because someone raises concerns, they've got the right to do that. You know, I hear the Labor opposition heckling on this point. But people have the right to raise concerns. It's called democracy and it's called debate.
Order. The member for Lingiari.
And it's called the ability for people to raise contributions and for the committee process to do its usual work. And that is the point that we're going to be making, and making strongly when this bill comes to the Senate. So I thank the House for hearing this contribution, but I hope that it is listened to with a bit more respect, at least from the Labor Party, when the matter comes to the Senate, because we in the Greens are taking a very, very clear approach. It is time for this country to end the top-down approach to dealing with First Nations people. It is time to genuinely listen. It is time to genuinely listen and consult. And that includes consulting with people whose rights are going to be affected. And one of the things that we have seen here in this parliament is Labor and Liberal routinely stitch up deals that hurt First Nations people. And I remember sitting here. If the member interjecting wants to interject and defend this, he's more than welcome. But I remember sitting here when legislation was rushed through this place to ensure that projects like Adani could proceed, even when traditional owners were saying we don't want it. Right? This place got pulled together for an urgent hearing because we had to pass legislation, hopefully with no one complaining, until it came in and the Greens stood up for the First Nations owners and traditional owners as Labor and Liberal tried to take away their land rights. Whenever you see something come up here, we have got the right to scrutinise it. Because even now, we see in the Northern Territory with the Beetaloo Basin, we see with the Adani traditional owners, the W&J clan, we see First Nations communities and traditional owners come to this place to say, no, we don't want this mining or this extraction on our land that is going to risk our water and make the climate crisis worse and remove our connection with country. And time after time after time, Labor and Liberals sit here and do dodgy deals and rush legislation through Parliament to take away people's land rights. So excuse me, Labor Party, if when it comes time to have one of the most significant reforms to land rights legislation, we want to ask some questions and apply a bit of scrutiny rather than just being the Liberal Party's lapdogs. Yes, they are in government, the Labor Party objects, which is why we need to scrutinise what they do, because they have got an appalling track record on protecting and advancing the right of First Nations people in this country. So when we say we want to scrutinise it, it'd be nice if we didn't get heckled for saying we want to scrutinise it when this government has such a terrible record, including with the Labor Party support, of taking away the land rights of First Nations owners and the traditional owners of this country. So yes, we will be looking at this bill closely, as every member of this parliament should, because Labor and Liberal have a terrible reputation for siding with the big mining corporations over traditional owners, rushing legislation through this place to make the climate crisis worse by taking away First Nations owners' rights. So I will not be lectured about applying scrutiny to government legislation, because that is what we are here for. And any time the government comes in here and says we want to streamline provisions of the law to give mining corporations greater say and amend land rights, when that's what the government says, we're entitled to ask questions about it, and we will ask questions about it. So I hope that there is a rigorous committee process with respect to this legislation. And if you want to heckle about something, Labor Party, and you want to consider your position on coming in here and legislating to take away land rights and the traditional owners' rights for the mining corporations, which you do time after time after time. Enough is enough. There will be no climate justice in this country without First Nations justice, and that includes giving people the right to say no to coal and gas and oil exploration on their land. I know the Labor Party is up to their neck in donations from the gas corporations, just like the Liberal Party is. But that's no excuse. That's no excuse for not applying the scrutiny we need to ensure that self-determination becomes the key principle of everything we do in this country when it comes to our First Nations peoples.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank members for their contribution to the debate on the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment, Economic Empowerment Bill 2021. It's a great privilege to provide the summing up of this historic bill to amend the Northern Territory Land Rights Act to empower Aboriginal people to maximise the economic future of their families and communities for generations to come. I remind the House that this bill was introduced just 2 days after the 55th anniversary of the Gurindji Walk-Off, an event now woven into the fabric of this nation. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the late Mr Wavehill, Mudburra elder, father, educator, artist and activist, who passed away on the same day this bill was introduced to Parliament. Mr Wavehill stood with Mr Lingiari and many others during the walk-off to demand the return of his land. Their 7-year struggle paved the way for land rights in the Northern Territory. The passing of the iconic Land Rights Act in 1976 was a great moment of bipartisanship in our Parliament, and I am pleased that this spirit of bipartisanship remains as we look beyond party politics to recognise the intrinsic value of these amendments. The centrepiece of the reforms is the establishment of the new Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation, an Aboriginal controlled body that will be able to use funds derived from the ABA to strategically and proactively seize and generate economic and social investment opportunities. The new corporation will invest in projects that will grow wealth, create jobs and support sustainable Aboriginal economies in the Northern Territory for the long term. For the first time, decisions about investments and beneficial payments will shift from Canberra to the Northern Territory, from government to Aboriginal leaders. In addition to these momentous changes, this bill also enables other mechanisms for activating the potential of Aboriginal land. Current processes relating to exploration and mining under the Land Rights Act can be unnecessarily time-consuming and costly for all stakeholders. The amendments have been developed after extensive consultations with peak industry bodies, the land councils and the Northern Territory Government. I'm confident they will streamline exploration and mining processes to create clarity and build the confidence of investors. Importantly, the rights of traditional owners, including for projected sacred sites, are maintained. Finally, there is a package of land administration amendments which strengthen Aboriginal control over decision-making, address operational gaps and remove unused provisions in the Act. Of most significance here are the reforms which support and standardise the community-controlled township leasing model in the Land Rights Act and provide for greater local decision-making on Aboriginal land to deliver housing, business and government services outcomes that meet the needs of the local community. Aboriginal Territorians have asked for these changes through their land councils, and the reforms have been co-designed in partnership over the last 3.5 years. This is an important day for Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory, as they see their ideas to modernise the Land Rights Act take the next big step to becoming a reality. This is an important day for Aboriginal families, communities and businesses in the Northern Territory, as they see this commitment to grow Aboriginal enterprise and jobs and improve the intergenerational transfer of wealth for Aboriginal families and communities. And an important day for the Parliament, as we seize this opportunity to support the most far-reaching changes to the Land Rights Act since it was enacted in 1976.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Minister? It's leave granted for third reading. Leave is granted. Member for Cooper, the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Treasury Laws Amendment 2021 Measures number 7 Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thanks, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to say at the outset that we'll be moving a second reading amendment at the conclusion of my comments. So my comments today will go to the second reading amendment and to the bill. I want to say at the outset that Labor will be supporting the bill. The 3 amendments it makes to Treasury laws are relatively minor and not controversial, in as far as they go. That said, the second reading amendment that will be moved, which has been circulated in my name, highlights some specific failings of this government, which I will come to in due course. But before I do that, I want to go through the bill and why Labor will support it. Schedule 1 relates to the collection of data from companies operating in the gig economy by the Australian Tax Office. It implements a measure recommended by the Black Economy Task Force some 2 years ago and is aimed at ensuring electronic platform operators pay the correct amount of tax. Some of those platform operators argued during this inquiry that the data gathering requirements were too onerous. Well, we did not agree. We took the same view as the Tax Institute, that the platform providers are well placed to collect such data. I'm pleased that the majority of the committee which inquired into this bill concurred with Labor's view. Schedule 2 amends the Financial Complaints Authority Act to facilitate the closure of the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal. The tribunal ceased operations in December last year and stopped accepting new cases in November of 2018. So this bill relates to the transfer of information that the tribunal had over to the new body, AFCA, which now handles complaints about superannuation. Is nothing more than housekeeping, and we support those provisions. Schedule 3 removes the $250 non-deductible threshold for taxpayers' work-related self-education expenses from next financial year. This is a welcome but minor change that will make things a touch easier for workers to train themselves up. But unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, it's a paltry effort which represents the sum total of the Morrison government's plan to address the burgeoning skills crisis that is staring them in the face. Now, it's not like this crisis is flying under the radar. Just last week, Infrastructure Australia issued the government its loudest possible warning. It says that within 2 years, 1 in 3 skilled positions needed to build this nation's infrastructure will go unfilled. Just think about that. Over the course of the next few days, members of the National Party are going to press gang the Liberal Party to accept billions and billions of dollars in untested infrastructure projects to assist them to grease through some meagre commitments ahead of the Glasgow Climate Change Summit. Deputy Speaker, wouldn't it be extraordinary if, but for the want of workers, those projects could not go ahead? Or if they do go ahead, they'll go ahead at exceptionally inflated prices. Deputy Speaker, it's 105,000 unfilled job vacancies for a huge variety of skilled jobs: electricians, painters and joiners, engineers and geologists, architects, and the list goes on. These people are quite literally building the economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. That's billions of dollars of infrastructure projects we desperately need that are going to be either slowed down or won't be able to proceed at all because of the government's short-sightedness and incompetence on the issue of skills and workforce development. This warning is coming from the government's own independent infrastructure advisor, whose sole purpose is to keep our infrastructure building pipeline on track, to ensure that we don't have a stop and start, so that we can ensure that the desperately needed economic infrastructure to build the recovery, to get the economy whirring again, is built and delivered on time. It simply cannot happen unless you have a workforce which is capable of doing it. And yet Infrastructure Australia advises that there are literally thousands of workers who vacancies that will not be able to be filled. This warning, Deputy Speaker, has not been heeded by the government. It's just one sector of the economy, and it's coming at us in 2 to 3 years' time. But as any member of this chamber knows, if they've been listening to small businesses in their electorate, particularly in the hospitality sector, they will know that the skills crisis is already upon us. Desperately. Whether they're bar owners, whether they're cafe owners, whether they're food and beverage establishments, fast food stores, right across the hospitality industry, in accommodation services, there is a desperate shortage of skilled workers. The backpackers aren't filling those jobs as they once did. and it's uncertain that they will be able to fill those jobs, certainly any time this year and unlikely any time in the near future. Hospitality workers, retail workers, building and construction industry workers, Deputy Speaker, if you cannot get a plumber or an electrician or a carpenter to your house to do a desperately needed repair at a decent price, or to do that renovation that you've been thinking about throughout the lockdown, there's a simple reason for it: government failure. Government has failed to invest in skills and apprentices and trainees, and every Australian household is paying the price through the cost of renovation and the cost of simple repairs going up and up and up. There is an answer. People used to come from the rest of the world to study it here in Australia. It's called TAFE. But successive governments, coalition governments with an absolute abject hatred of TAFE, have ripped the guts out of the system so that it will struggle to meet the needs of a growing economy. There's a fashionable view among some who sit opposite that the crisis is something new, brought on by the need to close borders during the pandemic. They no doubt agree with the New South Wales Premier, who is suggesting that we import workers from overseas roughly equal to the population of Perth to solve the problem. Well, let me tell you, they're having themselves on. First of all, there was a crisis before the pandemic. In this government's first 8 years, the number of apprenticeship training places fell by over 100,000 places. Over 100,000 places. Every year, Deputy Speaker, we have seen less and less apprentices and trainees in training, and it's on the heads of this government. And Australian households are paying the price of this today. In other words, if those opposite had done nothing, we'd have had a fighting chance of filling those skilled vacancies that Infrastructure Australia is now warning about. But they didn't do nothing. They cut places, and now it's this nation's workers and businesses who are paying the price. Secondly, and there's a second issue, you can't just simply import 400,000 workers at the drop of a hat. I'm familiar with the situation of accommodation and hospitality workers in the Illawarra and on the South Coast. They are met with a twin crisis, a workforce shortage and a housing crisis. That is to say, even if they were able to find workers somewhere in the rest of Australia or the rest of the world to bring them to our region, there's nowhere for them to stay. We have an accommodation crisis and we have a skills crisis. It is upon us and it is choking the economic recovery. And all this mob over here can do is play parlour games as if on those benches opposite us you have the government and the opposition in the one-party room. Mr. Speaker, these challenges are far too big to be subject to the hostage games of the National Party and the internal bickering and squabbling and incompetence that is the coalition government. What you actually need to do is to invest in the long-term industrial future of this country by training local workers. The pandemic is not an excuse to import workers at the expense of reskilling local workers. In a few months' time, there will be hundreds of thousands of kids who will be leaving our schools with the hope of finding a job, an apprenticeship, a traineeship. But we don't have the training places to fill those places and to meet their needs and aspirations. My electorate of Whitlam is a perfect example of why, if anything, the need for investment in skills and training is more urgent than ever. Over the pandemic, over 10,500 workers in the Illawarra lost their job. Now I hope as the economy starts to open up again, the overwhelming majority of them find their way back into full-time employment. Some of them perhaps back into part-time employment. We want each and every one of them to find their way back into a job because we know that there is no economic recovery unless we are bringing all of those people along with us and leaving nobody behind. 10,500 workers who are in many cases going to need retraining. Well, who's going to do it? This government has ripped the guts out of TAFE, weakening its capacity to be retraining the workers to meet the economic needs of a recovery. We have had over 800 TAFE teachers lose their jobs over the last 8 years on this government's watch. It's more than 100 TAFE teachers each year, less than the year before. Deputy, in my own electorate, they've closed down an entire campus at Dapto, one of the biggest, fastest growing suburbs. It'll be called a city within a few years' time in my electorate, and that doesn't have a TAFE. It was being closed down on this government's watch. We've seen a 20% fall in the number of skilled training places available over the last 8 years. It's a pretty sorry record when you look at it. 800 fewer TAFE teachers, the closure of TAFE campuses in my electorate and right around the country, and a 20% fall in the number of skilled training places available to young Australians leaving school or Australians seeking to re-enter the workforce. That's what happens when you hollow out the skills and training system. You also hollow out the industrial capacity of this country, and you hollow out the future of our workers. You imperil the economic recovery from a once-in-a-100-year pandemic. It's for this reason, Deputy Speaker, that I felt necessary that we move the second reading amendments, because this bill has all the right headings, but not enough substance, particularly in the area of reskilling and retraining as we recover from the pandemic. Imagine how those 10,500 workers in my electorate feel today. Do they look at the coalition and think, there's a Prime Minister, there's a government that has got my back? No, they aren't. They're not hearing from this government, we'll get more training places so you can get back into the workforce. They're not hearing from this government that we want you to grab those job vacancies that industry needs to be filled. All they're hearing from the Liberals is a plan to import skilled workers from overseas to fill those jobs that can and should be done by locals. Can and should be done by locals. Don't get me wrong, a level of skilled immigration is an important component in our economic growth, and I welcome it. But it can't be the only answer. It's a pretty lazy answer, isn't it? I mean, we don't oppose the removal of the $350 per annum threshold that is contained within the bill. But what we do oppose is this government's abject failure to confront the skills crisis. The answer cannot just be, let's import workers from overseas. That's laziness and that is incompetence. Always making decisions for the short term and only ever making a decision after it's way too late. And nothing more can crystallise the approach of this government than that issue. When confronted with a crisis, they do nothing until it's absolutely too late. Always looking for the silver bullet in the form of a marketing catchphrase, never prepared to do the hard yards. Always putting local workers last, putting local industry last and skills training last. I predict that coming the next election, Australians are going to hear a lot of the tired old lines of those opposite about cranes in the sky and getting workers back to work. Everybody wants to see that. But what you won't hear from the Liberals and the National Party is what they're going to do to train the workers in those cranes and on those building sites, and the generation of workers that are going to be needed to repair or renovate your house. Prices are going to go up and up and up, and the opportunity for young Australians and older Australians seeking a second chance is going backwards because of this government's abject failure on skills, apprentices and training. With those very brief comments, Madam Deputy Speaker, I formally move the second reading amendment, which has been circulated in my name.
I thank the member for Whitlam. Is the amendment seconded?
I second that. Thank
Cooper.
you.
I thank the member for Cooper. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Whitlam has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the amendment to the second reading, and before I address the substance of the bill, I will just make a few comments based on the contribution of the member prior to me, who has turned this into a discussion about investing in skills. And I'm very happy to have a debate about that and talk about what our government is doing when it comes to supporting skilling Australians, particularly in my home state of South Australia. About 18 months ago, I was lucky enough to have the Treasurer come and visit my electorate soon after the 2020 budget. So I think that was October, so about 12 months ago, apologies. And we had the opportunity to visit a substantial infrastructure project in the heart of my electorate, the McGill Road-Portrush Road intersection. And that was a day when there were a lot of workers on site, and the Treasurer with the South Australian Premier and the South Australian Minister for Infrastructure and myself visited that site to see progress, and we spoke to some of the people working, the trades people in the roles, of course, that come with a major infrastructure project like that $100 million or nearly $100 million intersection redevelopment. And the message from those workers was thank you so much for the investment that the Commonwealth and state governments were making in infrastructure projects and the government stimulus expenditure that was being undertaken to support the economy through a difficult period when, because of the challenges of the coronavirus, of course, we had to put some necessary health restrictions in place that meant large elements of our economy, particularly the private sector elements of our economy, were not able to operate to their usual standards. And of course, the government stimulus meant that we were able to step in and fill the breach, and respected economic forecasters, no less the Reserve Bank and Treasury, of course, believed there was potential for unemployment in this country to increase to double-digit, over 10%, soon after we had to put the necessary health restrictions in place. And of course, what we've seen didn't transpire, thankfully, or thankfully to us as a government, thankfully to the people of Australia. The Labor Party seemed very disappointed in that we didn't have an extreme increase in unemployment. And now they're complaining in the reverse for some reason, that we can't get enough skilled workers. Well, that is a problem, but it's a much better problem to have than the other way around, when there are skilled workers that can't get jobs in our economy. And I will just reflect on the situation in South Australia when it comes to skills and training, because the member for Whitlam talked about TAFE and talked about apprenticeships and traineeships. Well, firstly, the situation is very bright in South Australia in recent years, and we are seeing record increases in the number of apprenticeships and traineeships in the South Australian economy, thanks to the partnership between the Commonwealth and South Australian Liberal governments there. But I remember all too well 6 years ago, around 2015, when the then state Labor government made some debilitating changes to the way in which vocational education and training was funded in my home state of South Australia. And they just absolutely decimated the industry-led registered training organisations, people that are best placed to know what the skills shortages are and to train people appropriately for those opportunities in those sectors. So I'm talking about people like the Motor Traders Association to provide training for motor mechanics, the Australian Hotels Association to train cooks and chefs, the Civil Contractors Federation to train people in civil engineering and earth moving, etc. People from the industry that have training needs that are very happy if they can have partnerships with government to provide that training for skills that they know their industry needs. And the Labor government in South Australia basically ended that overnight and decided that they would divert all funding in that sector back into the TAFE network. And there's no problem with the TAFE network whatsoever. I see some excellent outcomes from TAFE education, but to say to someone like the AHA, you're not best placed to train people for your industry, even though you've been doing it for decades and decades, and we're going to end the funding that we've provided to you to do that, or the Civil Contractors Federation or the Motor Traders Association, it was absolutely appalling. And we were seeing the impact of that in the poor training outcomes and shortages of key trades and traineeships that were needed for the actual roles that the industry groups knew that their sector needed. And that thankfully has been changed substantially since we've had a change of government in South Australia. And equally, of course, we're investing record amounts as a federal government and a state government into training. So the whole premise of the amendment to this second reading, certainly in my home state of South Australia, couldn't be further from the truth. But equally importantly, there's a couple of key elements to the substance of this bill that I note those opposite are in fact still supporting, that I want to just make some brief remarks on. The first is, of course, in Schedule 1, bringing in new obligations on the share economy, or the gig economy, if you like, those businesses that operate third-party platforms that bring people together in a marketplace. And of course, as Liberals, we support that and think it's excellent that new technological solutions are being found to create more efficient markets. And we're all probably in this chamber have experiences with a wide variety of platforms that we can now use on our mobile phones to access services. Some of those, of course, do involve a marketplace where there's a buyer and a seller, and they are just providing the online marketplace, the online collaboration between a buyer and a seller. And they equally, of course, have all the information that is relevant for the ATO to be able to understand what transactions are happening on those platforms. And I think it is really important that we pass this measure to bring in place that obligation to make sure that the ATO is in receipt of that sort of important information, which will place the ATO in a position to make sure that they are adequately capturing and have a full view that they need of what's happening in that part of the economy. Some of these platforms can be hosted offshore. It's very important that in these changes we make it clear that if the platform happens to be hosted overseas or in this country, no matter where that is, there's an obligation, if they're undertaking transactions in this country, to provide the Australian Taxation Office with the sort of information that they need to make sure that everyone's paying their fair share of tax. As a Liberal, I'd like to see as little tax as possible in our economy, but one of the fundamental principles is fairness, and that we have a tax system that is as broad-based as possible, and that means that the amount of taxation on everyone can be as low as possible. We don't want to have a situation where, in this sector of the economy, which is of course emerging and growing so rapidly as well, there is a risk that we won't be capturing the fair share of tax that is obliged to be paid under Australian laws by people operating on those platforms. It may be at times that some aren't fully aware of their tax obligations, and the ATO are very good at working with people to understand what their obligations are. But we want to make sure the ATO gets access to this important information so that they can do their job in this section of the economy like they do in the rest of our economy. This is no different to what happens in the bricks and mortar businesses have those obligations, and we want to make sure the same obligations are in place in the gig economy and the virtual economy. And my understanding is that in the EU and the UK, very similar measures are being put in place in their tax codes, and I'm sure this is something that we'll see replicated by and large across the planet. So these major platforms that can be resistant to individual governments putting in place necessary measures for us to properly collect our fair share of tax and also understand what sort of transactions are having in our economy. Sometimes they claim that these burdens are high on them because they aren't the same requirements in other jurisdictions, and they've got to change the way they might operate their platform in one jurisdiction or the other. Well, the evidence seems clear that this is going to be happening across the globe, and frankly, these platforms are doing very well, and good luck to them. They're making a lot of money, but in no way, shape or form is it acceptable for them to believe that they don't have the same responsibility if they're going to operate in our economy to make sure that they're providing the sort of information that other businesses are required to provide in order to make sure we are adequately taxing transactions out there in the marketplace. Schedule 2 covers off on the repeal of the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal, or I suppose the shift of jurisdiction over those complaints from that tribunal to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, AFCA, who I've had a little bit to do with via some constituent matters in my first few years in this place. I think it's very sensible to have this sort of efficiency and move this process over to or into AFCA, and these changes in Schedule 2 effectively fix the tail end of that transition, which has already occurred. My understanding is there are two elements to this. One is that there are a couple of matters that are still outstanding that did originate in the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal, and it makes it clear in the legislation that for the purposes of those outstanding matters, they now come back to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. And of course, all the work that was done by Superannuation Complaints Tribunal and all the records that they've kept, etc., should be appropriately transferred across to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. And of course, if they're going to be providing this mechanism into the future, it makes perfect sense, of course, that they hold the records of the agency that previously undertook that. In Schedule 3, we have what is, I think, being described as some sensible house cleaning around the $250 prescribed education expense deduction. So my understanding is that this is a measure that was brought in way back in 1975. It relates to self-education expenses and a threshold of what is, I suppose, the threshold before you can claim deductions that equally these days are simply offset by other expenses against that threshold. That really means this just makes it a lot more easier for people to do their tax return, because they're not having to provide all this information that is now, in many cases, highly unnecessary, given people are not receiving the deductibility for that first amount, but equally they're claiming other deductions against that amount, and it's effectively netting out to nothing. So my understanding is that this will come into effect in the 22-23 tax year, and it's just a sensible way of making life easier for people that are undertaking self-education, and they won't have the sort of unnecessary complexity in their tax returns when they're lodging them to deal with what is a very significant legacy going back all the way to 1975. So, having made those comments at the beginning of my remarks about skills and training, I just reiterate that we are a government that is passionate about investing in skilling Australians and making sure that we are training Australians, young Australians in particular, for the job opportunities of the future. There are skills shortages in this country right now. One of those reasons is because, of course, we don't have the skilled migration intake being undertaken, but another one is that this government is investing so comprehensively in infrastructure and in stimulating our economy. And that, of course, is doing what it's meant to do, which is creating jobs. It is a problem to have skills shortages, but it's a much better problem to have skills shortages than to have high unemployment, people with skills that can't get a job. But nonetheless, we will make sure that as a government we continue to invest in training our next generation. We'll keep working with the industry sectors to understand from them what the current requirements for training are and what the requirements of the future will be, because there are exciting emerging industries that need tens of thousands of trained workers into the future. In my home state, the defence sector is a very good example of that, where we have made significant decisions to invest in naval shipbuilding centred in Adelaide, and there will be thousands, if not 10,000 or more jobs in naval shipbuilding over the years to come across the country, centred in Adelaide, but across the country throughout the supply chains, which will be in every state and territory. And those are going to be existing skills, but there'll be skills that are not yet in our economy that we need to train people for, because they're new roles that are providing an exciting future for the next generation of Australians. On that note, I commend the bill to the House, and I thank the Treasurer and everyone that have done such an excellent work more broadly on these budget measures, and I'm proud to be a part of a government that is investing in skilling the next generation of young Australians.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to speak to Treasury Laws Amendment Bill number 7, and in particular to support the second reading amendment as set out by the Shadow Assistant Treasurer. As speakers on this bill have pointed out in the debate so far, this bill has 3 schedules. I wish to focus my remarks today on the first of those schedules, which deals with a new requirement for gig economy companies to provide information on transactions made through their platform to the Australian Taxation Office. And in particular, I want to draw attention to the first element of the second reading amendment, which is that this government has driven growth in insecure work, including through the gig economy, leaving Australians earning less and suffering worse conditions at work. And so I want to focus on Schedule 1, which received the most comment of all of the schedules in this bill when this was reviewed by the Senate committee. Most were in general agreement with this schedule, but I think where the opposition stands is with those who made the observation that this schedule doesn't go anywhere near enough. Now, I might just make the observation that the Tax Institute of Australia expressed the view, and this was a view shared by the committee, that as digital native companies, electronic platform operators are well placed to collect the data required to comply with this schedule. And they indicated that the sharing economy platforms are in a position, are well equipped to collect, store and report the data required under the TPRS. Labor senators and indeed members of the opposition in this place support this measure, but we've made the broader point that it is a missed opportunity to examine the way in which legislation and regulation more broadly deals with the gig economy. Everybody, of course, should be paying their fair share of tax, and of course the ATO requires sufficient information to be provided to it in a timely way and information of a sufficient quality in order for it to do its job. But there is a broader and fast evolving issue that relates to a burgeoning number of workers in a part of the economy where there are too many people who aren't benefiting from flexibility but rather are experiencing poor wages and poor conditions, and all too often are experiencing these poor wages and poor conditions outside of the visibility of regulators and indeed outside of the visibility of this place. If the government is willing to take steps to regulate the gig economy when it comes to taxation, when it comes to providing better information to the ATO, why isn't this government willing to deal with the very substantive issue of worker pay and conditions in the gig economy, an issue which members on this side of the House have raised time and time again over recent years, but which the government has not seen fit to look at all. I want to quote a couple of the organisations and individuals that provided evidence to the Senate committee because they provide a very compelling insight into some of the downsides of the gig economy, which I will make observations in relation to later on in terms of its productivity gains, because there are many upsides to the gig economy, of course. But we have to accept, while accepting those upsides, deal appropriately with the risks that can also come with technological innovation and which all too often fall on those least well placed to deal with it. The Secretary of the Transport Workers Union made the observation that this bill is like a kick in the gut to the thousands of workers in the food delivery, rideshare and parcel delivery sectors of the gig economy. It does nothing to limit the ability of companies to evade tax and their responsibilities to our country. What it does do is set a tragic double standard. And again, what we see here today is a sensible enough measure on its own, but when looked at in the broader frame of government regulation, it is a failure to address the need for broader regulation of the sector. The committee heard from the Australian Services Union, who shared this broad perspective, saying that the bill fell short in examining at all the need to deal in a more functional and effective way from a regulatory perspective with wages and conditions in the gig economy. The secretary of that union said, "We are supportive of the taxation law amendments being proposed to create greater regulation and transparency of the gig economy. We just wish there was similar regulation and transparency about minimum wages and conditions in these platforms." Workers who work in the sector made some very compelling statements to the Senate inquiry, and indeed one doesn't need to look too far to find similar observations being made in a range of other forums. One person was Ms Rosalina Perozzi, a rideshare driver, who described the lack of action on a broader scale as heartbreaking. She said, "I don't think it's fair. It's very unfair. Workers' rights are not being addressed at the moment. I've got no super, no sick pay and no workers' comp." That sums it up, that there are too many workers who are taking on a great deal of risk onto their own shoulders, who are taking on a great deal of regulatory burden onto their own shoulders by essentially setting up their own company, but in doing so are having to lose core conditions that so many of the rest of us take for granted. And again, in a very, very compelling experience, Mr Ashley Morland talked about the fact that he found himself in an accident. He sustained an injury 2.5 years ago that was because of the high feelings of pressure that you're under to make deliveries as quickly as possible, knowing that at every single step of the way, from the time you accept the trip on the app to the time when you race into the restaurant, making do with traffic rules if you can, you are monitored and noted against your profile and recorded. So yes, there are gains from these platforms for we the users, and I've used Uber Eats extensively over the last months of the lockdown, but we should of course always bear in mind that there is a person on the other end who is adding to our comfort and who is providing all of these goods and services to us. The committee also heard from Mr Jason Ward from the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research, who suggested that while supportive of the broad concept of the legislation, they think that, and I'll quote here, they support the broad concept of the legislation, but there are concerns that the reporting requirements will be unfairly passed on to workers. In many cases, so-called gig workers are already struggling to make a decent income. As is the case in several jurisdictions, the Australian government needs to take a closer look at regulating platform companies to ensure basic labour standards and increased transparency of multinational transactions. I want to make some broad observations on the gig economy. I do believe that the gig economy, on balance, is a significant gain in productivity across our society and across our economy. Robert Wright described the gig economy as the biggest change in the American workforce in over a century. It's a huge part of the economy already and is forecast to grow significantly. MasterCard estimated that the global gig economy generated approximately $204 billion in gross volume in 2018, and that this would more than double to $455 by 2023. Of course, Australia will be caught up in these broad global trends. And in 2015, the World Bank found that by some measures, 40% of US workers will be in non-standard jobs by the year 2020. What are some of the productivity gains? Well, of course, the gig economy, the share economy can see shared infrastructure and infrastructure utilisation at higher rates. This can be a good thing in that it allows scarce resources to be used more efficiently. It can allow for greater individualisation of services, and of course any of us that have used share platforms, gig platforms, know that the service standards for individuals using those platforms can indeed be significantly higher than was able to be offered under the means by which companies connected with consumers under old platforms. It can provide for more timely services, and of course it, on some occasions, can provide for an effective surge capacity. But I also think it's important to note that some of these platforms, which rely upon incredibly sophisticated IT, which rely upon incredibly sophisticated artificial intelligence, which rely upon incredibly sophisticated telecommunications, all of these platforms also, in addition to all of this science fiction technology, rely upon people. So in addition to all of these incredible AI algorithms housed in Silicon Valley, in addition to all of these telecommunications signals being bounced around the world, being bounced out to space and back, we should never forget that at the end of all of this incredible technology, there is a person who is actually delivering the pizza from a restaurant to our house. There is a person who is actually taking us in a car trip from point A to point B. And I feel that all too often we talk about the incredible productivity gains of this sector, and it is true that there are gains, but we forget about the person that is just as important and just as integral to making all of this work as the incredible telecommunication and AI and computing advances. And without that person actually physically delivering the meal or driving us around, this would essentially amount to naught. And that's why it's absolutely critical that we think harder as a society and indeed as a parliament as to how we share the benefits of all of this technology. Because at the moment, we don't really think about that much at all. Well, what are the downsides of the gig economy? I think the downsides at the moment can fall into three broad categories. One is I would classify as risk transfer. Another is wages and conditions, and the third is a lack of transparency. So the first, risk transfer, I would argue that a large part of the gig economy is transferring risk from these major multinational corporations to individual workers who essentially have to set up what are small businesses and take on an incredible amount of demand-side risk themselves. Now, that's all well and good if it's done in a fair and balanced and voluntary way, but all too often what we find is that people are doing that in a way where they're incredibly stressed, sometimes earning less than the minimum wage, and having to bear incredible regulatory burdens themselves. So I think one has to seriously question whether the risk transfer is appropriately balanced in the way that it's set up at the moment. Wages and conditions is clearly another one. And wages and conditions takes two forms, in my opinion. One is that gig workers all too often, in the way that their employment arrangements are structured, basically are denied sick leave entitlements, automatic payments into pension schemes, appropriate occupational health and safety protections, portable entitlements, many of the things that we take for granted. Now again, in some contexts it's appropriate for people to maybe trade off some of these benefits for greater flexibility or for greater hourly remuneration, but one has to ask the question whether the balance is right in the gig economy. The other component of working conditions, of course, is the remuneration. Now, there's not a lot of transparency of this. If one looks at a study in the US by the Economic Policy Institute, it estimated that Uber drivers earned an average of $9.21 per hour after netting off expenses, which was less than the minimum wage in the United States in many jurisdictions. In evidence provided by Uber recently to a parliamentary inquiry, they indicated that at peak times in Sydney, Uber drivers could expect to earn around $21.55. And it was pointed out to them at that inquiry that the minimum wage for casuals was $24.80. Now, Uber responded by saying that, well, people who are earning $21.55 could be doing other things at the same time in between. Now, of course, how realistic is that, given that somebody would be working at peak time trying to fight traffic conditions to deliver as many meals as they possibly could? But that then dovetails into the third problem at the moment, which is that we don't really know what's going on in too much of the gig economy. Whenever we ask questions about minimum wages and conditions to ministers in this place around the gig economy or more broadly, they say, oh, it's complicated. Well, it's complicated and non-transparent because of the way that we've chosen to deal with it. What we find is that it actually takes academic studies to even make a guess of how many workers are earning the minimum wage. What we find at the moment is that regulators, frankly, can't pin down how many workers are earning the minimum wage, and for those that aren't earning the minimum wage, specifically what trade-offs they've made and how voluntary and how meaningful those trade-offs were. So I just want to reiterate that I do believe the gig economy is a significant gain for our society, for consumers. I do believe that it is a technological marvel. I do believe that it is going to grow and that on balance that's a good thing. But as I said earlier, this technological marvel that combines incredible advances in computing power, in artificial intelligence and in telecommunications, this incredible marvel that spans so many fields of technology, ultimately requires a person to provide us a service. It requires a person to deliver a meal, to drive us from point A to point B. And we need to make sure that we respect their role in the economy, and we need to make sure that we have a full understanding of the deal that they're getting.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Forde.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm more than happy to disagree to the amendment put by the members opposite. And when I look at the comments that have been made, both by the member for Fraser just then and others in other places in this House today around these issues, I note particularly with interest the discussion around the lack of skills and training and support to business for that. Well, I'd like to remind those opposite that over the last little while there's been 50% wage subsidies, there's been funding for 100,000 new apprentices and trainees, and up to 450,000 job trainer places for school leavers and job seekers to upskill. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we regularly hear in this place the issue of lack of skills and training, or lack of apprentices and opportunity. Well, I can say quite safely that in the past 7 or 8 weeks, as I've been out in my electorate talking to business people and engaging with the community, that they are concerned about the lack of skills and training. But what they're more worried about, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the fact that when they talk to the schools, the focus of the schools is still on sending students to university, and they measure the success of the school by the number of students that go to university. They don't take into account the value and the importance of the number of students that seek to take on a trade or a vocation, a profession in that space. And I think that's emblematic of many of the issues that we're discussing. For the past 20 or 30 years, the whole discussion has been about sending kids to university because if you get a degree, you've got your future made. Well, can I say to this House and to those outside of here, if you get a trade, get an apprenticeship, then I think your future is made. Because as I look around my electorate of Forde with the manufacturing industries that are screaming out for welders, engineers, the infrastructure projects that need a myriad of workers, and we're now seeing hold-ups in infrastructure projects because of lack of those employees. When I look to the building industry and I see the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, the bricklayers, who all required the ceramic tilers. Those discussions are not being had with the students at school today, or very rarely are they being had with students at school today. They may be being had with the students they think are, in inverted commas, non-academic, but there are plenty of kids who are academically gifted at school but don't turn out to be that at university, and there's not a fulsome and wholesome discussion with our kids at school about the opportunities that are there for them in the future with a vocation or a trade. And I'm very proud of the fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, that largely my electorate is built on people that have skills, that are working in manufacturing, construction, in the trades of all sorts, because they are actually the people that build this country. We get to stand in this place because of carpenters and electricians and stonemasons, concreters, bricklayers. If we don't have those people, we don't have buildings like this. We don't have our houses, we don't have our roads, we don't have our bridges. So we need to change that discussion to realise and to educate our children that the option of pursuing a trade or a vocation is as valuable and as important to this country as becoming a doctor, a nurse, a teacher, heaven forbid a lawyer. We need to have that discussion and refocus on what's important for this country. Now, I've also heard the comment made today about the risk on the issue of employees in various economies, or various sectors, I should say, being employed through labour hire firms and potentially getting less pay than somebody else who's paid on a direct basis. Well, it's interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you reflect on what those sectors are, and predominantly many of those sectors are highly unionised sectors. So the question for those opposite is, what are their union representatives actually doing to ensure that those conditions don't arise? Because can I say, talking to the businesses in my electorate over the past 8 weeks, they want people on full-time pay. And I'm interested in employing people through labour hire companies. These are the small to medium businesses in my electorate who want to employ people on a direct basis and keep them there for the long term if they're up to scratch. That being said too, Madam Deputy Speaker, one business said to me the other week that their employees have some of their employees have just enjoyed a very significant pay rise to ensure that they keep those very valuable employees and they don't go off anywhere else. So, as usual, what we hear from those on the other side is a lot of myth and innuendo that actually, when you get out and engage with the business community in the real world, doesn't hold any validity in any water. As I've said many times in this place, don't listen to what those opposites say, but actually have a look at what they do. This government is very focused on ensuring we have the workforce for the future necessary. And if you talk about an electrician today, when I talk to local businesses that have production lines, these are not the ordinary everyday electrician. These are very, very skilled tradespeople who can do electronics, they can repair electrical circuits that are very intricate and service multi-million-dollar machines. These are highly skilled, highly trained employees that bring enormous wealth and opportunity to this country. More importantly, in regards to this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the reporting on Schedule 1, which is the reporting of the sharing economy regime, well, this has been something that's been done in the past. In the past, the building industry has been required, and still is required, to report annually its range of payments to ensure to subcontractors, to ensure that taxes are paid, GST is paid, and all those sorts of things. So this is as a change to the tax administration is a worthwhile and important change, because we've seen the value of that in the building industry. And I remember talking with the building industry when those changes were actually introduced, how many of the builders actually had to work with their subcontractors to make sure they actually had the systems in place to manage properly their GST requirements and their tax affairs, because a lot of the subbies, in fairness to them, were somewhat lax in those bookkeeping and other arrangements. So I would say that these measures are critically important, because I think what it does is it more accurately shows what is actually going on in this sector of the economy, as it did with the building industry when those changes were introduced, and it ensures that in everybody in this economy paying the proper amount of tax, or the tax that they are due to pay, then it enables us to lower the tax load or tax burden as a whole across our economy. Schedule 2 of the bill focuses on some transitional provisions relating to the repeal of the Superannuation Resolution Complaints Act. And this is a result of setting up AFCA and it replacing the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal, and the transfer of the remaining cases, of which there were 6, to AFCA. And we've seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, with this change of combining all of these complaints bodies into a single complaints body under AFCA, a much smoother transition and administration of complaints. And I note that AFCA has been working assiduously in dealing with complaints as they're brought forward. There's always with these systems different views on how things can be improved, and I'm looking forward to down the track when we do a review of AFCA to see how we can further fine-tune those systems and processes. But overall, the combination of these various complaints bodies by this government in 2017-18, I think, has been a great success. And the last bit is, as has been touched on, Schedule 3, removing the $250 limit for prescribed education expenses. And I think, whilst a small measure in the context of the overall Tax Act, it's just another example of finding small opportunities to improve the operation of the tax system and make it more efficient. But equally it shows, or it builds on, the range of initiatives that this government has made over the years to streamline the tax system, reduce the tax burden on everyday hard-working Australians through the tax plans we've put in through till 2025, which will mean some approximately 90% of people will pay no more than 30-odd cents in the dollar tax. It is, in conjunction with a myriad of other economic supports that we've put in place over the past 18 months, just shows how much time and effort this government on this side is seeking to ensure that we support the Australian economy through this COVID crisis. Now, these are not directly related to that, I acknowledge, but it's an example of the government continuing to work and look for opportunities to simplify and streamline systems and processes, no matter how small they are. And as the old saying goes, if we look after the pennies, the pounds will follow. And it's no different to these things, where we can find small wins that make the system more efficient and better for everyone involved. Everybody benefits. Likewise, with the stuff we're doing from apprenticeships and traineeships, I encourage people to take the opportunity to engage with your local businesses. I've encouraged my local businesses to engage with their local schools, because many of the schools actually don't understand the apprenticeship, traineeship or other job opportunities are out there. So there's also an obligation on the business community to do a better job of engaging with the school community to identify these opportunities. I commend this bill in its unamended form, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A hallmark of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government has been to be as soft on multinationals as they are tough on the vulnerable. We've seen during the time when the government's been in office continued attempts to try and reduce taxes on multinationals, defences of tax havens, particularly under former Prime Minister Turnbull, and an ongoing unwillingness to act on the scourge that is multinational tax avoidance. Those opposite voted against important measures that the previous Labor government put in place to ensure that multinationals pay their fair share. And they continued to mislead this House by falsely claiming Labor has not supported their measures. It's not true. They haven't done enough, but what little they've done, they've had the full backing of the Australian Labor Party. And now we can see the world moving against the coalition. We can see very clearly the United States now moving to increase the corporate tax rate under President Biden. We see in Britain, under a Conservative Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, an attempt to pay for public services by increasing the corporate tax rate. And we can see with the latest announcement through the OECD G20's report on a two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges arising from the digitisation of the economy, 138 countries around the world committing to a two-pillar solution that would first, in Pillar 1, allocate taxing rights of 25% of the residual profits of the most profitable multinational enterprises to the jurisdictions where the consumers are located, and in Pillar 2, providing a global minimum tax of 15% on all MNEs with annual revenue over €750 million. So the argument that the Conservatives in this country and in some others have made that we need to engage in a race to the bottom in company tax is belied by recent moves from the United States, the United Kingdom and the global community. And yet the Morrison government is nowhere to be seen on this. Australia used to have a key seat on the steering committee on the OECD in charge of these conversations around multinational taxation. We no longer have that role. And at a time when tax havens are being recognised as being a danger to the global tax system, you don't hear a peep out of the Treasurer about them. It is a fact now, according to careful research that's looked at tax havens, that some 40% of multinational profits are being channelled through tax havens and low-tax jurisdictions. Tax havens aren't simply a means of reducing the tax bill, they're also a hidey hole for illicit wealth. Tax havens have been used by Mexican drug lords, by Al-Qaeda. Tax havens have been used by those involved in extortionism and in kidnapping. Tax havens have financed terrorism. They should be ruled out of any engagement with the sensible multinational tax community. But we've seen from this government an approach of being soft on tax havens, of being unwilling to recognise the sheer amount of money that is hiding in tax havens. On one estimate, some $100 billion Australian dollars is in tax havens at the moment. Another study finds that 4 out of every $5 in tax havens are there in breach of other countries' tax rules, often because the secrecy surrounding tax havens means that tax authorities, such as the Australian Tax Office, simply aren't able to get to the bottom of what's happening there. We've seen leaks from tax havens, such as the Panama Papers, the Pandora Papers, Lux leaks, the PwC leaks, which have revealed the abuse of tax havens and have highlighted very clearly the way in which tax havens are being misused. The Australian Taxation Office has taken up a range of the cases which have been exposed through these leaks. But we shouldn't be relying on whistleblowers in order to crack down on tax havens. We need a government that is as tough with tax havens as it is with social security recipients, a government that is as tough with multinational tax dodging as it is with people with a disability. We've seen from this government a failure on multinational taxation, and as a result, Australian small businesses and individuals pay more tax, because in order to pay for the public services that we all use, the revenue has to come from somewhere. And too often, under this government, we've seen expectation that it will be ordinary Australians that pay those taxes rather than multinationals and those who are tax dodging through tax havens. So this bill contains some perfectly sensible measures. But the reason that the member for Whitlam, the Shadow Assistant Treasurer, has moved this important second reading amendment is to highlight the importance of multinational tax dodging to this side of the House. Under an Albanese government, we will crack down on multinational tax avoidance. The Shadow Treasurer, the Shadow Assistant Treasurer, the member for Kingsford Smith, many others on the Labor Economics team are firmly of the view that we need to do far more to crack down on tax-dodging multinationals, and we will continue that campaign right up to election day.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We support this bill and its intentions, and it's been referred to the Senate Committee for a report. That report's now following the inquiry's focus on the tax compliance measures in Schedule 1 and tax compliance in the gig economy more broadly. Schedule 1 establishes a new requirement for gig economy companies to provide information on transactions made through the platform to the ATO. This measure implements a recommendation of the report on the Black Economy Task Force, and the government committed to implementing this measure back in the 2019-20 MyEFA. The focus will now be on gig economy participants adhering to a new compulsory reporting regime, which will be implemented by applying the taxable payments reporting system to certain transactions undertaken under these platforms. And ride sourcing and short-term accommodation platforms will be first up, with the likes of Uber and Airbnb to report information of all transactions to the ATO from the 1st of July next year. Asset sharing, food delivery, tasking-based services and other services will be included from the 1st of July 2023. And we know that back in 2019, both Airbnb and Uber said that they supported this change. And the government's talked up the new rules as a way of bridging the transparency gap created by the rapid growth of Australia's gig economy and the current inadequacy of the tax reporting system to capture data about transactions that take place there. We all know that the government has been slow to react in other areas associated with the gig economy. Although they're taking action here, it has to be matched with other areas where there's probably a need for regulation around gig economy workers, most notably around safety at work, and we've unfortunately seen several examples of gig economy workers, particularly riders, being killed or injured in their workplace, on the road or on the footpath in unsafe conditions, with very little guidance from those that they're engaged to work for about health and safety. There's been a lack of access to personal protective equipment, a lack of audits associated with the equipment that's used to perform the role, be it as a contractor or as an employee of these companies. And it's taken, unfortunately, the death of several of these workers for governments and the companies to wake up and understand that they have a duty of care to make sure that there's safety about the way that people are engaging with these companies and then going about performing work on their behalf. Let's never forget that they wear the Uber, they wear the Deliveroo, they wear their logos on them when they're performing these duties, and there's a responsibility that comes with that from those companies, and that's been sadly lacking in the past. So although we're taking action on this, it's time for the government to recognise that there's other areas of regulation where gig economy workers need support of government. Schedule 1 is also a missed opportunity and highlights the government's failure in priorities. Labor agrees that everyone should be paying their fair share of tax. However, this legislation does see that burden placed on the workers rather than on multinational tech companies. It also shows that the government's happy to pursue these workers for more tax, but does little to ensure that they have secure, fair wages and safe conditions. If the Morrison government's willing to take steps to regulate the gig economy when it comes to tax, they need to do the same, as I mentioned earlier, for workers' pay and conditions. It's not good enough to allow these workers to be regulated substandard pay and conditions in an unsafe work environment. And during the Senate inquiry, workers who use these platforms were asked about their views on this bill and if they thought it was fair that it appears the government's priority isn't legislating safe pay and conditions for gig workers and the share economy. And one of those workers, Ms Rosalina Pirozzi, a rideshare driver, described the lack of action as heartbreaking and said she thinks, quote, "It's very unfair that workers' rights are not being addressed at the moment. We know that workers, including Ms Pirozzi, don't get superannuation, they don't get sick pay and aren't covered by workers' compensation." The committee also heard from food delivery rider Ashley Morland, who talked about his experience highlighting the high-pressure environment caused by these platforms' monitoring of performance and which led him to being injured on the job. He said, quote, "The facade of flexibility and low levels of control is a bit of a farce, and that it was an accident, and that his accident was because of the extraordinarily high feelings of pressure that you're under to make these deliveries as quick as possible, knowing that every single step of the way, from the time that you accept the trip on the app to the time when you race to the restaurant, making do with the traffic rules if you can, is monitored and noted against your profile and your record." That paints a pretty damning picture of the pressure that many of these workers are under, and the constant monitoring and pressure that they feel to report and make sure that they're meeting delivery guidelines in some respects is unfair, particularly in the context of having to drive through busy traffic in peak hours and the like. And if the government can regulate the data that's being captured by these employers for the purposes of fair taxation, which they should, then the government can regulate to ensure that the wages and working conditions of these workers match that regulation to ensure fair taxation and reporting. So why is it that these platforms record all of this data? Why are they not being given the responsibility for reporting earnings for all the people who work on their platform? That is the question that needs to be answered by the government, because it's clear that the rideshare companies, that the gig economy companies accumulate a massive amount of data, not only in respect of their taxation reporting requirements, but also the health and safety of those that are engaged to perform work for them. So Labor supports this legislation, but it's clear that the government needs to do more to ensure that gig economy workers are provided with fair wages and conditions. And if the government is happy to regulate tax, they should be happy to regulate fair pay and conditions for Australian workers.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak briefly in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment 2021 Measures No. 7 bill. This bill has 3 schedules which, among other things, implement changes to enhance compliance with tax obligations, further clarify the role of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority and simplify the tax return experience for hard-working Australians. Schedule 1 of the bill relates to the reporting regime for the sharing economy and extends existing third-party reporting requirements to operators of electronic platforms. The sharing economy includes ride-sharing applications like Uber, food delivery services such as Menulog or DoorDash, Uber Eats and Deliveroo, and accommodation services like Airbnb and Stays. And as a tourist hotspot, many Central Coast residents take advantage of the ability to be able to rent out their home or a spare room or the secondary dwelling at their place through these providers, offering greater choice for visitors and generating additional income for the local economy. And I know it's certainly become very popular over the last couple of weeks locally in my region. And of course, food delivery services have also become extremely popular across the Central Coast, particularly during the pandemic. These services helped many small businesses over the last year and a half. They offered a convenient and a COVID-safe way for local residents to be able to have food delivered and at the same time to support our Central Coast residents, while also helping others to be able to supplement their income. At the same time, the sharing economy offers a range of benefits by reducing waste and helping to distribute and use resources more efficiently, which of course impacts our economy and the environment in a positive way. But with these significant benefits to our local and national economy and the rapid growth that the sector has seen, it's also important to ensure that tax requirements are being met on the income that is earned. Under this bill, sharing economy operators will be required to report information regarding certain transactions to the ATO, which will help to ensure those earning an income are meeting their tax obligations. These platforms are used in the sharing economy where two parties agree to provide services or loan personal assets for payment. Tax reporting systems haven't been able to keep up with recent developments, and there's some confusion in the community as to whether payments from these platforms are taxable, creating a risk of non-compliance. These amendments are expected to result in increased voluntary compliance and more targeted work by the ATO, and they'll apply to all platforms that do business here in Australia, regardless of whether they're based here locally or overseas. Nations around the world are implementing similar reporting requirements for the sharing economy, and cooperation is really building to ensure that all participants are meeting their tax obligations. Australia must join with other countries to play our part in limiting poor tax compliance, which only disadvantages those businesses and individuals who do work hard and who do report their income correctly. I know there are many residents in my electorate of Robertson that are actively involved in the sharing economy, and I certainly hope that this amendment provides some greater clarity and gives them the confidence to continue to be able to earn income from these platforms. Schedule 2 of the bill relates to transitional provisions on the repeal of the Superannuation Resolution and Complaints Act 1993. In 2017, the government established the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, or AFCA, to replace the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal. AFCA provides consumers and small businesses with fair, free and independent dispute resolution of financial complaints when they're unable to resolve an issue with a member organisation. These amendments ensure that the transition to AFCA is smooth and that any outstanding cases can be dealt with appropriately. Parties to a dispute will not be adversely affected by these changes and can be assured that AFCA has the resources needed to be able to resolve outstanding issues. The AFCA Act will also be amended to allow for the transfer of records and documents from the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal to ASIC for ongoing records management. These are important administrative changes that ensure financial complaints are handled efficiently and effectively. Schedule 3 of the bill relates to the removal of the self-education expenses threshold, and this measure is part of the Morrison government's plan to simplify the tax return experience for hardworking people right across Australia. Currently, the first $250 of a prescribed course of education expense can't be deducted, but certain expenses that are compulsory but not otherwise deductible, such as childcare costs incurred while attending self-education activities, for example, can be used to offset the $250 reduction. These amendments simply remove this exclusion and the related compliance burden for individuals who are claiming this deduction and will apply to assessments from the 2022-23 income year. This is just another measure that will benefit taxpayers right across the Central Coast and is in addition to tax relief of up to $2,745 that around 61,600 people in my electorate of Robertson will benefit from this year. Deputy Speaker, these are some important amendments that will improve tax compliance, clarify the role of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority and simplify tax returns for workers around Australia. This bill forms part of the Morrison government's plan to cut red tape, to simplify taxes and to promote economic growth, which is just so important at a time when Australians are beginning to come out of the COVID-19-induced lockdowns. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank those members who have contributed to this debate. Schedule 1 of this bill extends existing third-party reporting requirements to operators of electronic platforms. Platform operators will be required to report to the Australian Taxation Office information regarding certain transactions that occur on their platforms, such as seller identification and payment details. This information will assist the ATO in its administration of the tax system and ensure sellers on these platforms are meeting their tax obligations. Schedule 2 to the bill amends the Treasury Laws Amendment Putting Consumers First establishment of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority Act 2018 to facilitate the closure of the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal and any transitional arrangements associated with the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, replacing the Superannuation Complaints Tribunal. Schedule 3 to the bill reduces compliance costs for individuals claiming self-education deductions by removing the exclusion of the first $250 of deductions for prescribed courses of education. I commend the bill to the House.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Whitlam has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
Yes, I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation and for related purposes.
And I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that business intervening before order of the day number 12, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
Question is the motion moved by the Assistant Minister. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 12, Health Insurance Amendment Enhancing the Bonded Medical Program and Other Measures Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to this bill, the Bonded Medical Scheme Bill, and I would like to foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment. Now, the purpose of the Health Insurance Amendment Enhancing the Bonded Medical Program and Other Measures Bill 2021 is designed to amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 to improve the implementation of the Bonded Medical Program and the administration of the medical rural bonded scholarships contracts under Section 19 of the Act. The program is designed to address the doctor shortage across regional, rural and remote areas, a shortage that has just grown worse and worse under the Morrison government. Now, participants of the programs receive a Commonwealth-supported place in a medical course at an Australian university in return for completion of a return of service commitment to work in regional, rural and remote areas and areas of workforce shortage. The bill allows participants in two legacy schemes, the Medical Rural Bonded Scholarship Scheme and the Bonded Medical Places Scheme, to voluntarily opt into the program, and if the Secretary agrees to their participation, they also become bonded participants. The program offers a number of advantages to bonded participants compared with the two legacy schemes, including a shorter 3-year return of service obligation rather than up to 6 years. It assures more flexibility in completing the return of service obligation as well. These changes are welcome, but this bill will not address the difficulties Australians in outer metro, regional and rural areas are having in accessing healthcare, including seeing a GP. The Morrison government's decision to remove areas like the Newcastle-Hunter region from the new distribution priority area classification means doctors in the bonded medical program cannot meet their return of service obligation in these areas, making local GP shortages worse. Tightening access to regional bulk billing incentives, like the government has done, is another policy from the Morrison government that has made regional GP shortages worse. And of course, there's also the impact of the government's 6-year freeze in Medicare rebates and their decision back in 2014 to abolish Health Workforce Australia. At a time when the government should be investing in Medicare and delivering more services to regional Australia, this government is doing the opposite. I know the government likes to trumpet their rural health strategy, but this is just another announcement from this government that has failed to deliver an end to the regional GP crisis. A lack of doctors and other medical professionals in regional and rural communities across Australia is not a new problem, but it is an even more pressing problem in the context of the COVID pandemic. That's why Labor has established a Senate Community Affairs Reference Committee inquiry into outer metro, rural and regional GP and other healthcare services, which will consider the performance of programs such as the bonded medical program. The inquiry will explore the GP crisis in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas, including an assessment of government policies such as the Rural Health Strategy, the reforms to the distribution priority areas and the modified Monash model geographical classification system. It will also look at GP training reforms and the impact of the Liberal and Nationals Medicare rebate freeze. The inquiry has taken off. It has already heard from so many stakeholders confirming there is indeed a regional and rural healthcare crisis, and that this crisis also extends to outer metro areas. 43 submissions have been received so far. These are from stakeholders including local councils, medical colleges, health organisations and MPs from this place. These stakeholders and outer metro, regional and rural MPs all acknowledge the challenges to delivering sufficient, high-quality healthcare to all Australians. These challenges are real and their impact is only getting worse. Labor wants the inquiry to seek practical, positive solutions to make sure that Australians have access to quality healthcare regardless of where they live. And I encourage all Australians and all MPs to engage with this inquiry. General practitioners are the backbone of the vaccine rollout across Australia. Yet there are regions in which it is near impossible to get a GP appointment. This has obvious implications for vaccination rates, with regional vaccination rates lagging 20% to 30% behind those in cities. And this does nothing but place regional Australians at greater risk from the pandemic. As the member for Macarthur makes clear in his submission to the Senate inquiry, a lack of regional GP access also increases the pressure on regional hospitals, as Australians who can't get medical treatment through a local GP are forced to present to regional hospital emergency departments. Of course, the same can be said of city hospital emergency departments that are equally under pressure, when people from outer metro regions simply cannot access a GP. They head into the city-based hospital system. Of course, there are other things that regional and rural people and outer metro people are struggling to access when it comes to the healthcare system. Obstetrics, for example. Pregnant women can find it very difficult to get the specialist care that they need. They very rarely can access shared programs, access to GP shared programs or even midwifery services in regional and rural areas. We were all shocked to know that the Prime Minister's response to this problem was that the government builds roads and women use roads. Well, as someone who has a daughter who had to drive 2 hours from her regional home to get to the nearest hospital to have her baby, I can tell you that is no comfort at all. Areas like aged care, where we know that GP access is actually very short and hard to come by in the cities, is even more desperate in rural and regional areas. Our elderly are not well served by the health system. If there is a shortage of GPs for young people and for families, imagine how acute that might be for people in residential aged care or for isolated older people in their homes. They are desperate for good health care from good local GPs, and there just aren't any. And we know that the issue of mental health care is absolutely acute in rural and regional areas. Accessing mental health care is pretty much impossible. Imagine if we had a government that was dedicated, that actually put in the time, the energy and the commitment to make sure that people out on farms, living in rural cities, in regional cities, could access the mental health care they need. The suicide crisis, particularly amongst our young people, may just be alleviated. We know that some resources are scarce enough, even in the cities, but access is far worse in outer metro, regional and rural areas. Now, one policy to support this, to support regional and rural access to crucial medical services, is to boost the use of telehealth items, so patients can see a doctor regardless of the vast distances that characterises so much of our beautiful country. Everyone accepts that telehealth is a crucial part of our Medicare system moving forward. Everyone from the medical profession to public health experts and patients themselves. But after almost 2 years of a global pandemic, the Morrison government still hasn't made telehealth a permanent feature of Medicare. Some of my constituents who live in the city have said to me what a life-changing thing it is to be able to access telehealth. People with chronic fatigue syndrome who find it incredibly difficult to leave their home. Trans people who find it very difficult to access specific healthcare have found telehealth a saviour. People, for whatever reason, are finding it hard to get out of their homes and into healthcare services, find telehealth absolutely revolutionising for their healthcare. So why is there a delay? Why can't this government simply get on with the job and make telehealth permanent, a permanent part of our Medicare system? Millions of Australians living in outer metro, regional and rural Australia deserve and are crying out for the same access to medical services as their cousins in the big cities. Yet after 8 long years of government, the Prime Minister has failed to deliver it and in fact has made it worse. Labor will always fight to defend and strengthen Medicare and to make sure that all Australians have access to a GP and to other healthcare professionals. The rural and remote doctors who I speak with quite a lot in my role as the Shadow Assistant for Healthcare have told us that there are many, many models of healthcare delivery that could be explored, that could be added into the health system to make sure that people in rural and regional areas get good healthcare. We should be listening to these stakeholders. We should be trialling new models of care that use our entire health force to their full capacity, like midwives, like nurse practitioners, like our allied healthcare practitioners, like physios and pharmacists, who would move to regional areas and who would boost the healthcare workforce. All of this can be looked at. All of this can be added to strengthening Medicare to make sure that all Australians, no matter where they live, can get the health care they deserve. So, Deputy Speaker, I move that the amendment circulated in my name, namely, and I will read, that all the words after that be admitted with a view to substituting the following words, whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, The House urges the government to do more to address outer metro, regional and rural barriers to medical services, including GP access for all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded?
Second the amendment. Reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill will now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Cooper has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. And I call the member for Bowman. We'll just check as to whether he's with us. Is the member for Bowman online? Apparently not, so I will call the member for Grey.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was intending to speak on the bill, so I'll make my contribution now. This amendment, this bill, is making welcome changes, as the previous speaker said, to a scheme that is designed to try and attract more people, more doctors into rural and regional areas. Anything that can attract more doctors into rural regional areas must be welcomed, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's unlikely to be the silver bullet that will fix up all the problems of the past, but it's certainly making anything more flexible. It's a great concern to young people in particular that they're tying themselves up for long periods of time and makes them uncertain. It's one of the... I first went on a hospital board. I was trying to think of when it was, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I've decided it was around about 1980, maybe 1982, certainly around about 30 years ago anyhow. Well, that'd be 40 years ago, so I'm a little unsure at the time, a long time. And one of the first issues we had in those days when hospital boards existed per hospital in South Australia was the lack of doctors in regional areas. And I watched the whole episode unfold as the training numbers, the entry numbers for doctors into universities was curtailed because we had a problem in Australia. It was overservicing in the city, in fact chronic overservicing in the city. So at the time decisions were made to cut the training intake of doctors into our universities to eventually dry up the surplus, as it were. Even at that time though, we had great difficulties in attracting doctors to rural areas. So it's certainly not as difficult as it is now, but it was difficult enough. And as a local hospital board, we would manage the advertising, we would do the interviews, we would chase people from one end of Australia to the other, and then at times seek to bring new doctors into Australia. But as that training stream dried up, the foot was kept on the neck of the intake for too long, I'd have to say, and eventually we had a shortage of doctors in Australia. And then we began bringing large numbers of overseas trained doctors in to meet that shortfall. As someone who comes from the country and represents a large part of remote and regional Australia, I'd have to say those doctors saved our lives. Is it the perfect solution? No, it most certainly is not. But of course the great advantage of bringing doctors in from overseas is that you can place limitations about where they go to live as part of their immigration process. So you can ensure that they go to a remote service or a regional service for a certain period of time and receive that kind of relief you need for that population. Unlike our local trainees, where of course they maintain that they are private businesses and can go and set up virtually wherever they like. It's a long time to become a doctor, and there's been a great emphasis on over the years of trying to recruit an oversupply, I suppose, or tilt the scale in favour of regional students, because we know that more of them are likely to end up in the regions, but it's far from an ironclad solution. And in fact, many regional students, particularly if they've done a couple of years of senior secondary education in the major city, then maybe 8 years of training to get their standard doctor's certificate and then do GP training after that. They might be away from the country for anything up to 15 years before they actually qualify to the state where they could come back and serve. By that time, so many things can have happened in their lives, whereas they've formed partnerships, relationships, maybe had children. The whole world can change at that time, and I'm very grateful that those who do decide to return to rural Australia. In fact, there's a whole host of programs that the government is already running to help bring doctors to rural Australia, including bulk billing, rural bulk billing incentives, and I might point out that under the Monash model, it's not uncommon to receive an extra $10, or in some places well over 100% increase in the amount of money per Medicare item that can be received for a service in rural Australia delivered on a bulk billing incentive package for the needy, or those that are on pensions and health cards and whatever. There's an improved medical deputising services program, a health workforce scholarship program, anything up to $10,000 a day, medical outreach to Indigenous chronic disease program, the Rural Locum Assistance program. We have More Doctors for Rural Australia program, the Rural Health Outreach Fund, Rural Health Workforce Support Activity, Remote Vocational Training Scheme, Remote Vocational Training Scheme Extended Target Recruitment Pilot, and there's up to $200,000 a placement on this one available, Mr Deputy Speaker. Practice Incentives Program, Workforce Incentive Program, Workforce Incentive Program. It goes on, there's more there. The point I make in this debate is many doctors, and they don't like to publicly express how much they're earning, but it's not uncommon for them to be earning in excess of $450,000 a year. I don't know how much extra money makes a difference, but I've come to the conclusion it's about the only tool we've got, quite frankly. We need to recruit more doctors to rural and regional Australia. In fact, statistics will tell us that Medicare item numbers are accessed at roughly half the rate on a per capita basis in regional Australia as they are in the city. And this is a really interesting statistic. I live in regional Australia. I live in a small country town that has an irregular doctor service. We have struggled to recruit and retain doctors. We have a hospital. It's a struggle to keep services up in the hospital unless you have a doctor. It's a struggle to recruit workers in other industries to the town unless you have a doctor. It is absolutely essential we have a doctor. And yet we don't need twice as many doctors as we've got. So this over-servicing in the city is already a large problem that is eroding the sustainability of the federal health budget. And I think it's something that requires some deep analysis. I think we need to understand what a fair shake is in Australia. We don't need more doctors in Eastern Adelaide. We need more doctors in northern and southern metropolitan Adelaide. We need a lot more doctors in northern South Australia, in remote South Australia. But we don't have a shortage of doctors in Australia. What we have is a distribution problem. And I have argued for some years that we should have a postcode-specific Medicare provider number. I've come to the conclusion in this place, I've been here 14 years now, that I'm not going to get my way. That is not going to happen. I think it probably should, and I know it's got some difficulties that surround it. But I take it that we probably won't see progress in that area. But I have reached the conclusion, though, money is a blunt tool, but it's about the only one we've got. So I think we need an increased rate, even over all those incentive programs that I just read out. We need an increased rate for service in remote Australia. Now, it can be worked out based on the Monash model, and that's not a bad idea. I actually prefer postcodes, because then we can really drill down and find out the communities that are not getting the service they require, and it's very easy to identify those that are getting more service than they require. Now, once again, this is not a policy that the coalition government has adopted, but I have suggested that what we should be doing to fund those extra payments in rural and remote Australia is actually reduce the payments from the places where we've got over-servicing. Because if we don't address the over-servicing, eventually it will swamp the budget. If we don't start putting parameters on where extra doctors can provide extra services, because it's not hard for doctors to generate extra income. Mrs Jones, I've just changed your drugs. I want you to come back next week. I'm not going to issue a repeat. And when she comes back next week, I'm going to send you my friend, the pathologist down the road. And once you've got that report, you come back to me and then we'll analyse it and I'll put you on something else for it. And it goes on and on and on. And it's very hard in an individual basis to call that out. In fact, I don't think anyone would want to call it out. But it's not hard to do on a postcode basis, where you can see that this area is getting so many more services than, say, the little town where I come from, where there's absolute imbalance in the health budget, and rural and remote Australia deserve a better deal. So I've come to the conclusion that's the way to do it. I'm not sure I'm going to win that argument either. I think the member overside, the learned member on the other side, is incorrect, let me say. What we need to do is make a change. Now, this legislation today is a small step in trying to do other things. I've also been championing a proposal, a remote medical academy, rural and remote medical academy, to be based around a number of centres in Australia that will train doctors for the remote areas, in combination with the RFDS, with Aboriginal doctor workforce, with the University of Adelaide. And I hope that we can find our way as a government to fund a number of these positions. One in my electorate would be at a place called Port Augusta, where, despite Port Augusta having a population of 14,000 people and servicing a larger area, even areas like that don't have enough doctors. In Port Lincoln, you would think, I don't know how many House of Representative members have been to Port Lincoln, but it's a very attractive community on a beautiful harbour. It's got a lot going for it. But even there, we struggle to attract doctors to regional areas. It's got a good hospital, a lot going for it. So this helps, this legislation today. It's another program. As I said, it won't be the silver bullet. I think as a government, as a parliament, we really need to make an absolute commitment to rural and regional people, that this disbalance in the health services in Australia is not going to continue, that we're going to do something fair dinkum about fixing it. And I don't think we can do something fair dinkum about fixing it unless we tread on a few toes. We've been dangling carrots in front of people for a long, long time. I think we're going to have to take a bit of stick. And if that's what it requires, I think that's what it's required. But we certainly do owe it to my constituency, to that constituency, to provide a better service than they're getting at the moment.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Macarthur.
Mr Deputy Speaker, if I can just say a couple of things to start with. And the first is that the member for Grey did raise several very, very valid points. One of the points he raised, however, for which there is very little evidence, is that there is at least partly an epidemic of over-servicing in city areas, which is fundamentally not the case, and there is no evidence for that. The problem is, of course, access to proper medical care in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas. And that's why, of course, by whatever measure you care to take, health outcomes in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas are much worse than health outcomes in the cities. And whether you take rates of bowel and lung cancer, rates of smoking and cardiovascular disease, death rates, age at death, male and female, they're all much worse in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas. And the further people move from access to medical care, the worse those statistics are. So what the member for Grey was saying is not true, in that it's because there are over-servicing in the cities and that's affecting servicing in rural and regional areas. Not true. However, he did... Yeah, what you said was rubbish. That's quite right. Well, that we need the appropriate amount of doctors, and you need
Order.
more. You need more. I don't particularly want to be distracted with this argument. I'm happy to have it later on, but if the member for Grey is making these statements, he should be able to produce the evidence, and there is no evidence for that. I've discussed the bonded medical program many times because I've had to deal with medical students who've signed up to these programs when they're 17, 18, in the full flight of getting a good HSC mark, getting into medicine, and then signing up for something that may look good, but as the member for Grey and others have pointed out, as the circumstances change, priorities change, and I've then had to act for a number of people trying to get out of these bonded programs because their life had changed, either because of partners and children, etc. So they haven't worked. They haven't really made much difference to the medical workforce in rural and regional areas, and they don't affect the outer metropolitan areas, which also have huge difficulties in attracting general practitioners. And I'll just explain to you why that's the case. The reason is that if you work in disadvantaged areas, in outer metropolitan areas, and rural and regional and even remote areas, the work is very hard. If you're a doctor working in these situations, you're expected to be able to deal with everything from an obstetric emergency to an acute cardiovascular event to a stroke to a severe seizure disorder. And our standards of medical care have improved a lot over the years, and expectations have risen. And that means providing care in an outer metropolitan hospital that may not have access to specialist care, may not have access to a range of interventions like MRI scanning, like cardiac catheterisation, having access to a range of specialists that can support you in an inner city hospital makes the work far more difficult, far more time consuming because the work is generally put on the one practitioner only, and much more stressful. And if you happen to be on call in these communities, the work is far, far more difficult than if you're a general practitioner working in an inner city practice with multiple doctors, with multiple cover, working either not on call at all or only on call 1 in 10, 1 in 14. So the work is much more difficult in these areas, and it's proven much more difficult to attract people to these areas. For those reasons and others, it's difficult to get ongoing education, even though there are some programs that support rural and regional education. It's more difficult to access specialists and subspecialists in rural and regional areas. And as the member for Grey has pointed out, there have been multiple schemes and multiple programs put in place to try and support doctors in rural and regional areas. Very little in outer metropolitan areas, like my electorate, I might say, but in rural and regional areas there have been lots of different schemes put in place. They have not, to this date, been successful in stimulating an influx of medical professionals to the rural and regional areas. Neither have the bonded scholarships, as we've mentioned. And certainly, I think, the financial rewards are not as great to compensate for the lifestyle and the work hours required to work in these practices. I have approached the Health Minister on a number of occasions to make sure that they can review these areas of workforce need, the distribution priority area classifications. And that's had very little effect, in spite of me approaching the Minister on a number of occasions. It's not an issue that's new to the government. I've certainly been doing it since I've been in Parliament 6 years. Countless times I've written to the Minister, and I've spoken in this chamber about this very thing. In my own electorate, which is an outer metropolitan electorate, some of our general practices are having trouble recruiting and retaining quality local medical people. And these are the very family practices that we've relied on and have been on the front line of the pandemic. They play a vital role in our national immunisation program. yet the government has ignored their concerns because they've had trouble recruiting general practitioners. It's put far more pressure on our public hospital, which is already overstretched because of the pandemic, and I've urged on countless occasions, on behalf of these medical practices, some of whose principals have approached me and contacted me from not only my electorate but from the rest of the state, for the government to review its distribution priority area classifications. I have been fobbed off by the government using the bureaucracy as a shield without any meaningful change. It's not the same trying to access a general practitioner in my electorate as it is in the eastern suburbs or the North Shore of Sydney. And many of my patients have huge difficulty getting access to a general practitioner. They tend to use the hospital, the public hospital, as their general practitioner, and that puts added pressure on an already stretched system. I suggest that the junior coalition partner also listen very carefully about what's happening in their electorates, because their constituents have similar problems to mine. Access to primary care through a general practitioner. The partial schemes that have been put in place without much evidence and without much forethought into how this is going to work and how we're going to keep general practitioners in these rural and regional and outer metropolitan areas. The health outcomes demonstrate the difficulties in accessing medical care in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas. The bonded medical scholarships have not changed it, neither of setting up rural medical schools, and neither has some of the supports put in place through medical education. I believe that people are foregoing medical treatment through the pandemic, and this has become much, much worse in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas. And a lack of access to general practitioners is the primary problem. My personal view is that we need to engage better with the departments of health of all the states to make sure our teaching hospitals have more of a role in providing medical workforces to outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas. That will require a total rethink of how healthcare is managed in previously disadvantaged areas. But it is important that we do that, because otherwise healthcare in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas will fall further and further behind the inner cities of our wealthy capital cities. We already see in different advances in medical management, for example, of coronary artery disease, heart attacks, with acute intervention can be life-saving and lifestyle-saving. Stroke management is changing dramatically with acute clot retrieval through neuroradiological techniques. So there have been huge changes in medical care, and our provision of medical care to these outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas has not kept pace with those changes in medical care. This bonded medical scholarship scheme will do little to address those needs. The gap is widening, and the increasing cost of health care is only perpetuating the inequality that is occurring. Australia's spend on its health budget is much less than many other countries in the developed world, such as the Scandinavian countries, United States of America, Great Britain, etc., where we spend around 10% of our GDP on medical costs. They're spending 12, 14, 16%. So we do need to fund our healthcare better. We're now approaching a time that was similar to the time of the advent of the Whitlam government, when healthcare costs were out of the reach of average Australians. We need to rethink our access to medical care for those disadvantaged areas. We need to rethink Medicare on that basis, and we need to fund Medicare properly, and we need to make sure that our major teaching hospitals that provide the highest level of care can provide that level of care throughout the country. And we need to rethink how we engage with them. I think it's very unfair that someone who lives in, for example, North Sydney should get far better care than someone who lives in Campbelltown, in Minto or Ayres, or someone who lives in Temora, or someone who lives in Armidale, or someone who lives in Broken Hill. And I think we need to look at a more equitable approach to healthcare. Now, I think that the government needs to really not just pay lip service to these complaints. There needs to be a real review of how we provide healthcare in Australia. I welcome the recent announcement that a new appeals process will be installed to existing DPA classifications. I think that's very important, but there's a lot of work from making that possible to getting it right and allowing our practices to recruit medical practitioners on a DPA basis. It's not a new issue, as I've said. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the member for Dobell, who's worked very hard on similar issues in the Central Coast. The member for Chifley also has worked hard to get GP recruitment in his outer metropolitan electorate. And I know the member for Macquarie has worked very hard in her electorate to see what can be done to get better GP recruitment in her electorate. Labor's consistently been trying to get the government to address the GP shortages. These shortages have made the pandemic problems even worse in disadvantaged electorates, and it's time the government actually took notice and did something about it. This small change to the bonded medical scholarships will not make much difference at all, I'm afraid. And, we really do need to see meaningful action from a government that's been prepared to sit on its hands for far too long. I am constantly being contacted by general practitioners in my electorate and others around the country to see what can be done to improve recruitment of general practitioners, because primary care is the basis of all good medical care. If you can't get your primary care right, then you will not have good health care across a whole range of issues, be it paediatrics, obstetrics, be it things like immunisation programs, be it things like public health campaigns, be it things like even dental health and other preventative health measures. Unless we can get our primary care right, we will not get decent primary health care across the country. It's very inequitable what's happening. This is a government for 8 years that's sat on its hands, and it's time we had a consistent program from the government to improve the whole system. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Such an important topic and close to my heart as well, having been a bonded medical practitioner myself. There is a long history of financial incentives to address workplace maldistribution, and Australia leads the world in some of those mechanisms. These tinkering with the legislation from a couple of years ago addresses some really important points, and from what I've heard in the debate, Deputy Speaker, there seems to be reasonable agreement on both sides that these changes occur. As you know, there's a couple of legacy programs, the bonded medical program itself and the medical rural bonded scholarships. Thankfully now those categories are also eligible to access the slightly more favourable return of service obligation arrangements that the new system offers. But let's go back just a step here and remember that this has been a mechanism that's been in place for decades now to encourage medical graduates. Many of them are in their mid-20s already, many have settled down and have a home in cities. We identified about 10 years ago the importance of rural medical schools to ensure that one can grow up in the bush, become a doctor in the bush and stay in the bush. It's certainly a way better way of approaching this challenge than having to increasingly raise the bid until sufficient urban medical practitioners are prepared to relocate, often involving partners and family. There's no easy answers here, but medicine, probably the most complex because of the nature of the amount of support required for medical practice, the propensity to seek out further training and promotional opportunities, often in tertiary hospitals, that are not available, of course, as you go regionally, and then the lack of specialist medical training placements. And this means that once you go out of sight for the major hospitals, you lose the ability to be on the crest of the training wave. You're losing the opportunity to be close to supervisors and those that are going to select you for medical specialty positions that are highly sought after. So we're working against the economic currents in many ways to find ways to convince medical graduates to go bush. And of course, one option was to simply increase the number of medical graduates until there was a flow-out effect. That's not a terribly efficient way of doing it because we're simply creating more and more providers in the Medicare system with urban potentially over-servicing as a result. And it's very, very interesting viewing to have a look at Medicare spend by postcode, because in theory it should be based on health rather than remoteness, and to see that Medicare is not equitably utilised in regions and ultimately in remote Australia is a cause for concern. This is a particular case in Northern Territory where there's very few general practitioners working outside of the 2 or 3 major centres in that territory. So today we recognise the importance of health planning in balancing the GDP spent on health as a proportion of GDP. And just to correct the previous speaker, who I think impugned Northern European and Scandinavian health systems for spending between what I think you mentioned 12 and 14%. Well, that's obviously not the case. He might have been getting confused with the US at 16.9. But those Scandinavian nations are much closer to Australia and still firmly in single figures, with the exception of a couple of them. So Australia at 9.3, nowhere near that, and the OECD average 8.8. Australia and New Zealand very similar in their per capita spend. It's an important question because obviously it's more expensive to deliver services in remote and regional areas. Australia has a high proportion of the population living more than 100 kilometres from a major metropolis and a tertiary hospital. And of course, and most importantly, they're extremely expensive to deliver those services. Having worked myself in Gundagai with Dr. Paul Mara, AM, and also in Gundawindi, St George, Mungandai and Dirranbandi, I saw firsthand how a small change in an obstetric process, delivery of a baby that might become complicated, can lead to massive expense that starts with a phone call for advice and ends up with an air retrieval of that mum with her baby back to a tertiary hospital hours away, even when we consider flight times. And this is extraordinary expense that isn't incurred when we have a mostly urban population. I want to note also that these GPs, many of whom are city people deciding to relocate, become the community glue. It is so important in regional towns of 5 to 20,000 to have a general practitioner in the community, not just because they carry the oranges at half-time for the local football team and volunteer providing first aid help, but because the town is proud of having a thriving general practice. They love having a general practitioner that they can confide in. They like not having to travel for services if they can avoid it. And finally, of a strong general practitioner service in community, of a medical practice, there is, of course, a whole lot of allied health and pharmacy services that hang off the general practice, and to lose that can be catastrophic for communities and for community health. Gundagai was a good example of that. There was a need for a general practitioner, even in that smaller community, because it was located on the Hume Highway, where there was a large number of medical emergencies and motor vehicle accidents requiring evacuation, sometimes an hour away to Wagga, and that simply wasn't possible relying on paramedics alone. But the other point to make is that there are always going to be unique and exceptional circumstances with the bonding placements. I'm really glad to see that they're a little bit more flexible now than they were in the 90s when I was an applicant. So there are arrangements here for special circumstances where there might need to be an extension of time to meet a service of obligation. And return of service can also be done over a longer period, and there can be up to a 6-year extension, which is also very promising. So taken together, we know that having adequate general practitioners in the bush is critical, and that goes without saying. But we also know that by having the GPs in the bush, we can actually support a whole lot of other health service provision. I want to make the obvious statement in this debate, though not immediately relevant. What is the point of having private health care if you live in a remote area where there is no GP? We don't think of that very often, but in many cases, we rely on having a GP to support private health insurance levels so that people can get value for money for their insurance, because with the general practitioner comes the optical and the pharmaceutical benefits that are seen, as well as the allied health services that they need. If those allied health workers only drive out from a central location once a week. It's very hard to get value for money in your private health insurance, and we know that it falls away in regional areas for that reason. So the bonded medical placements that are offered here play multiple roles that I've pointed out. There's not just the community cohesion. It's not just being able to turn up to school and give a public health talk that otherwise wouldn't happen. It's that you no longer rely on rotating services and seeing different practitioners every time and different providers and people not keeping notes up to date. You can always count on local GP to do that. And these bonded placements are important because they offer this tantalising opportunity to work in the bush where it otherwise would never happen. And I tell you what, there's no shortage of GPs who went out, dragged screaming to paradise, as one would say, to work in regional areas, fell in love and stayed. And I'd obviously dispute the previous speaker saying that there were, lifestyle issues with working in the bush. In most cases, the lifestyle is utterly brilliant. It's the isolation that's the problem. It's not just social and professional isolation, but obviously there were times when there was almost no online services and continuing medical education that was available. That's now a thing of the past. Internet connection is far better. So the support from colleges, from the AMA, and for further education is there in a way that it wasn't before. And I continue to push the medical specialty colleges to start to accredit more of their fellows who work in regional Australia for it to be an accredited part of a training scheme. What I mean by that is if an eye surgery trainee were to go and spend a few months in a smaller community, say Rockhampton, Bundaberg or Gladstone, where there is an ophthalmologist, then there really is no reason why that shouldn't be, up to a cap of say 6 to 12 months, accredited training for your specialty. Because if you do that, you're not only rewarding the fellow and giving the fellow a chance to educate, but you're attracting GPs who can learn more about eye surgery to the town, and the trainees come and visit as well. There's an increased odds that when they graduate, they're more likely to serve regional Australia. Deputy Speaker, I'm obviously very proud, having been a former participant, of a scheme that offers carrot and not a stick. And it's sad that many will forget that in the early 90s there was a push to geographically allocate provider numbers in a way that effectively recruited rather than had GPs move to regional areas as willing volunteers. And that was stopped in the early 90s and was one of the great debates at a time when the easy solution was to mandate and basically have the government putting GPs where they felt like they should be put. And there's no doubt that having GPs that move somewhere because the incentives are right, when they get there, they love it, and they stay as a result, is an enormous and rewarding success for the system. And it's something that very few other countries can say they have a similar challenge. Australia's unique solutions to this challenge are something we can all be very proud of. I know speaking tonight, there may not be many people in the gallery, nor even in the chamber, but there will be hundreds of remote and regional Australians listening to this debate and knowing that tonight, for a change, both sides of this parliament are fighting to support these modest amendments that continue a very, very important strategic attempt by a rural commissioner, the additional investment of a $550 million 10-year stronger rural health strategy. That is all a legacy of the Morrison government from 2018-19 and continues to roll out successfully. And these incentives, vitally important for the reasons that I've made. They have spin-off benefits to the community, spin-off benefits to allied health, who are supported by the presence of a general practitioner in these communities. And it's fair to say that if you're in a community of 5,000 or more people, there's a reasonable expectation that there should be an Australian GP there to look after you and your family, to be the care navigator and to provide the services you need that range from allied health through to access to specialist referrals at your doorstep or nearby in your local community. It's a challenge that Australia, with its sparse population density and large distances, faces quite uniquely, and I'm proud to say as a result of legislation like this, it's one that we have not only negotiated but achieved.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there is some agreement about the recognition that there is a GP shortage, and for electorates like mine, it's a very serious shortage, and that this bill will have our support, but it doesn't go nearly far enough to addressing the issue. The whole complex problem of the provision and retention of GPs has actually been a challenging issue since I first sought office in 2010. And I've advocated for changes at various times over those 11 years. We were able to secure special support to attract GPs to our area through some of those days, but in the last 8 years there have been big changes. The Nepean Blue Mountains Primary Health Network and its predecessor have been active on this matter throughout that whole time as well. GPs have spoken to me about the strains of the shortages that they experience from their side and that their teams experience. Residents, particularly new residents, have told me of their challenges in being accepted as a patient at a local practice. It plays out for a lot of people. Now, the Macquarie electorate covers all of the Blue Mountains and all of the Hawkesbury local government areas on the western edge of Sydney. And so some people think of us as Western Sydney, but in fact we have some very remote, we have a lot of rural, we have a lot of distance between us and the major teaching hospitals. And so, you know, these changes are welcome, but the bill will simply not address the difficulties that peri-urban areas like my electorate experience. The Morrison government's decision to exclude most of the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury from the new distribution priority area classification means that doctors in the bonded medical program can't meet their return of service obligations in my area, and that makes the local GP shortage worse. Often it's not an issue just of attracting the GPs, it's also of attracting the bulk bill incentives, and that's another policy that the Morrison government has had taken action on that makes the regional GP shortage worse. And of course there's also just the general impact of the Morrison government's 6-year freeze in the Medicare rebates and the government's decision back in 2014 to abolish the Health Workforce Australia. All of these things at a time when we should be investing in Medicare and delivering more services to peri-urban, regional and rural areas. This government's been doing the opposite. The COVID experience has obviously made things harder. That's why Labor established a Senate Community Affairs Reference Committee inquiry into outer, metro, rural and regional GP and other healthcare services. And it'll consider the performance of programs such as the bonded medical program, and I was very pleased to make a submission to that inquiry. We want this inquiry to seek practical, positive solutions so that Australians do have access to quality healthcare regardless of where they live. You shouldn't have to live in Double Bay to get the best health services. You should be able to get those if you live in Bullaburra. And I really encourage others who have views around it and have experienced the impact of shortages and health difficulties accessing primary health care to make a submission. It can be as simple as an email and a letter. I do want to acknowledge the efforts of the Nepean Blue Mountains Primary Health Network because they and their predecessor have worked very hard on this, and I'm very grateful for their ongoing interest in the issue. I want to talk about the things that we experience in the electorate. Residents in the Upper Blue Mountains and parts of the Hawkesbury find it can be difficult getting an appointment with a local GP in a timely way. Many new residents to the area are advised by multiple local general practices that their books are closed to new patients. They simply cannot become a patient. And a lot of our GP practices are relatively small. We don't have massive centres, so we have smaller practices scattered across a lot of towns and villages. The real challenge is in attracting GPs to live and work in the area. There are no financial incentives to attract GPs from inner metropolitan areas to the Blue Mountains, unlike designated rural areas. And GPs will not choose to commute on a daily basis from Sydney to Katoomba when there's local work available closer to home. Early career GPs are increasingly reluctant to venture beyond inner metropolitan areas, I'm told, or to relocate to regional and rural areas. Now, let's put this in perspective. Katoomba is 55 kilometres from the nearest tertiary hospital and metropolitan centre, which is at Penrith, and it's more than 100 kilometres from the CBD, probably closer to 150. Yet this peri-urban status is not reflected in GP workforce schemes and initiatives. It's still considered part of metropolitan Sydney. No, this is a place people go to for a long weekend to escape Sydney, yet we're classified as Sydney for the purposes of GPs. It makes no sense and is completely inequitable. This has to change. You have to travel to Blackheath, a bit further up the hill or up the mountain, before you get an area that is considered to be slightly outside Sydney. The two major general practices in Katoomba have been under significant stress for several years. GP positions have remained vacant and demand for GP appointments has increased. Local residents report absolute distress at the impossibility of getting a timely appointment. And of course what that means is that they can end up having to go to an emergency department to get the medical assistance they need. So it was all of this has been an issue for a long time, but it was heightened ever since the Blue Mountains LGA was not deemed a distribution priority area in 2019. The Primary Health Network informs me that, for example, in November 2020, one of these practices reported turning away more than 100 patient appointment requests a week. It's a lot. That's a lot of people who are reaching out to get medical assistance and advice or have their usual checkups and are not able to get it. Coupled with the difficulty for residents in accessing appointments is the fact that there is no 100% bulk billing general practice in the mid to upper Blue Mountains, and there's no general practice open on evenings, Saturday afternoons, Sundays or public holidays. This is a contrast to other areas closer to Sydney where bulk billed services are available until 10 o'clock every night of the year, in fact. And that has led to strain on the emergency department at the local Blue Mountains District Anzac Memorial Hospital. You know, the cost factor is an issue as well as the difficulty in securing a doctor's appointment, and it means that patients or residents in the area with chronic and complex health issues frequently present at the hospital with what are probably inappropriate presentations that could be seen by a GP, rather than taking up time in an emergency department, but they're thinking about the cost of the appointments, the out-of-pockets that they would have to pay. Now, I received similar feedback to this from GPs in the Hawkesbury, remembering that the Blue Mountains is an area of about 1,000 square kilometres and the Hawkesbury is an area of about 3,000 square kilometres, with people up little country roads and stretching halfway up to the Hunter. But their medical services are delivered in towns and small towns and cities like Richmond and Windsor. So when I raised this issue recently in a Zoom with GPs, when I was getting an update from them around how the vaccination rollout was going in the Hawkesbury, I asked them, I just said, now, how are you feeling about GP shortages? And there was just a complete unanimous, oh my goodness, it is a massive issue, total unanimous view about it, particularly when they talk about the area across the river, not on the Sydney side of the Hawkesbury River, but on the north and western parts of this very large LGA. Historically, we have had a proportion of this region covered by the District of Workforce Shortage provisions. And this, in the past, has enabled GPs to recruit from a wider pool of doctors because it allowed for overseas trained doctors and those on the medical bonded placement scheme to work in the region. Under the Commonwealth's Stronger Rural Health Strategy, and in an effort to shift inequity in the distribution of GPs, the distribution workforce system was replaced in 2019 with this new distribution priority areas scheme. And look, it might have benefited some very rural and remote areas, I don't argue that, but peri-urban areas like mine are worse off as a result. Only the suburbs of Blackheath and Mount Victoria, now if anyone who knows the Blue Mountains knows that's right at the top of the mountains, right at the top. Small areas, they're the only areas now classified as being distribution priority areas. And that's in contrast to previously the entire Blue Mountains and most of the Hawkesbury local government area being considered DWS. A high and growing proportion of GPs who work in the broader Nepean Blue Mountains PHN are overseas trained doctors. In 2017, about half of GPs in the region gained their qualifications overseas. But the loss of the DWS DPA status has had a detrimental effect on the general practice's ability to get those GPs to work. And I'll give you one example of that. When the area was ruled a DWS in the old scheme, we were able to help at least 25 doctors in a 4.5-year period secure work in the region in a general practice. Afterwards, that's changed. There's hardly any. The only places you can do it are Blackheath, so we're down to pretty much zero. There are a few exceptions. The medical practice in Glossodia in the Hawkesbury was helped to establish only due to the fact that it was in a DWS DPA area, and the owner of the practice is also the first doctor they recruited, and that would not have been possible after the changes that have been made. These are two things that were possible before are not possible now, and the consequence of that are really profound. One of the really serious consequences I'm seeing is GP burnout. Now, I think we've probably all seen GP burnout during COVID. They have been asked to administer vaccines to thousands and thousands of people. In my electorate, there is no hub. The only place you can go is a GP practice or now a pharmacy. The hubs are outside the electorate, so people have really leaned heavily on their GPs, and they have stepped up amazingly. But they are burning out. They're carrying a large and complex caseload. I'm advised that several GPs from the Upper Blue Mountains have resigned in the last 12 months because the patient complexity and workload volume was simply unsustainable. There are less opportunities for GPs in peri-urban areas like mine to link patients in with the types of health services and support that residents in metropolitan areas have, so they carry a big load on their own. They're coordinating far more of the care of patients with chronic conditions than their urban counterparts, who can simply refer on. And rural and regional colleagues will know this. My GPs also report that they feel less connected to a professional collegiate network. They draw a lot on each other as GPs, but there's not necessarily that wider ecosystem. Interestingly, I've had a number of conversations with overseas trained GPs who aren't able to work in my electorate, but tell me, they live in Sydney's west, so they physically live close. We're not asking them to drive long distances to get to us. They would love the opportunity to be able to finish their Australian training and be supervised. And you know, we have such experienced GPs within our practices that the supervision would be of a very high standard. So with the right incentives, it would actually be a perfect match. And I think these are the sorts of things that should be considered to provide long-term sustainable services to my community. At a systemic policy level, there are things that we need to see the methodology for determining distribution priority areas reviewed. We need to see more incentives for GPs to work in lower socioeconomic peri-urban areas. We need to see stronger measures to support collegiate professional networks and to reconsider new models of funding primary health care that might support our GPs and their work. And I think we really do need to draw on the experience of these long-serving GPs to train the next generation. There's one other thing that I think this parliament needs to be pushing, and that is that we all accept telehealth is an absolutely crucial part of our Medicare system going forward. It has saved lives during COVID, and you know, the medical profession, public health experts, patients themselves all agree it should be made permanent, but after 2 years of a global pandemic, it still isn't a permanent thing. You know, I cannot understand the delay. That is something that just needs to be done, and that's something Labor will be fighting for, to defend Medicare and improve health services.
The question is, that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I take great pleasure tonight in speaking on this health insurance amendment. And the bonded placement scheme is very, very important in distributing doctors across this country to where we're needed. I understand the need for this bill to maybe iron out some problems, but we also don't want to take it away so that if someone has that obligation to work in a regional and rural area, they should, unless exceptional circumstances, should fulfil that obligation that they've agreed to. I've been listening to the debate here, and I've heard a lot of talk about the problems, not too many solutions coming forward. And the member for Macarthur, who's obviously highly regarded in his field, could have gone into some of the programs that are now in place, but for some reason chose not to. So I'd just like to touch on understanding the complexity of the workforce shortage in doctors in regional areas, and listening to the member for Macquarie, a degree of sympathy for her issues, but being 100 kilometres from a tertiary hospital, I've got constituents that are 300 or 400 kilometres from their obstetrician and have to relocate for several weeks before their baby is due, and then for some time afterwards for antenatal care, a long way from their homes. And so it's all relative. And in my time as Regional Health Minister, I found out that everyone believes they live in a disadvantaged area and need special circumstances, but it's important that we put the resources and the support where it is really needed. And over a period of time, various schemes have come about, and one of the ones that, by paying locums high rates to fill in those workforce gaps, in one way did fill in some shortages in workforce, but in another way it's actually exacerbated the problem, because why would someone commit to working in a regional centre full-time when they can go and work in several regional centres part-time and earn double the income to someone that actually commits to the area? And so the locum scheme has actually created part of the problem. And when I was Minister up until quite recently, we put in 5 trial sites for encouraging a different model of workforce. And one of the partners in that was Western New South Wales Health, because they are paying millions of dollars a year in locum fees to fill in short-term gaps. And so they've agreed to put some of those funds into creating a work environment that is more conducive for people to work there. So paying a salary to a doctor to go and work in an area, because they're competing with the larger hospitals in the city where you can work on a salary, regular shifts, holiday pay, maternity leave. And with the feminisation of the medical workforce, it's a difficult decision for a younger doctor to go into a regional area knowing that if they want to have a family, they're not actually paid for that particular time. So 5 trial sites, one of them it's known as the 4 Ts, 4 small towns in central West New South Wales, Trengi, Tottenham, Tullamore and Trundle, working those 4 towns as a network so that there's actually a collegiate atmosphere supporting each other, knowing that they are not going to be swamped in 80 or 100-hour weeks, knowing that there's other backup if they need it, but also if they're part of the generalist pathway, being able to work shifts in the, say, in Dubbo Hospital as an anaesthetist or an obstetrician or one of the other specialties that goes with that generalist pathway. And in the early stages, this seems to be having some effect, that they're being quite popular. People are recruiting to these models because one of the disincentives is, and it's been raised here by others on both sides, is that feeling of isolation and lack of support. To overcome that, the generalist pathway that's been funded by this government is to give those doctors a broader skill set that are going into those regional areas, knowing that you might be doing primary health care, general medicine all day, and then a carload of teenagers hits a tree on that night, and you need to have that extra skill set to be able to manage an emergency of that scale. And that can be a daunting process for young doctors. And my doctors in my hometown of Warialda were the Rural Doctors of the Year in Australia some years back, because in 2007, on the last day of the school holidays, a ute with 8 13-year-olds flipped over, all except one were critically injured. Sadly, 3 passed away, but the others' lives were saved because of the skill set of those doctors. And so we are training another cohort of doctors to come through with those skill set to handle that. But probably at the core of the issue is that general practice as a discipline is falling from favour from our graduates. And part of this reason is that during their training time in the metropolitan hospitals, they are actively discouraged to actually take down a path in general practice, because working in a specialty can be more financially rewarding, can have a better work-life balance, and obviously people can work closer to the city. And so one of the big shifts was the establishment of the Murray-Darling Medical School, where we're training country people in country areas to be doctors. And earlier this year I was at the first intake in Orange. Every one of those students come from a regional area, and speaking to some of them from my electorate, one ultimately wanted to be a dermatologist because of the high rate of skin cancer in country people. But every one of those young people were committed to practicing in the region. Next year, the first intake into Dubbo, the Sydney University's campus for Murray-Darling, is very, very popular. Sydney University have been recruiting locally from probably a more mature group, people who are already established in the community, want to advance their career into becoming doctors. They can do that in their local area, and with the establishment of the Western Cancer Centre, which has just recently opened, you can actually do your specialty in oncology or surgery or obstetrics in a regional area, rather than having to be drawn into the city. And because it's such a long process to be fully qualified as a doctor, quite often other life issues come into play, and by the time you're fully qualified, you've generally found a life partner. In some cases you want to start a family, and so it's important that those decisions are actually made where people might be ultimately going to be established, rather than having to move a family. I mean, one of my daughters is a GP. She practices in a regional area, but when she moved from Sydney to that regional area, she could find the work, but it took some time for her husband to find a position that was suitable for his skill set before they can do it. So that's one of them. One of the changes that was in the last budget that comes into effect on the 1st of January, for the first time there is a graduated rebate payment for general practice under MBS for bulk billing. So on the modified Monash model, the further remote that you are, the higher the rebate you will receive. And so understanding that a lot of those smaller and remote communities do have a higher bulk billing regime, it's important that we reward, and it's the first time that the MBS scheme has been altered in that way. Comes into effect on the 1st of January. Dr John Hall, the President of the Rural Doctors Association, said this was a game changer for rural medicine. When I was minister, we also doubled the training places for junior doctors into regional areas. So quite often doctors that spend time in their as part of their training program as doctors, the more time they are exposed to rural and regional medicine, the more likelihood they are to be established in those areas where they've come from. So this is a very complex issue, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a big issue, no doubt about it. It's probably the biggest issue in my electorate. It's not universally the same right across. I've got a big issue in Gunnedah at the moment, a town of 15,000 people, or a community of 15,000 people with two practices with 2 or 3 doctors servicing that community. Other towns are doing better, and it's a bit cyclical. Quite often the problem comes when a senior practitioner wants to retire, and that transition onto someone else coming through quite often is the difficult part. And so these innovative models, I think, will very much help with that idea that people can come into a system where they're working with other professionals, working with allied health workers as well, working with with Indigenous health workers, having that support of a cohort of medical professionals, but also understanding that they're going to have some life balance, because the days of a doctor coming to town, buying the practice and staying there for 40 years is an era past. That's just not happening now. The cohort of junior medical professionals that are coming through at the moment want to have that work-life balance. They want to be able to have other skills, go into that more generalist pathway, and we need to recognise that. We need to know that when that older doctor or that couple of doctors retire, it's probably going to take 3 or 4 junior doctors to replace them. But the number of medical graduates coming through is encouraging. At Orange, the first 44 places, there were over 700 applicants for 40-odd places for the Orange campus of the Murray-Darling Medical School. So there is a desire. It is a slow process to go from a first-year medical student through to a fully qualified practitioner. I met 3 medical students, third-year medical students, on Friday, actually, at a little village called North Star in my electorate. They were out helping the Royal Flying Doctor Service with the vaccination program in regional areas, and they were quite enthusiastic about the experience they were having, flying around in an aeroplane, going into smaller remote areas, and hopefully the positivity of that experience might get them to think about maybe enhancing their career. But we just need to be wary of short-term fixes, because quite often the short-term fix actually exacerbates the problem and doesn't solve it. But I acknowledge some of the comments made from previous speakers on both sides. We owe a great debt of gratitude to our doctors and medical workforce practitioners over the last 18 months. They've got Australia through a very difficult time, or we're getting through it. In Western New South Wales, in my electorate, over 1,000 cases of infection of COVID, but a very, very low death rate, largely because of the dedicated staff through the Aboriginal Medical Services, the Royal Flying Doctor Service, health districts and the local GPs, doing a fantastic job. I support the changes in this bill, and I look forward to seeing some of the other policies that this government has got in place coming to fruition over the years to come, as we tackle in a methodical, professional and thoughtful way the issue of workforce shortage in medicine across regional Australia.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I start by joining others in this place in thanking all of the medical staff and people who have supported medical staff throughout the pandemic, from nurses doing COVID testing, the administrators helping the nurses as we go through the mass testing sites to have everyone registered for their testing, through to the pathology service who have processed the tests, to the doctors and the nurses and the administrators in our hospital systems who have been under such pressure dealing with COVID, to the GP clinics and the people that work in those clinics, be they the GPs or the practice managers or the people at the front desk. You have been the front line of our fight against COVID and will continue to be as we open up. And all of those people deserve the support of their government, not just words of thanks, which I'm sure are welcome, but the funding that's needed to make sure our public hospital systems can continue to operate, not just for the sake of people who have COVID, but for everyone else that needs to access a public hospital, which is overwhelmed, often at the best of times, but certainly has the extra burden of COVID. For the Medicare system, for the GPs who are now seeing people for their health checkups, for their ongoing treatment, for getting the vaccine, sometimes for then treatment of having COVID. Their workload has increased, but sadly we haven't seen enough funding guaranteed going forward to help these people. This bill brings forward some changes that are welcomed, but it doesn't address some of the specific issues that we have, that Australians have in outer metro seats like my seat and my community of Dunkley, regional and rural areas, in accessing healthcare and in particular in seeing a GP. Tightening access to regional bulk billing incentives that the government has brought in is a policy from a Morrison government that's made regional GP shortages worse. And we feel those shortages in outer metro seats like mine. It's not just in the regions. And there's also the impact of the government's 6-year freeze in Medicare rebates and the decision back in 2014 to abolish Healthcare Workforce Australia, the consequences of which we are still feeling today. This is the time that the government should be investing in Medicare and delivering more services to people, not less, more services. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the Breast Cancer Network of Australia and other organisations dedicated to helping women and the smaller number of men who have breast cancer have been ringing the bell loudly and clearly for at least 18 months now about drop-off rates of women getting checked, having mammograms, and the consequences of later detection of cancers for survival rates and for the sort of treatment that you have to go through. There is so much to be done in the healthcare system on top of COVID, and we can't afford a government that is not just asleep at the wheel, but has failed to look after people in their time of need. You know, if we can't properly train up enough people to be GPs in Australia, if we can't devise a system that incentivises GPs to get to outer metro seats like mine, then we're going to continue to be reliant on GPs coming to Australia from other countries. And we've seen something like this pandemic really impacts the ability for GPs to come from other countries. And we welcome medical practitioners from around the world, and they bring so much to the profession but also to our community. And we of course should continue to actively recruit people from all different parts of the world, and the best and the brightest, to come and work in Australia. But we have to skill up Australians. We have to give Australians the opportunity to also be the best medical practitioners that they can be. And we have to have a system that doesn't make it almost impossible for GPs in outer metropolitan seats to be able, GP clinics to be able to recruit GPs. That's why Labor established a Senate Community Affairs Reference Committee inquiry into outer metro, rural and regional GPs and healthcare services. And that inquiry is also going to consider the performance of programs such as the bonded medical program. There is a crisis in outer metro seats. There is no doubt about it. There is a crisis in being able to recruit and retain appropriately trained GPs. It is unfortunate that we have to have a Senate inquiry to push for reforms in this area, because it should just be something that is done as a matter of course by a good government. But it hasn't been done. The inquiry happening in the Senate, I understand, has heard from numerous stakeholders. If you look at the committee's website, it says that there's some 40-odd submissions which have been received so far, and I thought it was a bit strange because I've made a submission on behalf of my community in Dunkley and it's not on the website. So my office contacted the committee today. Apparently there are so many submissions to this inquiry that they're overwhelmed trying to get them all up onto the website. So those 43 or so submissions that are on the website don't reflect the huge number of stakeholders, MPs, local councils, medical colleges, individuals, GP clinics who have made submissions. And the point of this inquiry is not simply to hold an inquiry, it's to get practical, positive solutions to make sure Australians have access to quality health care regardless of where they live. So I've made a submission on behalf of Dunkley, and I encourage everyone who lives this issue or is concerned about this issue to get engaged in the inquiry. You know, this issue was first brought to my attention shortly after I was elected in August of 2019. Dr Chung and Lucinda Wilk from the Total Care Medical Group in Frankston came to me. Dr Chung, 72 years young, wants to retire. He wanted to retire in August of 2019, but he couldn't and still can't recruit enough replacement doctors to be able to do so. I've raised this issue with the Minister, I've raised this issue in the Parliament, but the barriers to employing doctors at Dr Chung's clinic remains, and he continues to work. In November of 2019, I met with Rachel Hadzopoulos from the St Mary Medical Centre in Carrum Downs because, again, of the serious barriers to employing new doctors that clinic has been experiencing and other clinics associated with it has been experiencing. As Ms Hadzopoulos said to me at the time, it's a common problem across bulk billing out of suburban clinics. It was then, it is now. And Ms Hadzopoulos has put in a submission for the committee, which I helped her to submit. Recently, I had a roundtable discussion with local clinics and Labor's Shadow Minister for Health. Here's a summary of what was clear from that roundtable. As an MMM1 location, the Dunkley electorate is not listed as a distribution priority area. From 2022, all doctors require a 3GA program placement. However, there are no programs available in the local area. The only program is the AGPT, which has been closed for several years in metropolitan locations. Health workforce certificates are not granted in MM1 locations, resulting in local clinics being unable to recruit an international medical graduate. Clinics with GP shortages have used locum doctors to fill the gaps, but these placements are only available after they've passed their FRA CGP exam, and for a maximum of 6 months. So patients and clinics are consequently subject to frequent GP changes, which is not good for people who need ongoing care. Multiple GP clinics with active patient lists of over 6,500 have reported as having only one full-time doctor with some part-time assistants to manage their patient load. Additional pressure is being put on hospital emergency departments. Patients who can't be seen by a doctor in a timely manner are being referred to hospital for primary care matters. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough in my community in Dunkley. It's not good enough across Australia. We are constantly putting out the positive message to people to look after their health, engage actively in preventative health. Go and see your doctor if you have concerns about anything. Get tested. Carry out courses of treatment in the way that they are prescribed to you. It's really, really hard for people in outer suburban suburbs who rely on bulk billing GP clinics if they cannot engage a GP to be able to help them do all of those things. It shouldn't matter what your socioeconomic status is. It shouldn't matter where in Australia you live. You should have access to superb, top-quality care, and you should be able to get that access at a bulk billing GP clinic. And when the clinics in my electorate can't recruit doctors to work and stay at their clinics, it is undermining the care that's given to often the most vulnerable people, and it's not good enough. I call on the government to actively participate in the Senate inquiry, to look for positive solutions and to implement them. It's actually urgent. It really needs to be done. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In my maiden speech, I made the statement that your health status should not depend on your postcode. I adhere to that statement. I committed then to fighting for my regional communities to improve access to healthcare and an increased professional workforce, and I continue to do so. I moved to the country 44 years ago as an 18-year-old bride, married to a young intern who began his internship and junior residency at the Mildura Base Hospital, undertaking training in anaesthetics. He then became a GP and completed additional training in obstetrics. Philip was a very busy GP with over 1,000 births in just a few years. 44 years in a country practice where doctors shared after-hour calls, obstetric calls, alternate weekends on duty. It was a heavy workload. Today, things are different, though I will say that rural GPs, such as rural generalists, can work just as hard. In some places, such as Mildura, GPs choose to take on registrars, resulting in some staying and therefore increasing the workforce in those areas. Not all towns and practices have that option. This government recognises the need to invest in our regional communities to ensure we get the health care we need, when we need it. Many of the challenges relating to healthcare service delivery, particularly in my electorate of Mallee, relate to workforce. We simply do not have the people to deliver the services we need in our communities. The workforce we do have is stretched to the limit, especially now during the pandemic. The commitment and sacrifice shown by frontline workers in my electorate through this difficult period is a demonstration of why our regional areas are such a wonderful place to live. But we cannot dodge the key issue. We need more people. We need highly trained doctors, nurses, radiologists, physios and other allied health professionals. The problems facing healthcare delivery in regional areas are not going away until we get the right people. That's where the government's initiatives to train, attract and retain medical professionals in rural communities become so important. For example, from January 1, 2022, the Morrison-Joyce government is investing more than $65 million in boosting bulk billing rebates and providing more affordable health care for patients in regional areas. We are introducing a new progressive incentive schedule that increases the value of the rural bulk billing incentive based on remoteness. This will enhance the financial viability of practices in rural and remote areas, as well as reducing the gap paid by patients. The more remote the area, the greater the incentive payment. This will be done to recognise the greater challenges and cost pressures of providing healthcare in regional areas. The new rural bulk billing incentive will support those GPs providing services to people in greatest need and who have the lowest propensity to pay for healthcare. The new rural incentive rates are a key reform we have delivered to attract more doctors to the bush. The legislation currently before the House builds on the Coalition Government's workforce training and primary care reforms. The Health Insurance Amendment, enhancing the bonded medical program and other measures Bill 2021, provides additional flexibility to enhance the implementation of the bonded medical program. The bonded medical program is a key policy which aims to provide more Australian doctors to areas of need, particularly in regional and remote Australia. The proposed amendments will address unintended consequences in the interests of participants and will also support achievement of the program's objectives. The proposed amendments will provide necessary flexibility to administer the program and to address issues that are having a direct impact on participants. If the bill is not passed in the 2021 spring sittings, the issues directly affecting participants, most of whom are medical professionals providing crucial health services in regional, rural and remote Australia at this critical time, will remain unresolved. This is unacceptable. The additional flexibility provided for by this legislation will enhance participation in the program and will therefore improve health outcomes for regional Australians. Increasing the availability of appropriately trained doctors is a key factor in improving our health outcomes. While we are delivering these key amendments, we also need to look to the future. Retaining skilled people is a key challenge in the bush. We know that training people in the region significantly increases the likelihood that a student will live and remain in the regional area. Train local, stay local. That's what I'm focused on, particularly for my electorate of Mallee. Training homegrown talent to meet our health needs is the most sustainable solution to the problems we face. One of my key aims is to assist in the establishment of an undergraduate biomedical degree at our local La Trobe University campus in Mildura. The idea is then to link the undergraduate biomed degree to a postgraduate medical degree at Melbourne University's Shepparton campus, or alternatively Mildura. This would create a pathway for rural students to complete end-to-end medical training in regional Victoria. I am fully behind this proposal and have taken it directly to the Minister for Regional Health, whom I know is on board. I've also spent many Zoom meetings with the Vice-Chancellor of La Trobe University, Professor John Dewar. Mr Deputy Speaker, within the first 6 months of taking up the role as the member for Mallee, I held stakeholder meetings with health service providers across Mallee to seek to understand where they saw the gaps, the issues. It became very clear that an innovative model would be necessary to meet the health needs of our rural and regional and remote communities. I put together a health care policy document which addressed the gaps and provided solutions. As such, an integrated model which reaches out to rural towns appears the ultimate solution. A heart and artery model, or a hub and spoke model of primary and allied health care. Mallee Track in Oyen provides such a service and reaches out to small rural towns in that region. Lois O'Callaghan is the CEO of Mallee Track, and I've spent many sessions talking with her about how it could be improved. At the moment, they struggle to get a GP, to simply get a doctor to be working at that practice. It puts a tremendous load on the service delivery. The team approach is working very well in other states, and I have spoken with the Minister for Health and the Minister for Regional Health about this concept for Mallee. I've discussed it with them, the need for a mix of block funding, Medicare funding, to provide services by allied and primary health professionals who work together as a team. The benefit of a team approach is that it shares the load of health delivery, a team that communicates and plans and manages patient needs, whether under one roof or over several locations. This would bring an enhanced healthcare model and undoubtedly increase our workforce at the same time. Mr Deputy Speaker, the health space in my electorate is continually expanding, and this government is backing us to deliver more of the services we need locally. The Coalition Government invested $6.5 million to purchase new equipment for a radiation oncology service in Mildura. The service will be established at the Mildura Health Private Hospital and will be open to both public and private patients. A radiation oncology centre in Mildura is another step towards improved health outcomes for regional Victorians. Thankfully, cancer patients in Mildura and surrounds will no longer have to travel long hours far from home in order to receive life-saving radiation cancer treatment. Of course, the pandemic has exacerbated this issue, and there have been many patients who have had treatments delayed or an inability to get the treatment that they need. This would be solved with the implementation of this radiation bunker. It comes down, however, to workforce. In Mallee, we are ambitious, and we see a bright future for Mallee as a tri-state health hub. Discussion and planning for a new hospital in Mildura has begun at the state government level, which is greatly appreciated. A new hospital is undoubtedly necessary to keep pace with our population growth and greater demand for services. We need the new hospital to be a tertiary training hospital with capacity for specialist referrals. We can't keep shipping our most sick patients off to Bendigo, Adelaide and Melbourne. People in the region deserve the best quality health care close to home. This is an ambitious goal, but a critical one. This is why we need to implement measures now to secure the workforce of the future. We need to have new local training opportunities. We need to continue incentivising doctors to work in the bush and to create innovative models of healthcare delivery to address workforce shortages. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government is getting on with the job, and it's through measures such as these contained in this bill that will work towards a brighter future for healthcare delivery in the regions. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to join with others in this House who have recognised and acknowledged the critical work of healthcare workers across Australia during the pandemic. And I'd like to especially acknowledge those on the Central Coast and the electorate that I represent as we face COVID-19. And it was a privilege to join as a volunteer pharmacist immuniser and to help to boost the vaccination rates in our community. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2021 and to support the amendment moved by the member for Cooper. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 to enhance implementation of the bonded medical program and the administration of medical rural bonded scholarship contracts under Section 19 of the Act. The program is designed to address the doctor shortage across rural, regional and remote Australia. But this is a shortage that has only gotten worse under the Morrison government. Deputy Speaker, I have spoken up countless times about the acute GP shortage that we're facing in Australia, particularly in the outer suburbs and the regions, as soon as you live anywhere outside of a big city. But despite the growing crisis, this government has been slow to act. That's why we've been forced to establish a Senate inquiry into the provision of GPs and related primary health services in outer metro, regional and rural Australia. The inquiry will consider the performance of programs such as this one. Many submissions have been made from my electorate so far, from the Central Coast Community Women's Health Centre, from local GPs like Dr Brad Cranny and local surgeries. They know that the problem is real and that it is only getting worse. Deputy Speaker, in my community, the GP shortage is now a crisis. Getting in to see a GP has never been tougher on the coast, and the government's distribution priority area classification, and I've spoken to the Minister about this myself, excluding most of the Central Coast, particularly the northern part of the Central Coast that I represent, is making it harder to get an appointment. Unfortunately, this is true for many communities in outer metropolitan, rural and regional Australia. We're now seeing a two-tiered healthcare system in Australia, where care is increasingly determined by where you live and how much you can pay. This means people living outside big cities are finding it much more difficult to access care and access critical care close to home, leading to poorer health outcomes in rural and regional communities, which is made worse by longer wait times, higher out-of-pocket costs and a shortage of healthcare workers. The Morrison government's DPA classification has had a significant and detrimental impact on my community. It means doctors in the bonded medical program can't meet their return of service obligation in our community, making the local GP shortage even worse. It's made it extremely difficult for local practices to recruit and retain GPs. I've spoken to so many GPs who are struggling to get through the COVID-19 pandemic, to be able to meet the needs of people who want to get a jab, who need critical health information and who need routine care, regular health screening that's been delayed or put back. Deputy Speaker, this is a crisis in our community. In a community like mine where 1 in 5 people are aged over 65 and at the other end we have lots of young families, people can't get a GP. They can't find a GP, the books are being closed, they're forced to travel back to where they came from before to be able to get an appointment. It's just not good enough. And I've heard from countless GPs working in local practices who have reported an increase in waiting time since we lost our DPA status. Not only is it frustrating that people in my community must wait weeks to see a GP, it's also risky.
Order.
As a pharmacist...
So it being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the Honourable Member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if you've attended a Pink concert, a Jimmy Barnes concert, and I know you have, Deputy Speaker, or indeed the AFL final, or indeed any large event in Perth, chances are that the event lighting was provided by Perth's own Frontier Lighting. Now, they are WA's biggest event lighting company, established 21 years ago. And Deputy Speaker or Speaker, they are doing it tough. They have been hit by COVID. And in order to recover from the COVID pandemic and its impact on them, they applied for the SME recovery loan. Now, remember when these loans were announced, Mr. Speaker, they were announced with much fanfare. In fact, at the time, the Treasurer said that they expected that these loans would support around $40 billion worth of business in loans. To date, the loans have only, in actual fact, supported around $6 billion. Now, Jared Hawke from Frontier Lighting tells me that he was rejected for the loan because with no international acts coming in, he would have no income coming in. Now, I would have thought that that was the purpose of the scheme. The purpose of the scheme was to enable companies that aren't getting an income stream during COVID to survive the pandemic until they can become profitable again post the pandemic. For Jared Hawke and Frontier Lighting, the SME recovery loans provided for them the light at the end of the tunnel, which they so desperately needed. Jared has now lost his car, he's looking at the prospect of losing his home, and he's waiting to learn if he'll have to be declared bankrupt. Now, I know the Premier of Western Australia, Mark McGowan, has written to the Treasurer about Frontier Lighting, seeking the Treasurer's assistance in ensuring that Frontier Lighting gets access to these loans. And I would lend my voice to that of Premier McGowan's to urge the government to step in and ensure that Frontier Lighting doesn't go down. It's been reported in the Western Australia that the company's assets will be flogged off by liquidators at bargain rates, with lights from Germany that cost Jared $7,500, attracting offers from Eastern States companies of just $500. This means, if the company is sold off to Eastern States, this means that lighting for big events have to be shipped from the Eastern States at an estimated cost of $80,000. And who's going to bear the brunt of that cost? It'll be WA event goers. It'll be the WA public that will bear that cost. Before the pandemic, Frontier Lighting had about 30 staff and they engaged another 30 subcontractors. So they have really been hit hard by the pandemic, as have many in the arts industry. Many of their subcontractors included tradies. Now, the arts industry and the entire sector, no doubt, is one that has been given less attention during the pandemic by this government. And when it has been given support by the Morrison government, it has been slow and it has been limited, and that has been without a comprehensive understanding of what exactly the arts industry and the entire sector needs, or what it includes. Because we know that the art sector includes companies like Frontier Lighting, event lighting companies. Mr. Speaker, they're not the only ones doing it tough here in WA who have already had issues with accessing the poorly designed SME recovery loan scheme. There are many successful businesses or businesses that were successful before the pandemic here in WA who will be profitable again post the pandemic if they are able to access these loans. So I urge the government, I urge the Treasurer to look into these loans and to ensure that they fulfil the purpose for which they were set out. If people like Frontier Lighting are unable to access these loans, a company that's been around for 21 years, WA's largest event lighting company, and other companies can't do it, then the loans are an abject failure in their purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of Frontier Lighting. Let's get this right. Give them access to the loan.
And I call the member for Moncrieff.
I rise to inform the House about the Reimagine Gold Coast 2.0 Job Skills and Industry Forum that I hosted on September the 24th at the Island in the heart of Moncrieff in Surfers Paradise. This forum is now in its second year as the Gold Coast's only cross-industry think tank and is an initiative of the City Heart Task Force that I chair and convened in May 2020 as my local response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It provides an important platform for city industry leaders to connect, create and collaborate through sharing knowledge about innovation, implementation and service delivery with key emphasis on jobs, skills, talent, economic diversification and investment attraction. The forum component featured keynote plenary presentations and a themed industry breakout session for key industry leaders and business representatives to initiate the discussion of issues and provocative ideas with a focus on targeted outcomes. Over 120 city leaders came together for the breakfast, which featured speakers from emerging Gold Coast industry sectors of biomedical technologies, Industry 4.0 and space, Mr. Speaker. Ms Estella Rodiguero, the Director of Regional Development Australia at Gold Coast and City Heart Task Force Executive Member, outlined her work for the Industry 4.0 project, playing an important role in highlighting new technologies and new ways to do business, including robotics, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things and 3D printing. I also acknowledge the great work that RDA Gold Coast does under its regional chairman, Nick Scott. Dr Hal Rice is a neurovascular surgeon, diagnostic and interventional neuroradiologist who's developed robotic brain aneurysm procedures and 3D models of patient aneurysms that can be used as a training tool for medical students or as a practice run for difficult and complex surgeries. Dr Rice and his partner, Dr Letitia de Villiers, work from the Griffith University ADAPT Centre, the Advanced Designed Prototyping Technologies Institute. And I'm advocating in this place for a larger building as the new home of this type of technology and innovative therapies that save lives across Queensland and indeed potentially the world. Mr Adam Gilmore, whose business Gilmore Space is blasting off and launching rockets and satellites into space, Mr Speaker, an incredibly fast-growing space industry on the Gold Coast, which is exciting not only for Gilmore Space, for Ryan Aerospace and for Aero Defence, but for the next generation of school kids whose dreams of becoming a rocket scientist can now become reality without leaving the Gold Coast. At the breakfast, we heard a message from the Prime Minister to Gold Coast industry leaders and from my Gold Coast colleague, the Member for Fadden, the Minister for Employment, Workforce Skills, Small and Family Business, who outlined the challenges we face as a nation with regard to skills shortages in the workforce. He outlined how important it is that the Queensland Premier sticks to the national plan to provide Gold Coast businesses with a roadmap to Christmas. And finally, Mr Speaker, today we heard the Premier talking about sticking to the national plan, which is great news for local business, particularly tourism and hospitality operators. The member for McPherson, then the Minister for Home Affairs, spoke about the challenges of opening our international borders and her very important work protecting Australians. After the Reignite breakfast, the City Heart Task Force executive members went into breakout power sessions where they discussed three key themes and accompanying questions posed that formed their closing remarks at the end of the forum. The key themes that we explored were opportunity, innovation and talent. The 2032 Olympics is now a tremendous opportunity with transport infrastructure and growth in sport which will produce development from community to elite level. It will see a decade of opportunity before and after the Games. Population growth that has seen 100,000 people over the last 12 months move to the Gold Coast has brought talent with it that needs to be harnessed and funnelled into our emerging sectors such as arts and culture. Some sectors have innovated, diversified and activated to survive and prosper during the COVID-19 pandemic. Already contributing $7 billion to the Gold Coast economy is manufacturing, which certainly has further potential and opportunities with 24% growth and 14,500 jobs in the last 5 years. Talent is a key factor in our long-term recovery and indeed future growth and was discussed at length by industry key pillars. Congratulations to City Heart Task Force executive members who worked together on Reimagine 2.0 to steward the way forward for jobs, skills and industry on the Gold Coast. And the Reimagine 2.0 Insights report will of course be published shortly, Mr Speaker.
And the question is the House to now adjourn. I call the member for Lawler.
I thank you, Mr Speaker. And as you know, I'm a proud member for Lawler in the west of Melbourne. I'm proud to represent a community, a growing community, a community in a place where I was born and where I raised my family. And I see my role in the federal parliament as to carry their stories into this place, to influence people who make decisions in this place and be a part of that decision-making with the full knowledge of how my community works. And I stand tonight the incredibly proud member for Lawler because we've learned today that the city of Wyndham, of which Lawler exists inside that city, has reached a greater than 95% of over 16s with their first dose of vaccination. This is an extraordinary response from my community. We're also celebrating that in terms of double-dosed or fully vaccinated, we're at 68.8%. That's 138,000 people from my community who are now fully vaccinated in the over 16 bracket. That's 22,000 people in the last week. That's 11.1% increase this week. Now, I know that I've watched these numbers carefully and seen it rise 8%, 9% week on week for first vaccinations and for second vaccinations. But to reach 11% today is an extraordinary achievement. And it is about the community and it's about their willingness to get on board, to protect themselves, to protect their families and to protect their neighbours. It's truly an extraordinary movement that has occurred in my community. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I've seen my community call to action before. I've seen them respond before when we are struck by things or when we need to fight for things. It's a community that I very proudly led to beat back a toxic dump when Jeff Kennett was Premier of Victoria and thought that we were a likely locality. They beat that and we're going to beat the pandemic because the people in my community care about one another and they care about their community. They are the highest first vaccination rate of local government areas in the western suburbs of Melbourne as I stand here this evening. The highest fully vaccinated LGA in the west. We moved ahead of Hobson's Bay this week. We had the highest increase this week in second doses in the state, and we are the second Metro Melbourne LGA to hit greater than 95% first dose, with Nillumbik getting there before us. And we did all this with a population that defied what everyone expected. We had op-eds telling us that the West wouldn't vaccinate, singling out Wyndham as slow to vaccinate without a view of our demographic, which shows quite clearly that we are one of the youngest communities in the country. We're an area where people come because we have affordable housing. We're a growth corridor. We have families that come from around the world to join us in Wyndham, where they raise their children. We have the highest number of children in childcare in the country, the highest number of families with children in childcare in the country. That's how young our population is. And I'm incredibly proud of that young population and the way they've gotten on board with all of this. And they've done it in This is our second COVID winter, and we were hit hard in the first winter, and we've been hit hard again in the second in terms of transmission rates and in terms of numbers of families in isolation, in terms of those who have actually contracted the virus. So our response is responsible. Our response demonstrates that we respect the science, that we respect the medical advice, and that we'll take that medical advice on board personally and take responsibility for our actions. And Mr Speaker, I have to say that people thought there was hesitancy. There was never hesitancy to get vaccinated. There was only a supply issue. And if this federal government had done their job, then the people in my community would have been vaccinated before this second winter. Because if the vaccine had been available in March, then people would have lined up, queued up to be vaccinated, as they have. I want to finish by thanking our local GPs, not just for the vaccinations, but also for talking to people who may be anxious and getting them vaccinated, to Western Health, who crossed 1 million doses today, to the Mercy Hospital, who crossed 10,000 doses today, to IPC Health and to our local chemists, to everyone who's been involved in this grand effort. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I also rise with a great deal of pride this evening to reflect on the magnificent people of Gippsland and to say thank you to them for their resilience during these very difficult times. And these have been troubling times, Mr Speaker, as you well know. And it's easy to become a bit despondent, a bit dejected, even frustrated as we go through months of lockdown and other challenges. Disaster fatigue is a very real threat for us in our communities, and it's so important that we continue to work together and support each other during these difficult days. In Gippsland, Mr Speaker, we've experienced a succession of disasters, from the drought into the bushfires, the Black Summer bushfires, the coronavirus and its impact on our community, and then of course the storms and floods, and you'd well remember those storms. I've never seen so many trees come down and causing so much damage across such a broad area of Victoria. But our challenge, I think, Mr Speaker, in this place as leaders in our own communities is to make sure we don't fall for the trap of ever talking ourselves down as a nation, as a community. We can be extremely proud of ourselves as Australians and what we've been able to achieve in these last 20 months. And we need to provide that optimism and that hope for our communities to make sure that they are capable of bouncing back as the opportunities present themselves. We have so much to be thankful for in this country, and I have so much to be thankful for in my own community of Gippsland. To see the way the first responders have rallied, whether it's the police, the ambulance, the fire services, SES, the Australian Defence Force during the Black Summer bushfires, we want to thank them. We want to thank the medical workers, the doctors, the nurses on the front line, the receptionists, all the allied health workers who've managed to keep doing their work during the pandemic and making sure critical services are being supplied to our community. And then there's people like the transport operators, our truck drivers, the frontline retail workers, people working on farms, making sure that products still get to market. They've been incredibly resilient and they've stuck together, and I thank my community for that. And finally, tonight, Mr Speaker, I want to just reflect a little bit on the students as they approach their Year 12 exams. This generation of students has been tested in incredible ways. When you think about it, these last 2 years of schooling in Victoria has seen an enormous amount of days lost due to lockdown and students learning from home. Their resilience has been tested incredibly. And I say to those students, think about the oldest person you've ever met. They're probably about 100. Those people were born at the time of the last pandemic, in the Spanish flu. They grew up during the Great Depression when money was short, there was food rationing. It was a very difficult time in Australia. Then they served in World War II. Many of them lost their mates. But for those who survived, some injured, some carried the scars for life, they returned to Australia and created this incredible nation that we enjoy today. In many ways, they are regarded as the greatest generation of Australians. The young people today studying and preparing for their exams have been tested, but there is no reason for them to have anything other than hope, optimism and confidence that they too can be a great generation of Australians. So I say to them, I think, Mr Speaker, tonight, never give up. Take take some heart from the previous generations. Recognise the enormous opportunities that are there for them in the future. Think about what they can become rather than what they have lost in these last couple of years. So, Mr Speaker, it is with enormous pride I stand here tonight. I'm incredibly thankful to the people of Gippsland for the opportunities to represent them here during these really difficult times. But as I said in my opening comments, we have every reason to be confident going forward as the lockdowns start to ease. As we just heard from Member for Layla, the vaccination rates are increasing right across Victoria. We're going to start enjoying some freedoms that we may have almost forgotten about in recent months. So I say to people, as those freedoms come on stream, try and support your local business community. Try and support the hospitality sector. It's been through a tough time. Try and take a break if you can in your own state or in your own local region and support those local jobs. By putting those local businesses first in these times, you will make sure there's jobs there for your family, jobs there for your kids in the future, and we will continue to make positive strides forward together as a region, but also as a state and as a great nation. I thank the House.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Speaker. If the Morrison government's single-minded focus on obfuscation could be turned into an anti-detection technology, our future submarine program might be in better shape rather than in a smouldering heap. Sadly, there's nothing subtle about the raging bin fire that the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison submarine program has become. The reality is, right now, Australia does not have a future submarine program. All we know for sure from the recent announcement is as follows, that while our existing submarine capability is reaching the end of its operational life, there is no arrangement in place to address that looming capability gap. We know that huge damage has been done to our relationship with France, which needs to be a key and trusted partner in our region. And we know that significant damage has been done to our international reputation more generally. That damage is likely to harm Australia's pursuit of its national interest in a range of areas, including trade, and it will persist as long as the current government is in place. An absence of credibility and trustworthiness is a hallmark of this government. People in my state of Western Australia have learned that these past few years. They're not likely to be convinced when the Prime Minister claims he can be trusted to not meddle with WA's hard-won GST arrangements simply because he's the one who did the deal. I mean, someone should tell that to the French. If Western Australians could trust this Liberal government to keep its word, we wouldn't have been dudded in relation to submarine maintenance. True to their tricky form, with all the hullabaloo involved in junking the French sub-deal, the Morrison government decided to sneak out the announcement that it was snubbing WA when it comes to full-cycle docking of the Collins-class submarines. After promising a decision by Christmas 2019, after running full-page ads in the West Australian newspaper promising a 50-50 split on defence shipbuilding, after saying they'd decide in the national interest, the Morrison government has ignored all that and they've made a decision in their own self-interest. People in WA won't forget. Dudded on shipbuilding, lumped with twice as much of the worst NBN copper technology as any other state, threatened by Clive Palmer with the financial support of this Liberal government, and criticised as cave dwellers, when really it's WA's excellent pandemic management that has kept the Australian economy on 2 feet. People in WA will not forget. But, Speaker, coming back to the AUKUS arrangement, the critical thing now is for a careful and rigorous conversation to occur about how to deal with the submarine mess created by the coalition. No one should feel railroaded into whatever the government says is their new plan. No one should feel obliged to go along with their version of what might occur in 20 or 30 years' time. They've presided over a defence procurement nightmare. They've wasted years and billions of dollars and severely compromised our submarine capability. When we asked questions in the past, we were told it's all fine. The French submarines will be excellent. There's no need for concern about the level of Australian industry participation or the timeline or the cost, and that all turned out to be complete rubbish. So the most important thing is that we ask questions and we expect answers, and that includes a number of questions that remain in relation to nuclear propulsion. Yes, nuclear submarines go faster and can remain submerged indefinitely from a propulsion point of view, but they're also noisier with a more detectable heat signature because their coolant systems can never switch off. They're also larger and less effective in coastal or littoral environments, which are characteristic of our region. They also cost more, with a larger crew complement, so inevitably you operate fewer submarines, and numbers do matter. There are defence strategists who, for some time, have actually called for the US to acquire the specific capability of diesel-electric submarines, and it's always been the view that our submarines operate in a complementary fashion to the larger, less manoeuvrable American boats. And even if the main game is ensuring that we have submarines that can go further and faster underwater for extended periods, the Australian public shouldn't think the choice is only between our existing diesel-electric propelled submarines and some yet-to-be-determined nuclear option. A number of countries operate air-independent propulsion-based platforms, including Japan and Germany, and the capability of these submarines is improving all the time. It's also a form of technology that much better suits our broader energy tech interests and future, and it would be more likely to be based on a genuine sovereign capability. Of course, it would avoid relying on the use of weapons-grade nuclear material and the regional non-proliferation consequences of going down that path. Speaker, in any case, it's critical in the aftermath of this government's submarine procurement disaster that we don't get rushed down a particular path and we don't allow the people who've made such a mess to dictate what happens next without proper scrutiny.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Stirling.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And our very first responsibility as a government is to keep Australians safe, to protect our way of life, our freedom and our values. Like the Prime Minister said when he met with fellow world leaders in the US recently, no country is safe until we are all safe. And this is why it's vital that we work together. So just over 1 month ago, the historic AUKUS agreement was announced. And this involves Australia's partnership with the UK and the US, and it is now going from strength to strength. The enhanced security partnership is a victory for friendship, freedom and security. It's founded on a shared belief in democratic freedoms for which we have fought side by side: human dignity, the rule of law, independence of sovereign nations and the peaceful fellowship of nations. And if COVID has highlighted anything, it is that our world is dramatically changing, and particularly so within our region, the Indo-Pacific. We're navigating through one of the most complex challenges in living memory, and it's more important now than ever that we engage with like-minded friends. Thanks to AUKUS, Australia will become the first nation in 70 years to acquire nuclear-powered submarine technology from the US, enabling us to build at least 8 nuclear-powered submarines right here in Australia. And this capability will significantly enhance Australia's ability to deter threats and to uphold stability and security in the Indo-Pacific. We are reinforcing our focus on our own backyard and working to support the interests, security and prosperity of our Indo-Pacific family. Another project to come out of AUKUS, of which I'm extremely pleased, is a monumental win as well for WA defence industry, and that is the installation of a large vessel dry berth, essentially a facility where you can float in a ship, close off the dock, drain the water and have it sitting on a dry berth. So this will enable the build and maintenance of, firstly, those large naval surface combatant ships that Australia is investing in over the next decade, but also the build and maintenance of civilian commercial vessels. Further to that, Mr Speaker, we'll also be able to host allied naval vessels in this facility as well. And currently we only have one such facility built way back towards the end of the Second World War, which is in Sydney. So what this means is that we'll have the ability to support a two ocean-based naval strategy, meaning that we can have and support the fleet of our naval ships in Western Australia. Further to this facility will involve around $1 billion just in construction cost alone, but will provide the opportunity for jobs for generations to come. Indeed, we've seen the facility in Sydney last for already 75 years, so we're looking at probably a 100-year lifespan for this facility. Now, under this partnership, Australia will also acquire additional long-range strike missile capability, and this will provide Australian strike effects with distance, precision and lethality across our air, land and maritime domains. But it doesn't stop there, Mr Speaker. Through AUKUS, we will also collaborate to enhance our joint capabilities, focusing on cyber security, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies and additional undersea capabilities. And all of this is on top of the $270 billion which this Morrison government is investing in defence capability over the next decade. Under the Force Structure Plan, the government will continue to acquire major capabilities. Of course, this now includes at least those 8 nuclear submarines that we've discussed that we will be acquiring, 9 Hunter-class frigates, Joint Strike Fighters, Boxer combat reconnaissance vehicles and many other capabilities. These investments, hand in hand with AUKUS, will help build a sovereign industrial base that is internationally competitive, innovative, high-tech and will meet Australia's defence capability needs, creating jobs and skills today and into the future. The AUKUS partnership builds on Australia's significant network of other partnerships like ASEAN, Five Eyes, the Quad and the Pacific Islands Forum. It complements our existing investments and builds our presence in the Indo-Pacific. This historic partnership will bolster peace, stability and security for Australia and for our regional neighbours.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.